Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. If you haven't been with us in the new year yet, Happy New Year. Good to be with you.
Oh, yeah. Happy
January
New Year.
6th. What did Larry David say? You get to like the 3rd or the 4th, and then it's enough with the Happy New Year's?
Probably. That sounds about on brand with him.
I saw a few tweets about it. I saw tweets like, according to this guy, and it's like a picture of Larry David looking like 30 years older than he looked on Curb Your Enthusiasm. Like looking really old, like sitting in the front row at a Knicks game.
Oh, yeah.
According to this guy, you've got 3 more hours to wish people a Happy New Year. It was like Sunday or something.
I got a Happy New Year at the gas sation yesterday, and
Oh, yeah?
it was a pleasant surprise.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Will you go back to that gas station because of that?
I'm going to go back to that gas station. That's a hard question. I feel like, you know what? This feels like a question from an attorney. I will be going back to that gas station because I was going to be going back to it already.
Right.
So I will not go back to it specifically. And then you would say, "Oh, so you weren't actually impressed by the Happy New Year?" I'm like, no. I'm just saying specifically.
Very
the reason
faint praise by you right now. How you feeling this morning, my friend?
I feel good. I'm excited about the Astros going over to plunder every Japanese pitcher in the coming decade. I'm excited about Imai. I think in everything that happened in his introduction, and really in the whole, he's at the Rockets game last night. He was at the Texans game. He looks like he's very willing to ham it up. You know, he's got some personality.
Yeah.
If anything, he could have the same type of that outgoing personality of a Fromber, but without a propensity to beating his own catchers.
He's already at the point for me as a Houstonian where I'm like, boy, I hope he opts in for his second year here.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't use that opt-out. He hasn't even thrown a pitch yet. I'm like, God, I hope he doesn't use the opt-out.
Well, I've also braced myself for that because it's clear Crane is not going to, no matter what Imai does, he could go out there and pitch 10 no-hitters in a row. Yeah. He's not going to get a 10-year contract or anything.
Not from the Astros.
So, but if they can, with their renewed focus, or I guess intensified focus on Japan, maybe this can start to be a little edge they have in the market.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
They've had Japanese players before who are already major leaguers. This is the first time they're bringing a guy over who's getting his first taste of the major league.
He's getting his first taste of the Houston sports scene too, and he's been to 2 good games.
Yeah,
he was at a Texans game that was, I'm guessing Imai wasn't over there, and I don't want to assume anything, but I'm guessing he wasn't over there in Japan following the Texans, on Twitter and in box scores. I'm guessing that was his. I'm gonna guess that was his.
There's a better than average chance that anybody outside the United States right now is not a Texans fan. Yes,
right. So that they plunked him in.
You're not gonna get canceled for that.
Yeah, no. I'm guessing he wasn't in the third quarter going, "Why is Davis Mills in this game?"
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he got plunked into this game that, for all he knew, was just this awesome back and forth event between 2 rivals, and then last night. He's courtside at a Rockets game where Kevin Durant drops a 3 at the buzzer on the Suns' head.
Boom.
He's been to 2 really good games.
Good chance he knows who Kevin Durant is already because NBA is a worldwide sport. But as far as the Texans game, I choose to believe that he was very much into the playoff implications and everything.
Probably.
And somebody was explaining to him exactly what the situation was.
Yep.
That's what I choose to believe.
Okay.
That's how I think Imai watches the football
the game. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, he probably wasn't going, like, where's Derek Stingley right now? Why isn't he in?
Right.
So D'Amico met with the media yesterday. I texted you. I'm like, boy, D'Amico seemed the answer's a little shorter.
I didn't watch the press conference yet. You said that, and I was like, I wonder. And then I watched, and man, the first half of that press conference.
Was I right?
He was surly. Surly as D'Amico gets, to the point where I wasn't sure if he sounded like he was just upset about not getting the number 1 scoring defense by 0.2 points per game.
Yeah.
Or if he was upset about something else, like maybe he'd just gotten some bad news about a player or something.
Yeah.
But he was by D'Amico standards, surly.
He was.
He was not having it. Somebody broke. Aaron Wilson actually asked a question midway through that kind of got him to chuckle, and then he loosened up.
Oh, I forget what it was.
Aaron asked about if he saw the priest sprinkling the Steelers field with holy water.
Yeah,
and it looked like D'Amico genuinely had no clue what he was talking about.
And he smiled.
Yeah, and he smiled, and then he loosened up a little bit.
For this press conference.
So good job, Aaron Wilson. That's a lot of times Aaron Wilson asks questions that
yeah, I don't think he did it on purpose.
No. Sometimes he asks questions that piss people off.
Yeah,
like journalists tend to do.
Yep.
But no, it loosened everything up.
It was good.
It was looser after that.
Let's start with the stuff on the defense, because I do think if there's something that has D'Amico feeling a little surly heading into the postseason, it's that 3 out of 4 weeks now, I think he's finished. They've won all the games. Mm-hmm. That's the big thing. But 3 out of these last 4 games, he wasn't happy after the Cardinals game that they won 40-20. He was not happy after the Raiders game that they won 23-21. I can't imagine he was happy after giving up 30 points. I don't care if it's your backups in for half the game. Giving up 30 points to a rookie quarterback in his first start.
Yeah.
Here was D'Amico Ryans. He was asked about the defense as a whole, and here's what he had to say.
Our defense, they did a really nice job throughout the entire year of limiting points. Specifically, that's what makes you a good defense. Also, playing well in the passing game. But we didn't end the year well defensively. When it comes to giving up explosive plays, is really not good enough defensively. So we got to do a much better job if we want to advance and play longer in the playoffs. We got to play much better defense. So it didn't end how it should have.
Okay, one more, because the explosive plays are a big deal. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the explosive plays, of which they gave up several over the last few weeks.
Yeah, from our last game, it's too many busts. Guys not being where they're supposed to be, doing what they're supposed to do. And when you bust plays and coverages, you give up big plays.
Yeah, and this is where I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, and they said, well, I mean, they had backups in, right? And I think, yes, they had backups in, but A, there will be backups playing at some point in the playoffs because of injury, most likely. B, even when it's your backups, that's what's really going to annoy a coach is that, man, okay, yes, there's going to be a physical drop-off, but just execute the scheme. All we are asking you to do is to execute the scheme. Don't make mental errors. Play sharp football. Do what you're supposed to do, and we won't allow some of these big plays. So I'm guessing he's a little bit agitated because as a coach especially, that's it's your job as a coach is to have this scheme and to go out and execute it, and there are just some breakdowns. So whether they're backups or not, there might come a time in the playoffs when it's Tremont Smith and Kayvon Wallace out there side by side.
Yes.
And they better know exactly how to handle a guy like Alec Pierce because there was clearly a miscommunication on that first big
he was open by
play.
50 yards. Yeah, it was wild. And that's the thing, too. And this is going to be less of a thing in the playoffs because you're facing largely good quarterbacks. But these last few games, when you're going against Jacoby Brissett and Geno Smith and then Riley Leonard in Week 18, these games are all at home also. So these are environments last year these were environments where it made the best of quarterbacks look pedestrian. And now you've got these guys that are either journeymen or backups or bad quarterbacks or whatever. And the only thing as a defense that you can't do is allow big chunk plays because the one thing you want them to have to do is string together 10 good plays. If they could do that, they would be getting paid more money and would be starting quarterbacks on better football teams than they are right now. Or they would have been higher draft picks in the case of Riley Leonard. So the fact that you are allowing bad quarterbacks or young quarterbacks to get these big chunk plays on you and not force them to string together a bunch of good plays I'll say it's inexcusable because D'Amico is acting in these press conferences it's inexcusable.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not one of those things where you're nitpicking or anything. It's funny because sometimes you and I, as sports radio / streamer types, I feel like I was thinking about this yesterday because Woody Mark's mother posted on X. Let's see. She said, these podcast guys laud this one guy, swear he is a Texans fan, but never has anything nice to say. He complains about everything. Example, the Texans got the first down, but the Texans won the game, but they're in the wild card, but, and I thought, I don't think she was talking about me.
No, I don't think so either.
Because I actually, and especially with Woody Marks, I laud him as...
Who do you think she was talking about?
I don't know. Somebody. There could be any number of people.
Let's put a listing.
But I do think that whoever it is, whoever that bastard is,
right?
I think because we run into this all the time where there's times where I feel like I'm speaking just pretty objectively about, okay, here are the strengths, here are the weaknesses.
Yeah.
And there's a certain percentage of our listeners who think, why are you being so negative? Why are you being so negative? And I struggle to understand what they're talking about because I never feel like I'm saying anything that D'Amico himself isn't saying to the team.
Right.
There's no coach who's on a 9-game win streak who, unless he inherited a team or something, where there's no coach worth his salt who isn't constantly coaching and worrying about the little things that need to get better. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the things with the Texans defense right now that needs to get better. As awesome as they are, they're about middle of the pack in terms of explosive plays allowed, and most of them come in the passing game. So when one of the books that Nick had recommended to me, it was interesting because it's about managing money. Not because I need the. He didn't say, hey, like, Seth, I can see you're having some trouble with your money management. It's just one of the books that he's read recently. But one of the themes of it is not, you don't want to be, but you need to be sure that you're prepared for a catastrophe and protect yourself against catastrophe. Because catastrophes come along at least once every decade or so in the economy or the financial markets. So because people have a tendency to feel like, hey, everything's awesome. I got no good. No, I'm a risk taker. But protect yourself against catastrophe. And in the NFL on defense, that catastrophe is the game where you're playing awesome for 48 snaps.
Yeah.
But then on the 49th snap and the 50th snap, you allow huge chunk
89-yard touchdowns.
Yeah, so D'Amico is very concerned right this moment that an awesome run could be disrupted by a catastrophe like a coverage breakdown versus an Alec Pierce-type player.
I think it's that. And I, too, think, and I shared this theory with you yesterday when you and I were texting about this, I do think D'Amico is a little perturbed that they gave up 30 points in that game and lost the scoring title, defense-wise. Yeah. And you can't convince me otherwise. This is a head coach who, when Derek Stingley came over to the sidelines last year after one of his numerous interceptions, I think it was the one that clinched the Dolphins game, All-Pro Sting! All-Pro Sting! Daniil Hunter gets a big sack at the end of one of the games last year. Hey, how about Defensive Player of the Year? How about Defensive Player of the Year? Because we heard it. He was mic'd up over there.
Yeah.
And he was mic'd up. D'Amico likes the accolades, man. I'm not.
No, those are accolades for other people, though.
That's fine.
I think he knows that players like the accolades.
Oh, I think he wanted that scoring title for his defense. I think he wanted it.
He did say in the one sound clip yesterday about how, hey, the points are the things that matter. It's points are what matter, and that's.
I'm not even mad about it. I'm saying, like, if I were a head coach / defensive coordinator, and I know Matt Burke's the defensive coordinator, but perception-wise, outside of the building around the country, this is D'Amico Ryan's defense.
Yeah.
And I think he wanted that.
Yeah.
And because he had it all year.
And then you blow it, even though you're playing all your backups in the second half. You
blow it to Riley Leonard.
You blow it on mental errors and breakdowns and discipline and all of those.
I'm not. This is.
He feels that is very. I think it's a good point because let's say it's Riley Leonard, but versus a bunch of the other starters for the Colts. But I think D'Amico's standard for his backups, even as he's playing. I mean, look, Sean, they held the Colts to a field goal on that final drive. That with 7 defensive backs on the field at times.
Yes.
But they stopped them on third down. Well, and it wasn't even 3rd and goal. It was 3rd and they could have gotten a first to force a field goal. So I think his standard for those guys playing like that versus Riley Leonard was no. We should have held them to less than we did in the second half.
If his standard isn't that, they shouldn't have been in there because you needed to win that game. And I disagreed with his strategy of taking guys out.
That's the
difference between the 5 and the 6 seed.
Yeah.
It worked out because they won the game. But I disagree still with the strategy of emptying the bench in that game. The way this, I'll call it a bracket. I know they reseed after each round. The way this playoff seeding worked out, I think the 5 is huge compared to the 6.
Yeah.
And so I think they were playing with fire a little bit there.
So it's early to begin with, and then he loosened up, and I felt better by the end of it. But I also do. I like knowing that he's hungry. He's agitated that his defense still isn't as good as he wants them to be.
Okay, so he gets asked. You say he loosened up.
He did.
Okay, so the very first question was about the Steelers in the press conference yesterday.
We're excited for the matchup versus the Steelers. Really great team. Nothing but a ton of respect, all right, for Coach Tomlin and the success that he's had in the league, how he's done it for such a long time. He's the guy who definitely I've always looked up to, always respected him, always has his teams ready to go, well coached, physical outfit. Like, they're going to play tough. Man, it was really cool to see how they won that game last night. Just pure will, determination, found a way to win, had things go their way. Aaron's done a good job there at the quarterback position. Defense has always played tough. So we're excited about the opportunity.
Okay, so he got asked about the Steelers. He got asked a couple questions later about Aaron Rodgers. Gets asked another question about the Steelers. We get to and there were other non-Steeler questions sprinkled in. We get to, this is cut number 10, so we've been through 9 questions now, maybe 3 of which have been about his opponent in the next game.
And this is cut 10. He's still surly through cut 10.
Through cut 10.
Through the 10th question.
Yeah. Thoughts on the Steelers' pass rush?
Yeah, you guys are fired up by the Steelers, huh? Man, can't wait. They're great pass rush.
Okay, we don't even need the answer.
No. Got it. The audio doesn't do it justice. It was not normal D'Amico kind of being teasing or whatever.
To see it.
He looked agitated. And now this is where.
Hold on. Can we listen to that? Can we listen to that one more time?
Now, just imagine everybody. He's not wearing his normal kind of chuckling smile that he does. He looked agitated.
Yeah, you guys are fired up by the Steelers, huh? Man, can't wait.
He never does that.
The can't wait part was kind of like, can't wait, huh?
He's like, when can I get out of the room with these jerks?
Now, I think the one, what the hell, Ben? Well, you all agitated yourself in there?
Yeah. We got to do this show with Ben today, man.
Here's the thing, though. So, yesterday, because they're playing a Monday night game, this is one day ahead of a normal Monday. Like today for the team, they'll treat this like a normal Monday. And, tweaked somewhat, but that's the schedule. Yeah. And, he said at the beginning that he hadn't really dug into the Steelers yet in their prep. And I put myself in his situation, and as well as I do, if I could ask a question that I don't know the answer to, there's always a little like, I get agitated. And then you have to catch yourself and be like, wait a second, okay, I'm agitated because I genuinely, I don't know the answer and I don't have a good answer to give. And I think D'Amico had to do that a couple times when people were asking him about the Steelers, and he'd love to give a good answer, but he's like, he hadn't really dug into the Steelers yet.
Yep.
So when he spoke about T.J. Watt and the other pass rushers, Highsmith, he just kind of praised and talked about how they're good and everything. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't need to do deep. He knows those players. Yeah. It's the guys he doesn't know on the Steelers that he really wants to dig into.
Well, it's funny, too, because usually the Monday press conference is a rehash of what happened the day before. Yeah. It's the Wednesday press conference that usually is the look ahead to the opponent press conference. And nobody really gives a crap about that Colts game because it's water under the bridge.
It's funny because after the big regular season games, like the Chiefs game, remember – it got to be about Thursday of that week. And who did they play the week after the Chiefs?
They played it was the Cardinals.
The Cardinals, that's right. So you go from the Chiefs on prime time into a Cardinals game. And on Thursday, I remember thinking, oh, crap. They've got a game against the Cardinals. I got to start prepping for the Cardinals. And we were talking about that Chiefs game the whole week. The Colts game, there's interesting things from that game, but by and large, people are focused in and dialed in on the Steelers right now.
Yep. We talked about him earlier in the open here. By the way, welcome in. Cal and Hannah McNair in studio with us at 9:30 today. So put a little reminder in your calendar if you're someone with a real job. Make sure you put a reminder at 9:30 to take a break from your real job.
Shirk your real duties.
That's right.
At 9:30 a.m.
Watch us on YouTube. Watch us on Twitch.
Any of you ambulance drivers, just turn the radio off.
Listen to us on the free Odyssey app. We mentioned him earlier, Tatsuya Imai at the Rockets game last night. He also did his press conference yesterday. What is his message to Houston fans, and what's it going to look like with Imai on this staff? We will hit that coming up next. What's your 2026 going to look like if you're still kind of slogging?
McCarrum Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the McCarrum Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Tatsuya Imai, the newest Houston Astro, Japanese pitcher. They agreed to terms earlier this week or over the weekend, 3 years. Max is out at $63 million. He's got opt-outs after each year. So it's a different type of contract than Jim Crane is used to giving out. But it's a really, really interesting signing, hopefully a good signing for the Houston Astros. Here was Imai's message to Houston fans during his introductory.
Okay, Tatsuya, here's your opportunity. Let's say a few words.
Hey. What's up, Sean? I'm Tatsuya Imai. I'm ready to chase a world championship. Let's go, Houston. Thank you so much.
I like it. Short, sweet, to the point.
Yes. I wonder how long.
What's up, H-Town? He's saying hi to his new friends.
That's a big whatever. Oh, God.
He's here to do two things.
Yeah.
Chew gum and win a World Series, and he's all out of gum.
That's right. That's right. And it was mentioned, he mentioned a couple times a championship in his comments yesterday. It was very much I don't think you're ever going to hear. Remember when Kevin Durant claims that he and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and everybody, when they met before he went to Golden State, that they never even actually talked about winning a championship or something. Yeah. Which I thought was odd. It was I don't know. I don't think one way or the other people would have thought that it was weird or that they did talk about championship. That's what you would assume. Yes, I like it that one of the reasons that perhaps he chose this deal, aside from the fact that it's a very player-friendly deal, is simply that he wants to go to a place where you can see you're still the fifth favorite team to win a championship right now.
Sure, it's a good team, yeah.
But also that is known for getting the best out of pitchers.
Yeah.
Including very recently with Kikuchi, a Japanese pitcher who wasn't having a great season, came to Houston, and man, boom. It was a shot in the arm for Kikuchi.
Yeah, and they share an agent. Scott Boras is Kikuchi's agent. And I mean that's out there since this signing happened, is that Kikuchi, the Astros, and what they did with Kikuchi in 2024. Boras saw that. Firsthand, and so that helped. The other thing that I've seen is that with Imai is that whoever the equivalent of the Dodgers is over in the Japanese league that just buys players.
Yeah.
That was the reason he didn't want to go to the Dodgers. Yamamoto's with the Dodgers. Obviously, Shohei is with the Dodgers. The Dodgers have had long success with Asian players. That he didn't. He wants to go to a team that's not just buying championships.
Yeah.
I like that with him too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we still got like the sixth highest payroll. If he really felt that way, he would have signed with the Pirates.
That's the whole thing. And it's not like we ethically are against it or anything. It's just we don't have the cash to do it. It's like we're the people who are like, look at that guy driving a fancy car. Looks like he's trying to impress somebody, but deep down inside, we want that fancy car.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not ethically against it, but there is something a little empty about just buying all the best players.
Oh, no.
To me.
It totally is.
Yeah.
You would be completely unaware of that. You would have zero self-awareness about it if you were a fan of that team.
If I was rooting for that team?
Yeah.
It
was all about grit and gumption.
No,
if anything, it's harder when you spend this much money because of the pressure.
That is what those teams say.
Yeah. So you guys don't realize the pressure we're under because we spent so much money on players.
I guess it sounds like the scouting reports on Imai are that the ceiling is he's a number 2 starter on a good team.
Yeah.
The floor is that the floor is the floor. The floor is like, okay, he's in a brand new environment. It doesn't. He's a $20 million long reliever.
I think those are all projections. If there's anything we've seen out of Houston in going back to Garrett Cole was obviously a very highly touted prospect and had a very promising year as a young major league pitcher, but then he wasn't. And then he got to Houston, and all of a sudden you saw what his ceiling was.
Yeah.
He's a starting pitcher, at the very least. We know that. The one little wrinkle is that he's used to pitching on 5 days rest, so you're probably going to see a lot of 6-man rotations, which is cool, and I'm open to it, except we're also coming off of a couple years where I'll be damned if you could find 6 healthy starting pitchers at any point during the season last year.
Yeah. They better have that Sugarland Express ready to go.
Yeah.
It's an interesting signing for a few reasons. One is the opt-outs, which we've talked about. Hey, by the way, he's wearing number 45 because one of his favorite players is Garrett Cole. How do we feel about that?
I'm cool with that.
Are you? Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me
It'd
of
be
when,
awful petty to not like. Garrett Cole's been one of the people outside of Houston who has defended Houston.
That's true.
He's defended Houston about the being better than everybody else scandal.
No, you're right.
For anybody that wanted to say they were still doing it in 2019 or what have you, Garrett Cole's like, I don't know what they're talking about.
It just reminded me, because Garrett Cole's not one of my favorite former Astros. Yeah. It reminded me at the Combine. Now, C.J. Stroud wasn't a Texan yet, but he was definitely somebody Texan fans were interested in. And they asked him, like, so who are the guys you look up to? And he's like, well, Joe Burrow, Deshaun Watson. And this is in 2023. Like, we are done off the field stuff at that point. And I remember being like,
There was a time in CJ's first couple of years, there were a couple times where I know you'd almost listen to him and you would start to worry a little bit. Like in a it's a much smaller version of Tua, where with Tua Tagovailoa, a lot of Dolphins fans are just like, just stop talking. Yeah. Stop right there. You're good after 2 sentences. With CJ, I would worry that sometimes it was cool that he was very loose and comfortable and you would talk a long time, but there comes a point where you're like, all right, now just turn into a cliche football player where you're just like, don't say too much. Don't say too much.
25-second answers. Yeah. That's it.
He's found his stride.
Yeah, obviously. No, he's good at it. The CMO, the Chief Marketing Officer for Daikin, the air conditioning company, as we all know, which is based in Japan, that is they're the sponsor of the stadium here, was at the press conference. Jim Crane said that the CMO of Daikin, helped get the deal done. I am fascinated to see where this new terrain the Astros are in now over in Japan, where this all goes.
So the story in The Athletic, I think it's the Chandler Rome story, talks about how when Jim Crane was over there to finalize the deal at Daikin headquarters in Osaka, that he realized with boots on the ground that they should be doing more in Japan. And that's when they started spending money and resources on getting scouts over there, being more serious about how they were handling the Japan side of things. In baseball, it goes back to, hey, in this virtual world, sometimes there's no replacement for just actually being there and kind of getting a feel for the environment and everything.
Yes.
Not to mention, however you can leverage that Daikin. I realize you can leverage that Daikin, the relationship.
Yeah, man.
That's smart.
That's
smart.
Yeah.
It's like how the Rockets used to be really smart and tight with China.
Right.
And then something happened. Don't ask any questions. Yeah.
It was words, man. So now you're looking at a rotation. Boy, if Imai is able to settle in behind Hunter Brown as the clear number 2 in this rotation, then this signing is a huge win. I'm just looking, especially if, to your point, they've got to find 6 guys now to accommodate what Imai and look, they went 6-man rotation at times last year too. It wasn't the prettiest thing in the world because they're calling guys up for spot starts. They had to stumble into Jason Alexander for about 2 months being a guy that you could rely on.
Yeah, and plus this is all a matter of two. I think when they said that it's just when Espada said that, it's probably more about maybe a short-term thing of working him into working on a major league schedule and all of that. And they're still they're very open about how, hey, we're going to start spending more time and energy and resources on scouting Japanese or Asian players, but there's also kind of a learning curve here and some of the processes and everything. As they've added a new medical staff in a lot of areas and a head trainer and everything. Else. It's going to be a work in progress.
I'm looking at the list of guys. If I'm handicapping this thing here, if I had to find 6 guys to put a rotation together coming out of spring training, Hunter Brown's obvious, assuming health for everybody, which I think in March is okay to assume. May is usually when things start to break down for the Astros. So coming out of spring training, Hunter Brown is your ace. Imai is going to be part of this rotation. Christian Javier, again, I'm assuming health. I get it, is going to be part of this rotation. And boy, if you could get back 80% of what Javier was in his year that earned him his extension in 2022, and he's your 3.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Spencer Arrighetti, I think, is viewed as part of this rotation. And then you got the guys that they brought in non-Imai, the lesser expensive kind of penny stock guys. Burrows, I think they envision – Dana Brown talks about Burrows like he is going to be part of this rotation. And then it's guys like Pearson, Weiss, who they brought over from the Korean League. I'm intrigued by Blubaugh. I thought he did a lot of good things at the end of last year.
Hey, 1.67 ERA. That's all you need to know. Don't ask how many innings. That's what he is.
No sample size questions, please. The graphics that I saw, I can't remember which outlet it was, had McCullers listed as the third starter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, any graphic that's, and I would like nothing more than for Lance McCullers to make a full comeback where he's a consistent major league pitcher again. But including him in a graphic where he's one of the 5 guys in your rotation,
it's a tough thing,
folly
but it might very well be the first. And yet, if that person's just trying to project what it's going to look like opening day, that's not out of the realm of possibilities. It's just that to expect that to be the situation the entire season is that's not worth hoping for.
Nope. All right, let's get to headlines in the next segment. A reminder, Callahan and McNair in studio with us at 9:30 today here on Sports Radio 610. Jobs are opening in the NFL. We heard from D'Amico Ryans on the Steelers yesterday. We had a practically buzzer beater at Toyota Center last night. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. But first, let's get you guys into that.
22.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Texans. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday, Texans head coach. Team is off today. I don't know if they're off today, but there's no media today or tomorrow. The next time D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud speak to the media will be on Thursday this week because everything's pushed back a day because they play the Steelers on Monday. Speaking of the Steelers, here's D'Amico Ryans on the matchup with the Pittsburgh Steelers in the playoffs.
We're excited for the matchup versus the Steelers. Really great team. Nothing but a ton of respect, all right, for Coach Tomlin and the success that he's had in the league, how he's done it for such a long time. He's the guy who definitely I've always looked up to, always respected him, always has his teams ready to go, well coached, physical outfit. Like, they're going to play tough. Man, it was how they won that game last night. Just pure will, determination, found a way to win, had things go their way. Aaron's done a good job there at the quarterback position. The defense has always played tough. So we're excited about the opportunity.
It's a weird dynamic right now with this game. The Steelers are basically what the Texans have been the last couple years.
Yeah.
Which is there's always, the math works out where there's always one division that's sort of the redheaded stepchild division. One team's got to get in, and it's normally been the AFC South. This year, it's the AFC North. And the Steelers are the team that needed a missed field goal to get to 10-7 and get in the playoffs. Like the Texans the last 2 years under D'Amico Ryans, the Steelers are an underdog as a 4 seed at home. It's just an interesting dynamic, especially as a Texan fan, because I'm just looking up at the TV screen in our studio here. They're doing overreaction, not an overreaction on SportsCenter, and the question that was just up there before this one, Seth, was Steelers can make a playoff run.
Yeah.
And both experts are like, overreaction.
Yeah.
The Steelers are not getting a lot of love out there right now.
No, I think, and I would imagine Steelers fans are feeling like they have been for the last few years. A lot of them are really miserable about the entire situation of mediocrity plus in Pittsburgh. And yet, it's Mike Tomlin in a primetime game. The Steelers are a ridiculous run of winning Monday night games, and Tomlin's never lost a Monday night game at home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But Tomlin has also not won a playoff game since 2016. So it's been a decade. And one of those two streaks will end. Yeah. Either Tomlin's going to lose a Monday Night Football game, or Tomlin's going to win a playoff game. But they're right there, smack dab in the middle.
Yeah, this should be a pretty easy game for D'Amico to educate his team on not taking somebody lightly. Not that they would, but the messaging is very easy because the cautionary tale is the Texans.
Yeah.
The two instances that I just mentioned where the Texans were the 4 seed. All the talk is like, why should the AFC South get home field advantage? The Texans are 10-7, and both years, the last 2 years, the team they played was 11-6.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns 2 years ago, the Chargers last year, both were favored coming to NRG Stadium, and the Texans beat them by a combined 50-plus points in those 2 games. So it should be pretty easy to get his own team's attention just by showing film of his team the last 2 years.
Right. No, and I'm glad, man. There's nothing about facing the Steelers. I'll say this as a player. It's that, especially going up and playing in Pittsburgh, it's just a different feeling. It's really cool. It's one of those old, and maybe it's different for kids today than it was when I was, playing in the late 90s, early 2000s. But there's a mystique about the Steelers. That environment is really cool, especially when it's cold out.
Yeah.
It just feels different. That I'm envious of them that they get to have this experience. No matter how good or bad or mediocre the Steelers team is, it's easy to get emotionally up for a Steelers game.
Were you – I apologize if this is a question where I'm insinuating that you're old. Were all the games you played against Pittsburgh in Heinz Field? Or were you in
no, I played in Three Rivers once, I believe, my rookie year. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was no, I think I played I played a few times. I think the first time I played in Heinz Field was in 2002 when we beat them with 47 yards of offense.
Was that the one Wade was texting us about last night?
Yeah, we won the game with the Texans offense converted one third down in that game.
Dude.
I think they only had like 3 first downs overall, right?
3 first downs.
3 first downs in the game.
Steelers had like 18.
Yeah, but we scored 3 times on defense.
The Steelers had 400 yards of offense, and you guys had 47 yards of offense.
We played 92 snaps on defense. I was so tired.
And you won by 18.
So tired, I know.
What a wild game, man.
I didn't play 92 snaps, but the guys that did, they were. I played more than I usually did, man.
Yeah.
Like as far as that, not because I was a starter, kids. I just, defensive lineman, you rotate.
You rotate.
Yeah.
2001, Heinz Field was invented. It's Acrisure Stadium now.
Yeah, no, I played in the old Three Rivers, and it sucked. Very slippery. You get down into the red zone, and in the goal line, and the painted, and like it was slippery.
Yeah,
your feet would be sliding out. You're getting double teamed, and your feet are just sliding on the turf.
As we continue with headlines, Black Monday yesterday in the NFL. There are now 6 job openings in the NFL. Tennessee and the Giants already opened during the season, but now after the last 48 hours, Atlanta, Cleveland, Las Vegas, Arizona, all open jobs now. Jonathan Gannon, Pete Carroll, Kevin Stefanski, Raheem Morris, all fired.
I don't know if this is real or not. I never know if anything's real anymore, so I just go with it. But the Cardinals apparently had a happy birthday.
I think that was real. Yeah,
that was real.
It was on the 4th, so his birthday was Sunday.
So they
fired him the next day.
They wished him a happy birthday and then fired him the next day.
Yeah,
that's only right. You're in a no-win situation there. For one, the social media team didn't. It's not like they went down and clued in the 21-year-old who's running the Twitter and said, "Hey, by the way, don't tweet it. I'm not going to tell you why, but don't tweet a happy birthday."
Not
to
wishing
Gannon.
him a happy birthday is basically like firing him over Twitter.
And then they would be called out for being dirty about it.
Yeah. So that's how it goes. We'll dig into the openings a little bit more, if not today, maybe later this week. So 6 of them, which one's the best one? I'm just glad that we're 3 years into not having to talk about this now.
Mm-hmm.
We've got our coach. The Rockets win last night in a game where they were trailing for most of the night against the Phoenix Suns. Down the stretch, they get a big stop, tied at 97, and then they inbound to Kevin Durant. And he does exactly what you traded for him to do.
After previously going 1 for 11 on three-pointers in the game.
Yeah.
Hits a 3.
He talked to Vanessa after the game. He's like, they all felt good coming out of my hand.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's what shooters do.
That's what well, and no Alperen Şengün. I mean, we're probably going to see more of Kevin Durant probably trying to play some hero ball.
The situation is what it is.
Yeah.
Steven Adams is not going to replace everything Şengün does.
No.
This is the world for now.
They're off to Portland. They're going to play the Trailblazers. One of those deals where they go west and play a team back to back. So they're going to head to Portland for a few days, and then I believe Sacramento after out of town a little bit here. But they get a nice win last night. That was good to see. Bouncing back from the loss to the Mavericks over the weekend. All right, Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL insider. He joins us every Tuesday at 7 o'clock. The playoffs are here. We'll get Ross Tucker's thoughts on the Texans and the Steelers and a whole lot more. He's brought to you by Nationwide. We will do that coming up next.
The Texans took down the Colts. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you. Playoff football is here. Texans Monday Night Football against the Pittsburgh Steelers in a 4-versus-5 matchup. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. It's 7 o'clock on a Tuesday, so it's time to talk to our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Ross, Happy New Year. I have a text that I'm going to read to you here, and it says this. It's Ross Tucker Tuesday. I take my 14-year-old to school every Tuesday so we can listen to Ross's interview together. We look forward to it every week. He's so good, and the three of y'all's vibe is so fun. Yeah. Happy New Year. Go Texans.
Wow.
That's a nice way to start off the year with us, right, Ross?
That is so cool. You know, I get feedback a lot, like from stuff I do locally, or I called the Eagles game on Sunday, which was cool, and had about 100 text messages after the game. But, you know, it's just cool for me to picture, I don't know, is it a dad and son? Is it a mom and daughter? I have no idea. Some combination of which. I guess my initial reaction is it's a dad and son, but I have no idea. Whatever it is, I don't care. It's incredibly cool to hear that.
Yeah.
It's funny because I don't often think, like, when we're doing this, and as you guys know, I cheat on you. I do this all over the country, right?
It's okay.
So like later today, I'll do Buffalo, I'll do Kansas City, I'll do Cleveland. Like you're not the only girl in town.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you are the only girl in town. You're not the only girl in the country.
But are we one of your favorite girls?
Where's go-to in Houston?
Yeah. Are we one of your favorite girls? That's what we want to know.
You know what? Yeah, you guys might be. I don't cool in all sincerity. I have a really good relationship with like the Buffalo guys, the Cleveland guys. It's cool. I genuinely enjoy like going on with you guys and doing these. I don't know. Hopefully that comes across. I guess to the dad and the 14-year-old.
To at least one guy in his car, it's coming across.
You know
Ross.
what,
Yes.
Ross, and this is one thing, honestly, like some of the best feedback, or at least the most touching feedback we ever get is that every now and then somebody will say, hey, like I was in a really bad place at this point in my life, and that's when I started listening to you guys, and I kind of like I look at you guys as, man, that's the way I get my day started, and things are back on track. And they'll
it's really scary,
they'll kind of
actually.
profess, like oh man, it's
a lot of pressure
just by being a silly bastard that shows up every now and then. But aside from just working and everything, it's it's more than just because we talk about a completely meaningless thing in sports or whatever. It does have meaning to people out there because you're a part of their routine.
There you go.
It is so cool. And I've always thought of that, which is why I never, like on my podcasts and stuff, I never get into politics. Mm-hmm. I never get into anything divisive because I guess I've always looked at it like, especially, I mean, I think sports talk radio too, but also, especially on a podcast, like if they are choosing to, consume my content, it's not because they want to hear what I have to say about the Venezuelan president. You know
right.
What I mean? Like
exactly.
Anything but that. And by the way, just for the record, I don't pay attention to news or politics at all because, as you guys can tell, I'm a very happy, optimistic person. And I feel like that stuff is just very, very negative, and I choose to not include that in my consumption habits. And I don't know, it's kind of working for me. So that's also why I would never, ever, ever speak in any way about any topic like that. Because I think one of the biggest things I learned in college is don't talk about things you don't know what you're talking about. That might be like the biggest problem in our country right now is the amount of people that want to say their opinion about things they don't know crap about.
That was one of the funniest. Somebody forwarded a X post to me once of some young guy who was talking about how stupid his dad was about some political issue, and he said something he recited something that his dad had said to him, and the kid's response was, Bro, you get your news from Payne and Pendergast.
That's how we knew we were hitting it right on the screws.
Yeah.
Right on the screws. All right, Ross, one thing we know you do know a lot about is NFL football. So this matchup with the Texans and the Steelers, I guess I want to go back to Sunday night. If you were a Steeler fan, Ross, watching that Ravens-Steelers game, which side would you have been rooting for to want to go play in the first round of the playoffs?
If you're a Texans fan.
If you're a Texans fan. Yeah.
Yeah. And
sorry. Yeah.
I thought you were doing the whole Steelers fan. Would you rather won or lost if Mike Tomlin?
So Mike Tomlin. Yeah. No. I meant Texans.
Because you guys know I live in
Venezuela.
PA.
What's that?
Yeah. I live in Central PA, and man, a lot of Steelers fans around here, they really do not like Mike Tomlin, and they're really ready to move on from him, especially if he doesn't get this playoff win on Monday night. Couple thoughts, by the way. First of all, do you guys realize that the Texans were winless until I called a game for them on CBS this year?
It's you and JJ Watt.
You and JJ.
JJ's undefeated.
JJ's 4-0, Ross. Yeah, you and JJ. Nice.
Yeah, that's fine. JJ, whatever. More like JJ, whatever.
He listens to the show.
He may be listening right now, Ross.
Guess what? He knows I'm a huge fan of him on a lot of levels. We text every once in a while now. He's doing a terrific job on TV. Yeah. But I was, I think they were 0-3, and they were hosting the Titans. Mm-hmm. It was like the Cam Ward return home game.
Yep.
And ever since then, they went on a heck of a run. So that's number one. Number two, I actually have pulling double duty this weekend. It's the Keystone State double. So Sunday, I'll be in the booth for Eagles-Niners. And then for the first, I only do this for 2 playoff games a year. Monday night, I'll be on the sideline for Texans, which I love. It's sideline radio. It'll be Harlan and Kurt Warner in the booth, but I love sideline for playoff games because the energy is just unbelievable, and I love just seeing it up close. I tell my buddies this, and Sean, I don't know if you've ever done it. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. If I could gift my friends and family like one thing other than 3 more wishes, it would be to be able to be on the sideline for an NFL game, and in particular NFL playoff game. It's kind of like how ice hockey on TV, you can't really tell how fast they're moving. In the NFL on TV, you have no idea just how fast things are happening out there and how hard they're really hitting. I mean, when it's an outside play, you can feel like you can hear the pounding. You can feel it coming towards you like it's a herd of buffalo. Like you can hear the running on the ground. Like it's like, and I always see these guys on the sideline that they wait till the guys get to outside the numbers. It's too late by then, bro. I am, if it's coming towards me, I'm not tearing an ACL for any of these dudes. I get back like 15 yards. So obviously you can't watch me Monday night. I mean, you can't listen to me when you're watching the game Monday night. I usually wear like an orange jacket. I'll try to wear something where I stand out. Anytime a guy goes out of bounds, I try to get up there, like help him up. Like I try to get as much TV time as I possibly.
Oh, we will look for you. We will look for you for sure. Hey, real quick, Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Just back to the original question, though, Ross. Should we have been rooting for the Steelers or rooting for the Ravens on Sunday night for our matchup here?
Absolutely should have been rooting for the Steelers. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I can still foresee a scenario where the Ravens, I could have foreseen a scenario where, Lamar gets hot and the Ravens go on a playoff run, and it would not have, it wouldn't have been likely, but it wouldn't have blown me away if they, if they went on a playoff run, like went to the Super Bowl. I don't see that for the Steelers. I don't envision that for the Steelers. I mean, let's put it this way. The Texans are what, 3-point favorites?
Yes.
Yeah, they would not be 3-point favorites in Baltimore.
No.
That's actually, have you guys done the research on that? I would love to know what the betting line would have been if they were playing in Baltimore against the Ravens. But I wouldn't even be surprised. I mean, it would have been maybe 1.5 either way.
There was
Ravens favored by more.
There was an email that came out during the game during the Ravens-Steelers game on Sunday night, because that's when they all for the next week on Sunday night, and the line at the time, the opening line for Steelers-Texans would have been a pick'em. Steelers-Ravens would have been 3.5. Obviously, we know, or I'm sorry, Ravens-Texans would have been 3.5. So yeah, about a field goal.
The Ravens laying 3.5.
The Ravens laying 3.5 to the Texans. Yes.
Yeah. So there's no doubt. If you're a Texans fan, you're happy that the Ravens kid missed that kick.
Absolutely.
If you're Ross Tucker and you live an hour and 15 minutes north of Baltimore, but 3 hours and 15 minutes east of Pittsburgh, you're not very happy at all with Tyler. He just cost you 4 hours of your life.
That's right.
Ross, and we've talked about this with you before, and that, especially in the first half of the season, one of the biggest indicators of whether the Texans offense would look functional or not was how tough and physical are the defensive linemen that they're facing. And that was my one hang-up with trying to evaluate whether the Ravens or the Steelers would be a better matchup. It's that the Steelers, they've just got more full-grown men, just studs on their defensive line. And T.J. Watt obviously is the big name, but Cam Hayward is that guy who can play on the interior, and you go back to Jeffrey Simmons or Chris Jones or some of these guys that have really given the Texans fits. The Texans offensive line has really stabilized and improved over the second half of the season, but that's still my big concern, is just specifically Cam Hayward.
Well, I'm so amazed by what some of these guys do at their age now. I mean, he led all NFL D tackles. And how old is this guy? I mean, he was born in
37.
89. He's 36 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just absolutely incredible. He's like a Hall of Fame player. I mean, he's 4-time first-team All-Pro. He's 7-time Pro Bowler. I mean, he's got a legit chance at the Hall of Fame. I can see that part of it, I would say, Seth, but their defense still hasn't even been that great. Yeah. He's doing a good job. They're better with the Harmon, the first-round kid from Oregon. But I think their secondary can be had. And I don't think that they're going to score very many points against the Texans defense. I mean, that would surprise me.
Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL insider, joining us here on Sports Radio 610, as he does each and every week. Just looking at the playoffs at large, Ross, what would you say, because it's a crazy postseason here, especially in the AFC, where the top 3 seeds are Denver, New England, and Jacksonville, and those 3 quarterbacks have combined for 1 playoff win. And then you've got the NFC, where Sam Darnold's at the tippy top of that. Crazy playoff tapestry. What do you feel like is the safest bet in the playoffs right now?
Did you say tippy top?
Tippy top. Yeah, the very tippy top.
Mm-hmm.
You're a tippy top guy?
I'm a collateral material guy and a tippy top.
This is a tippy top show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. We're tippy top guys. So it's funny. My initial instinct is that the winner of the Bills-Jags game is going to go to the Super Bowl.
Okay, I like that. I don't like that, but
the Jags are playing awesome right now. Interestingly, the Bills are still favored in that one. Nobody believes the Jags have won like a zillion games in a row, and nobody cares. No, Texans, I guess, fall in that category too. But it's funny. I just call it a gut hunch or whatever. I think that's who I would feel best about probably is whoever wins that Bills-Jags game. But I think we talked about this last week. There's a very real opportunity for the Texans. I mean, first of all, you definitely have the best first-round opponent. I think you'd rather play the Steelers than any other team that's in the playoffs. Rather play the Steelers, I think, than the Chargers, even though you just beat them, or the Bills. And so that's a good thing. And then even if you win, let's say you win and you have to go to Denver, I'm not scared of Denver. I know Denver's at the tippy top of the AFC seeding, but I'm not afraid of the tippy top Broncos.
Ross, you're exactly right about the Jaguars win streak and how it doesn't feel like people are necessarily giving it the credibility that perhaps they should, even though they beat Denver and the Chargers on that win streak. The thing that sets it up even better, if you have to do a 30-second intro to that game, if you're broadcasting it, the last time the Jaguars lost a game, it was to the Houston Texans on November 9th. So if the Texans face the Jaguars in the playoffs, those teams will both be on long winning. The last time the Jaguars lost was to the Houston Texans.
Coughed up a 19-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it's because it's the AFC South, and like people tend not to pay attention to the AFC South. The Texans at least have a defense that people in the national media love to talk about and have noticed, but the Jaguars have done it in relative anonymity.
It's a really good point. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they both win and you get two AFC South teams in the divisional round. I mean, it's unlikely, but it's definitely not outside the realm of possibility that we would have an AFC South championship game, which I think would be incredible. As one of the world's foremost experts in AFC South football on the CBS 6 crew, that would be good for me and my people,
And your people.
You are carrying on the legacy of
one
Steve
of us.
Tasker so well.
That's why Houston loves you so much, Ross. You're one of us, man.
Hey, listen, I think I did 4 Titans games. I think I only did 1 Texans, though, right? I think that might be the only Texans game I did. I did Colts, I did Jags, I did 3 or 4 Titans.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I only did that 1 Texans game.
Yeah. Well, we got on that winning streak and we started getting
the needed for me. Then my work was done.
No, we were at 0-3. We were 6th team CBS material. They get on that long winning streak, and now JJ Wide. No, that's
actually crazy because JJ and Ian are the number 2 crew. That's actually wild that the Texans have had the number 2 CBS crew for that many games.
4-0. They're 4-0 with JJ and Ian.
Annoyingly, JJ has been very good at being impartial during those broadcasts. There are actually there's a number of people in Houston that are kind of like, hey, JJ, hey, why don't you quit it with the impartiality,
right.
Okay? And you don't have to say that was a good call that went in the Colts' favor.
And Colts fans are like, this guy's not bad.
Yeah.
I like this guy.
That is exactly what I got on Sunday. Because I didn't play for the Eagles, but I do their preseason games. And I do work for them during the season in a sense. I do like their NBC pregame show. That I record earlier in the week. I do a social media thing. People know me as the Little Caesars guy because the Eagles put it through on the push notification. So it's funny because there were some Eagles fans. I saw some people. Most people said terrific job, but some people were like, some of those calls that you didn't have to say they were all the right call. It's like, you literally tackled the guy.
And Ross, not to stereotype, but JJ having to deal with hostile Houston Texan fans probably much easier than dealing with hostile Philadelphia Eagle fans, is my guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that JJ's a first ballot Hall of Famer for the team. I'm just some schlub that does the preseason.
He didn't get mooned by his father-in-law, on his way home.
Right, exactly. Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
All right, so Ross, just to recap, we look forward to having you on the sidelines for the Texans and the Steelers playoff game on Monday night, a game that you can hear. Well, we won't hear that. We'll get the Texans broadcast on that one. But around the country, you can hear Ross doing the sideline.
It doesn't matter. I'm on sideline. I only say like 5 things anyway.
But we'll look for you. We'll look for you in a bright orange jacket helping guys up.
Yeah, my wife thinks it's becoming a little discolored, so I might not. I don't know which. Here's what you need to do. Follow me on social media at Ross Tucker NFL.
Okay.
So that you see what I'm wearing that night. And then literally anytime a guy goes out of bounds, look for me. I go back first because I don't want to get hurt. So I get way out of the way.
Okay.
But then when all these other slow pokes, when they start to get out of the way, I'm already coming back in. because I know the guy's going down on the ground. I'm going to come help him up.
Look at you. That's amazing. The great Ross Tucker joining us here. He is the tippy top of guests on this show, and he's going to go do the tippy top of betting podcasts, I would imagine, here shortly, the Even Money Betting Podcast, right?
In 3 minutes. I got to go.
All right. See you, Ross.
See you, boys.
All right. Take care. That's the great Ross Tucker joining us here. We get so many texts with Ross where you can tell these are people that appointment listen, Ross Tucker.
Yeah.
LOL, Ross needs to know what collateral material is. Sean was catching grief, and he was right.
Oh, that's right. You were right. Ross and I were dead wrong. Yeah, you're a good call.
Yeah.
No,
Blind
you know what it is with
squirrel finds a nut every now and then.
Ross is just a good time. And it turned out that Brandy and I were going to be in the same area as Ross Tucker once, so we met him at this little ski resort, at this little restaurant, and he never changes the volume of his voice.
Yeah.
He's on radio all the time.
Is he really?
So we're sitting in the middle of this little restaurant at the bottom of a ski slope, and it's basically like he might as well be doing a show for everybody in the place.
Yeah.
And I think they enjoyed it.
Yeah.
He was telling all kinds of stories and everything.
He's
We
fun.
had a good time. Yeah.
He's fun. We went out last year. He was in town to call a Texans game, and he got in on Thursday night. So we went to that Tom's Watch Bar downtown, the big sports bar.
Mm-hmm.
Ross and I did. We watched that Thursday night game between the Steelers and the Browns that was in like a snowstorm, and Jameis Winston won the game for the Browns, and he was talking about how much he was God has blessed us with all this snow.
Yeah.
We had so much fun. Yeah, Ross is a good time, no doubt about that, and he's great on here, and we love having him on every Tuesday. Texter says, Ross got things started for the Texans. JJ then filled in afterwards, talking about, because Ross
is a little bit of the prep guy. He did the prep work. Then JJ comes in. He's the actual, like the trim carpenter. Yeah.
That's right. Ross didn't get the 8-game winning streaks or 9-game winning streak started, but he did get the 12-2 run started. 0-3, they beat the Titans with Ross there. So he got the streak of 12 wins in 14 games going.
Yeah.
I don't know who was on. And actually, JJ was on the call for that Jacksonville game.
You know,
the one that got the win streak started.
That's right, yeah. The week before the Jaguars, so the Jaguars are on an 8-game streak. The week before they played the Texans, Raiders, I believe. So the Jaguars would be on a 10-game win streak right now if the Texans hadn't beaten them.
They'd sealed the deal.
They're both, they've both taken, both those teams, both the Texans and the Jaguars, in the second half of the season, have done every single thing that you would want. They've won every single game. They closed out and it got, for both teams, it was dicey at times.
Well,
they've had some impressive wins. It's just, if they meet in the playoffs, it's going to be epic.
And you never know, too. Like that, the Jags losing the way they did to the Texans in that game might have been something that refocused them.
They traded for Jacoby Myers that week, right?
Jacoby played in that game against the Texans.
That's right. After the Raiders game, they traded for Jacoby Myers. He played in the Texans game.
Yeah.
He had some good plays.
He did.
But then since then, Jacoby Myers has been a big factor in why that offense just seems to be all tied together.
Yeah.
That's why they trade for a guy and sign him to an extension within a few weeks because things had turned around so much.
Yeah, because the Jags, since that loss to the Texans, they're not just winning.
Yeah.
They are killing teams.
Well, they beat Denver in Denver with emphatically, I guess.
Yeah.
It was a drumming of the Broncos. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They beat the Broncos.
They beat Denver in such a way, and so recently too. It's not that long ago that if they met in the AFC Championship game in Denver, that would be an interesting spread to see what it's going to be.
Yeah.
You know, they will have played not all that long ago, and Jacksonville. You're right, wire to wire. You know, that was the final score was 34-20. It was 34-17, like in the third quarter. Like the Jags just steady brought that ship in.
We've got a little Sean Payton on the Pettycast later.
Ooh, yes,
yeah.
Pettycast at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, the Broncos are not. The Broncos have their issues too. You know, they're not an unstoppable. As it is with every AFC team right now, there are no unstoppable forces.
That's right.
The Jaguars probably look the closest to a team that if they're genuinely peaking at the right moment and everything, they're solid throughout.
You're 100% right. Yep. Will Anderson, speaking of playoff runs, Will Anderson, after the game on Sunday against the Colts, he laid out kind of what his and maybe other guys on the team's perspective is, maybe the D-line room, on what the Texans have on their plate right now.
we're 4 games away from being world champions. Whatever you have to sacrifice, whatever you have to give up, like, don't look too far ahead, but really be in the moment, but really look what we're striving for, look what we're going towards. And I think everybody's been doing a really good job with that. Like, man, like, we're a couple of games away from being exactly where we want to be at.
All right, so that was Will Anderson. 4 games away from a championship. A couple games away from where we want to be at, I think, is a tip of the hat to the let's get to the AFC title game.
It's funny because you have various quotes about how, D'Amico say, you don't tell guys that they got to change their mindset or anything. You just keep doing what you've been doing. A lot of that really, honestly, is in playoff games themselves, in championship games themselves, there are guys where sometimes you can almost point out the guys who are, I don't want to say trying too hard, but they're trying to go above and beyond, and that's when things can fall apart. That's when the moment is too big for people. And you want to try to approach your preparation and everything else like every other game. I think, though, there's also an element of where with what Will is saying right there, all the off-the-field stuff, all the away from the facility stuff, making the right decisions about what you do and don't do, stay at home, go to bed on time, all of those things. Those are what the mature teams do versus some of a younger, more immature team. You got a bunch of kids who are like, oh, this is the time of my life. I'm going to soak it all in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got to partake of everything. You see that in the Super Bowl week. The guys that I always remember, it was the year the Falcons were in the Super Bowl. And I remember one of their players is that the little fast white dude, the returner.
Tim Dwight?
Yeah, because the Super Bowl was in Miami, right? That year.
That was the year they played the Broncos in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, and it was Tim Dwight or somebody was out like on a wave runner jumping waves and everything. And like, oh man, these guys are not approaching this like the way that you really they don't have the mindset. And then that was
in
also
Miami, yeah.
That was also the year the defensive back got caught soliciting.
Eugene Robinson,
Hartford,
got Connecticut's finest.
They clearly did not treat it with the same seriousness as perhaps the
He
Broncos
was the Walter Payton Man of the Year, I want to say.
He was leaving the Walter Payton Man of the Year award.
Yeah.
And on his way back to the hotel, solicited an undercover cop. And it was not Man of the Year.
There's a lot of pressure that comes from being the Walter Payton Man of the Year, right? And sometimes you got to, let loose some of that stress.
Well, the explanation was that was the first time in his life he'd ever even tried something like that.
He's from Hartford, I believe it.
Yeah.
We're honest people from Hartford, Connecticut. Stadium, now Hard Rock Stadium in Miami is where that Super Bowl took place. You can text in 713-572-4610. Along the lines of what Will just said, that Will Anderson quote was brought up to D'Amico yesterday. Like, hey, you're getting ready to go in the playoffs. Yeah. So we talked to some of the guys in the locker room, and Will Anderson said, hey, 4 games to get to a championship. Not surprisingly, here was what D'Amico's view on that is.
It's all about one game. That's all we can handle, and that doesn't change for me. It's all about one game. So we go and handle the one game we have right now. You go and handle it the right way, and then you earn the opportunity to get one more game, and you keep going. That's the message.
I actually, this is where I like them going on the road.
Yeah.
That'll focus you pretty quick.
Right.
Monday night at Acrisure Stadium will focus you pretty quickly.
Yeah, and like I told you earlier, there is something about playing in Pittsburgh that's just really cool. As a player, I always loved games up there. It's just a different environment. It's a different feel. The city of Pittsburgh itself, when you drive in as a player, it's nestled down in this valley
very pretty.
With mountains all around it, but it just feels like you're isolated.
Mm-hmm.
And the feel of the fan base, the cold weather, everything else like that. There's something about playing a Steelers game. There's things that are really cool in that they don't have cheerleaders. They don't have a lot of the extra hoopla and everything. It just feels like it's all about the football, and it's really, really cool. And there's just that black and gold and everything has just been driven into your head through NFL films for years and years and years. You feel like NFL football game. Like this is blood and guts stuff. It's really cool.
It was like it's probably a lot like playing the Celtics in the Boston Garden back in the day.
Yeah.
They didn't have any they probably do now because it's the NBA in 2025, but back in the 80s and 90s, they're like no cheerleaders, they had an organ.
Yeah,
they didn't have all the lights and the music.
Like
and
you might as well
else.
be playing
power dancers.
You might as well be playing like in an independent independent hockey league game or something up in Saskatchewan.
Yeah. But like the Steelers, they had all those banners hanging from the rafters.
Right,
There's a lot of tradition. So Black Monday yesterday. There's 6 open jobs now in the NFL. Tennessee, the Giants, those have been open for weeks. The Atlanta Falcons fired Raheem Morris 2 hours after he got a hug from Arthur Blank in his post-game press conference on a 4-game winning streak. And then yesterday, Cleveland fires Kevin Stefanski like 2 minutes after we went off the air. And then Las Vegas fires Pete Carroll. Arizona fired Jonathan Gannon. So Arizona, it's funny, of all those teams, the only one that also fired a GM is Atlanta. They're starting all over again. They fired Terry Fontenot and Raheem Morris. But I think it's interesting that in some of these other places, like Joe Schoen, if you had told me Joe Schoen in New York was going to get a chance to handpick the next Giants head coach after watching Hard Knocks last year, I would have said you're nuts.
Well, I think it was clear from watching Hard Knocks last year that Joe Schoen has the owner wrapped around his finger.
He's good at that.
Yeah, he's just got him. I mean, he just openly, it felt to me like he was openly on camera misleading the owner about exactly the way they're operating their business. Everybody that would watch, I think, would have that same impression. Yeah. And yet, there he is. Yeah. So he's got him tight.
They are mad in Cleveland that Andrew Berry is getting a chance to pick the next head coach. A lot of people there thought that it should have been Stefanski and Berry. Gone.
Both gone.
Both gone. And then
there's a report that we have this audio, right, about Stefanski.
Oh, yeah. Pete Prisco. Pete Prisco of CBSSports.com. Because it feels like the Deshaun Watson trade is where it's slowly been unraveling for 3 years since the Deshaun Watson trade. And now here we are, and Kevin Stefanski is the one who gets blown out, and the guy who made the trade, Andrew Berry, is the one who's staying. The owner probably had a lot to do with that trade also, admittedly. Here's Pete Prisco saying, you need to listen. It's about 20 seconds in to this cut here, but Kevin Stefanski did not want Deshaun Watson.
If Kevin Stefanski hits the market, the Giants will be the first call that they make. They'll call him. I think he'll get a job like that instantly. So I don't know if he wants out of there. If I were him and I could get the Giants job and I can get a chance to have Jackson Dart instead of what he has there in Cleveland, I'm out. And sometimes it just runs its course a little bit, by the way. Sometimes it gets stale. And the organization has made some bad decisions going back to Deshaun Watson. It's the worst trade in the history of the National Football League, and it's crippled that franchise. And so from what I was told, he didn't want that trade made. And so he was Deshaun Watson as his quarterback. It didn't work, and now they have that mega contract. They gave up all those draft picks, and this is the situation they're in. If I were him, I'd want out of there, and he will get a job like that.
It's interesting because all Prisco says, and there was no follow-up to it, unfortunately, all Prisco says is Stefanski did not want that trade. If I were to follow up, if I were interviewing Prisco, I would have said, why did he not want the trade because he didn't feel Deshaun was a fit as a player, or did he not want to make the trade out of a moral or ethical reason? Because that trade was made. Deshaun Watson had not settled the lawsuits. Right. He hadn't been suspended by the NFL yet. There was still a lot of, and there was loose ends to be.
There was a lot of, there were still things that Deshaun needed to do to become a genuinely great NFL quarterback, because he'd had a very good year passing the football, but the offense wasn't a good offense in 2020 with the Texans. And there were things that just fundamentally that Deshaun still needed to improve at, where you could totally see the upside. But I wonder, when you combine the contract that they gave him with all of those other unknowns, I could see where maybe he was very hesitant to do that. I keep hearing people say he's going to get a job like that. He's going to get a job like that with Stefanski. Are they talking about as an offensive coordinator or as a head coach?
Head coach.
Okay. See, I don't see that as clearly as I think 100% offensive coordinator, but the head coach side of it, I don't know. I still haven't necessarily been overly impressed or underwhelmed with him as a head coach.
Yeah.
I don't know if and they've had a good deal. Now, the one test is he's an offensive-minded head coach.
Yeah.
So he's shown that he can do that part of it.
Yep.
But I don't know about him getting a head coaching job just like that.
Well, the job he is leaving is, to me, easily the worst of the 6 openings. Deshaun Watson is still there. Yeah. He's still there. He's still working out in the building, and there's still well over $100 million of commitment, either dollars that have been given to Deshaun already and shoved into the future, credit card style, or actual salary guarantees to Deshaun Watson coming up this year. So that, to me, and you're walking into Shedeur being possibly the guy, are they giving there's probably a huge part of Kevin Stefanski that as he's walking out to his car yesterday with his box of things from his office is like, thank God I am out of here.
It's just been such a mess. And I think, honestly, it's more about the feel of the thing than the math of it or whatever. It made sense for them to give Nick Chubb a chance in another place. You know, like
to let him leave?
Yeah, like so Nick Chubb, who reportedly was willing to take a pay cut in Cleveland, it made sense. It's hard to give veteran leaders on your team a pay cut, even if they're like Nick Chubb is a solid dude in terms of has no ego or anything like that. It's hard to do, but the feel of just pushing Nick Chubb out the door when he looks like he's been really cool here just being a guy who's used in a limited role. There's been zero reports of him being upset or anything about that. But you push him out the door as meanwhile you've got a guy making $240 million guaranteed on the roster who's got issues, physical and off field and everything.
Bad look, man.
That it feels systemically bad. And I'm imagining that's how a lot of Browns fans feel right now.
Computers for the Athletic. If there's a computer that we've trusted throughout this end of the season to spit out truth, it's the Athletics playoff simulator. What are they saying about the Houston Texans? What are anonymous executives saying about the draw that the Texans got in the postseason? We'll hit that coming up next.
Love Execanon. Stay tuned for Execanon. Football season. It's in full, so the postseason's in.
Powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's a nice text today, man. People are in a good mood in the new year. And if they're not in a good mood, then they've texted us to say, hey, that little pep talk that Ross Tucker gave
about
at 7
positivity.
o'clock has put me in a good mood.
Good.
Yeah.
Just remember, if 2026 hasn't gotten started off to the start you hoped for, just remember this is your first big opportunity to say, oh, yeah, that's what I do. I turn adversity around.
I can change
all right.
this.
Yeah, the first 5 days I didn't quite follow through on that resolution, but I'm the kind of person that writes the course.
I have the power.
That's what 2026 is going to be for me.
Yeah.
Yes. If anything, you should be grateful. New Year's resolution on January 3rd.
Shout out my wife, Amy. She didn't declare a New Year's resolution, but she has gotten up every morning this year so far and gone to the gym.
Look at that.
Before I've gone out the door.
She's Can I talk about her side venture or no?
What, real estate?
Oh yeah, okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't know if that was
No,
something
she
she wanted
has-
to keep quiet
she has
or
a
not.
real estate
That was
license.
I respect realtors who work in Houston, Texas,
Mhm.
so much because the thought of like doing anything where I have to walk around a lot from like outside, inside,
Oh, yeah,
inside,
and driving around
in
a lot,
August
too.
and doing anything like that.
Yeah.
I know. Look, being a ditch digger or something is extreme, but
and you'd be horrible at that
right.
also.
The tough thing though is in a situation where you're trying to, if you have to try to look really presentable and wear nice clothes while also trying to sweat as little as possible while being exposed to the elements.
Not easy.
It would be tough for me, man.
Not easy.
I would be like Tommy Boy trying to sell somebody a house. I'd just sweating, just looking miserable as hell. You gotta look at it. I'm gonna put the thermostat down to 58 and watch how good. Watch this baby hum. Yeah.
All right, let me ask you this. Does it feel to you like the Texans have the third best chance to get out of the AFC to the Super Bowl?
Yeah. That was the way you phrased it was like get out of the AFC.
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels right. I would say, as of right now, if I were looking at it as objectively as possible.
Because our athletic computers are spitting that out right now.
Would it be Denver, then the Jaguars, then the Texans?
It's actually it's Denver, 33.3%, 3 shot to get to the Super Bowl, Denver. And that's the advantage of being the 1 seed. You're going to be at home.
Yeah.
You get a week off. It's a huge advantage. Patriots number 2, 18.3%.
Yeah.
Texans number 3 at 14.4%. Jags right behind them at 13.6%. And if I had to guess, because I'm with you, I think on a neutral field right now, the Jags would be favored over the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
On a neutral field.
Yeah.
I think they're both on nice winning streaks
they're
right
more
now.
complete
They're more
football
balanced
team right
football
now.
team, without question. They're without question. I think it's the fact that the Jags have to play the Bills in the first round.
Yeah.
And the Texans are getting the Steelers in the first round. The Steelers have a 2.7% chance of getting out of the AFC. There was an executive in one of these articles that said the reward for the Jags is getting the Bills at home, and the Texans finish second, and they get the Steelers.
Yeah.
Regardless of where you're playing them.
The Patriots are so interesting because it feels so much like college football when you've got a team that had a very, very easy schedule. Two things can be true. They haven't proven how good they are, but that's also not proof that they're bad or that they're worse than people think they are.
Yeah.
It's a complete unknown. And then I watched a nerd battle between people taking up for Barnwell and people taking up for Aaron Schatz yesterday.
Okay.
Two highly respected nerds. But Barnwell showed some stat that showed that, no, Drake May has actually faced the same caliber of teams and defenses that Matt Stafford has. No. Drake May has actually faced a much lower caliber of defense. And I chose to side with Schatz.
You did?
Without understanding anything about what they were talking about.
That's good. Yeah, I would do that too. Barnwell's got to shorten his articles. 30,000 words is
Barnwell's
too much.
kind of become a grandfather in terms of he was one of the first guys that wrote about the statistical and analytical stuff early on, but I think a lot of other people have left him in the dust in terms of really having a grasp of it and the way what you can and can't look at and everything.
Yeah.
So it's kind of sad.
Yeah, it is. It is. Sorry, man. The game passed you by. The nerd game passed you by. Here's the exact quote I was looking for. This is from an executive told Mike Sando this. If I'm Liam Cohen, I'm thinking, wait, My reward for winning the division is to play the most dangerous quarterback in the entire playoff field in round 1. Really? Houston must be thinking, sweet, we get 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers instead of prime Josh Allen. I'd take that every day.
Yeah, that's.
And I think that's why Jacksonville is a little lower than the Texans, is they've just, at least out of the chute, have a harder path.
You're right.
They're underdogs at home.
I don't. If there's one thing I've sensed that is that I'm way cockier about facing Josh Allen in Houston potentially than other people are, or at least maybe in Houston that more people feel like me, because every time Josh Allen comes to Houston, he either loses a playoff game or he plays really, really poorly in a regular season game.
Yeah, I don't think you're unjustifiably cocky about it.
Yeah.
There's proof.
We see exactly the matchup of the Josh Allen's matchups versus the Texans defense specifically, especially at NRG Stadium, are exactly what, like, the outcome you saw is because, on paper, oh, wow, their offensive tackles are banged up and injured. They don't have any actually viable outside wide receivers.
That's the big thing.
That plays right into what the Texans are going to squash you
Yes,
with.
the lack of weaponry is the big thing. Here's a few other quotes from anonymous executives. These are more specifically about the Texans and the Steelers. Sando says, do you think the Texans were rooting for the Steelers on Sunday night? Execs think that.
Yeah.
Quote, you could have, this is one executive, quote, you could have seen Baltimore getting a 200-yard game from Derrick Henry against Houston's smaller front.
Yeah.
That's a matchup where Baltimore
Who's saying
has
this?
come out on top.
Is this
before.
Barnwell?
No, it's an anonymous executive.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
He's not watching.
Okay. Here's another anonymous executive.
Yeah.
You got Rodgers at 42, Cam Hayward at 36, T.J. Watt, talking about their ages. T.J. Watt hardly makes plays except when the ball lands in his belly like it did Sunday night. Those three guys are just about shot. I think Houston chokes them out.
Did you say Cam Hayward is just about shot?
That's one executive.
Cam Hayward's been playing awesome this year. He's 38 years old. That's a guy. Okay, whoever said that.
Is your big takeaway here that executives might suck?
A lot of them are. Remember the year? I'll never forget this. It was an anonymous executive quote, or as an anonymous scout from the 2017 Astros during the regular season said, well, they strike out too much. And they've got the lowest. The guy who was doing the article said, well, they've got the lowest strikeout rate in the league. And the guy said, I don't believe that. Like, wow. This is a guy that's probably making $500,000 a year.
Okay.
So, no, as far as, but what the other executive said, or maybe the same guy, was that, they've got this front. They're one of the best run defenses in the league.
Right.
People refuse to accept that. I guess because on paper they don't have a Jeffrey Simmons in the middle or what have you. Tommy Togiai has been one of the best run-stuffing defensive tackles in the league.
Yes. Okay, so that was the first guy. That was the first guy with the Derrick Henry 200 yards. It was a different executive that said what he did about Rodgers, Hayward, and T.J. Watt. So I'm going to read the sentence again, where he says those three guys are just about shot.
Yeah.
I'm going to rapid fire each guy to you, and you tell me if that statement is true or false about each of them. Aaron Rodgers at 42.
Yes.
Cam Hayward at age 36.
Only in that I don't see him playing until he's 41, but he's
the
still
version
playing
they're
really
going to get
well.
on Monday.
No, he's still really good. Yeah.
T.J. Watt.
No. He's got.
But he's at about half speed.
Yeah,
right now.
I think that I just in the playoffs. That's valid in some respects.
In the moment, it's
that's the one that's most.
TJ's got several good years.
He's coming off of a punctured lung.
Yeah. No one's saying it's his fault or it's
anything
like that.
Throughout the year, he hasn't been the peak version of himself.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
I hesitate to say he's shot because that sounds almost like he shouldn't even be out on the field.
How about Seattle and Sam Darnold? A 48.3% chance of coming out of the NFC according to the computers. Basically, a coin flip coming out of the NFC.
Yeah.
I don't think that's crazy either.
I don't think it's crazy at all. I think people still don't trust Sam Darnold if it has to come down to him making the right play or the right throw in a clutch situation.
Down the stretch, yeah.
But the thing is, that defense, that he just has to be good enough. Yeah. And like when I say good enough, they've put up some spectacular performances this year. Jackson Smith and Jigba is scary as hell, no matter who you are defensively.
Yep. Yeah, that's what makes it fascinating if the Texans were to meet the Seahawks, because the formula is exactly the same for both teams.
I think if you look at the 49ers are the team where, they feel like the Texans, they're a mirror image of the Texans, and that the 49ers defense is just okay, but their offense, when it's humming, can really do some damage.
Yeah.
The Texans, their offense is just okay. They're a mediocre offense. You say they finish about middle of the pack in scoring, partly because Kaimi Fairbairn's so good at kicking field goals. But the defense is what drives the truck.
All right, the Petty Cast is coming up next, and we have so much petty that we might need a leftover segment later on in the show for all the petty that we've got here. Text yours in 713-572-4610. The best of the petty is coming up next.
Hey, right now is the time to get started on making your trees.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. A reminder, Cal and Hannah McNair in studio with us at 9:30 today here on Sports Radio 610. Texan fans, make a note. It's time to get petty. We do the Tuesday Pettycast every Tuesday at 8 a.m. We find the pettiest audio from around the world, the sports world largely. And with the NFL season, regular season now over, there's a lot of petty to go around, especially for teams that maybe didn't make the postseason or gave up monumental stats and records. Let's start there. This Myles Garrett sack to get the record of Joe Burrow on Sunday, it wasn't so much the sack itself, but the handling of the sack that got certain Bengals people upset.
Yeah, they were upset that there was a game stoppage, which is standard when somebody breaks a career receiving record, or they stop the game and they do a little, give the guy the ball type of ceremony.
Yeah, Walter Payton back in the day, Emmitt Smith back in the day, when they broke the rushing record. Here was Zach Taylor, the head coach of the Bengals, just very upset, very petty about the game being stopped while the Bengals were trying to run their offense late in the game.
You had a long conversation with the officials after the Garrett sack. What was going on there?
There's 5 minutes left in our season. We're playing for our lives here. And I was never told that we're going to stop the game. And in a critical moment like that, and the refs just said that they made a decision that they were going to stop the game. And they said they tried to do it as quickly as possible. I didn't feel that. We didn't sub. We're trying to be on the ball and go and play with tempo. And the umpire just held the ball so that we couldn't do anything. And I'm yelling at Joe, get on the ball. We didn't sub. We're going. And we couldn't play. And so, again, trying to get an answer was not easy. They just said that they made a decision as a crew to stop the game when that happened. I guess it didn't matter when it happened. It just, they were going to stop the game and let it happen.
And you weren't informed of that?
No, I was never informed of that. They didn't say one word. We meet with them in the 90-minute meeting before the game. They never said one word about
I did not get the memo about the game being stopped.
We're playing on the this falls into the category of, I think he makes some valid points, but I don't want to hear it from him. I don't want to hear it from your organization. I don't want to hear about how, as your team has drastically underperformed year after year, that somehow this is the thing that you choose to be angry about after a game. But even with that stoppage, that you couldn't gain a yard after that anyway, because you go, because you had your master plan of everything and how it was all working out. It wasn't a 2-minute drive. I do think that the NFL should have a better process for this. They have it either be hard written into it that if it's a certain records, you're going to stop. Sorry about it.
Yeah.
You know what? Don't let your quarterback. If you don't want the game to be stopped, don't get sacked.
Yeah. Protect Joe Burrow. The part of Zach Taylor's quote there that I thought was a little silly, as did Rex Ryan, was the part where he said, "We're fighting for our lives here with 5 minutes to go." Here's Rex Ryan on Get Up about that.
You're fighting for your lives. Your life's been over for the last 10 weeks. Worry about your defense. I mean, come on. And I like Zach Taylor, but give me an absolute break. This is part of NFL history. We've seen him stop games for Walter Payton when he broke the rushing record. Emmitt Smith. Any of them. Any major milestone like this. And God forbid you recognize a feat we've never seen in NFL history, Myles Garrett. He deserved his moment. Get over yourself, Cincinnati.
Okay. Get over yourself, Cincinnati. That was the thing. Now, maybe Zach Taylor meant, hey, man, I don't know if I'm getting fired or not.
Yeah, there's that.
Probably
He's
need to
fighting
beat the
for his
Cleveland
life.
Browns. Maybe.
We're fighting to keep Joe Burrow emotionally involved with us. This is my last. I was on my way to Joe Burrow's house with chocolates and a bouquet of flowers, and you stopped me. I got pulled over for speeding.
Yep.
Officer, I'm trying to woo Joe Burrow emotionally back into the phone. I'm going to be late.
Yep, exactly. So that was the Myles Garrett game stoppage pettiness. There's pettiness after the Baltimore Ravens loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Look, the Ravens are a team that kind of stumbled their way into having this winner-take-all game at the end of the year. They had largely been an afterthought when Lamar Jackson went out and they were 1-5. they managed to battle back and get back near 500, but it was with a version of Lamar Jackson that wasn't nearly the MVP version that we've seen the last couple of years. And yet, because the Steelers couldn't beat the Browns in Week 17, this was a winner-take-all game. That the Ravens put themselves in position to win at the end and lost on a missed field goal by rookie kicker Tyler Loop. We're going to do Lamar 2 here, Ben. Lamar Jackson with a back and forth with the media. Will he be back with the Ravens? Does he want John Harbaugh back with the Ravens? Of course, we had that article in the Baltimore Sun within the last couple weeks that alleged that Lamar Jackson was falling asleep in meetings, staying up late playing video games, all of these things. He's denied all those things. But he was asked these questions about, do you want to be back here? Do you want John Harbaugh back here? Here's what it sounded like.
This offseason, there's a lot of questions about your contract, your salary cap number. Do you feel you'll be back as the Ravens quarterback next season?
We just lost a game, a divisional game, a game to put us in the playoffs. I'm not even thinking about that right now, to be honest with you. I'm still caught up in what just happened, That's not my focus right now.
A lot of questions about Harbaugh's future as well. Do you want to see John remain the coach for next year?
You asked me about next year, Jameson. Like, I'm so caught up in what just happened tonight. I can't focus on that right now. I just told you, like he asked me, are you stunned? I'm stunned right now. I'm still trying to process what's going on. Like, I know we lost, but what the that's all.
All right, so the contract part, I can see sidestepping that because that's a negotiation.
Yeah.
The part where do you want John Harbaugh back? That's an easy one if you want him back.
Yeah, that's what the hell are you talking about? Of course,
say
I do.
Yes. I don't know. Can't even think. We just lost the game.
I enjoy reading the comments after this because that's the kind of scenario that splits a fan base immediately.
Yeah.
You got people that are angry at the reporter for even asking the question. You've got a lot of other Ravens fans who are like, it seems like an easy yes if that's who you want back. And then there's the fans that don't like Lamar Jackson or they hate John Harbaugh. Some of them both. It's not a pleasant situation to be in right now.
No. Hey, speaking of comments, Tyler Loop, who missed the field goal that would have won them the division, got them into the postseason. His last post on Instagram is a post of him, and I'm assuming is maybe his fiance. I'm Twitter screen grabbed the pic. It looks like one of those pictures where they just got engaged, something like that. Yeah. They're hugging. Hope you get divorced. Still have time to cancel the wedding. These are comments on his Instagram page. I deadass hope everyone you love starts getting picked off one by one.
Yeah.
Picked off.
Picked off. God, first I was thinking about it like a quarterback context. But oh no! Oh boy! Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What the hell's wrong with people,
I'm
man?
sorry, Justin Tucker, for ever talking bad about you.
Yeah.
I mentioned that to you yesterday. That there are crazies that are going to say we'd rather have Justin.
They're going
to
forget that Justin Tucker was an awful kicker last year.
Yeah. You underestimate the lowest common denominator.
I mean, like if you're any kind of celebrity or notable public personality, and you don't expect the worst of human behavior to show up on what is for you
turn
completely
off your comments,
or
get off social media.
I mean, I'm not endorsing what those people are saying. It's just it's the world we live in.
Hey, let's do Sean.
People are bastards.
Let's do Sean Payton here.
By the way, real quick, when Looper came out, what's his name?
Tyler Loop.
When Loop came out to address the media afterwards, I don't know if you watched the whole video, but he's walking up to the scrum of reporters. It looked like he was handcuffs. He had his hands behind his back.
I didn't see that.
It looked like the Ravens had put him in handcuffs, and then he pulls his hands out.
That's hilarious.
It looks like a perp walk initially.
That'd be great. Answers a few questions, then gets walked out by the police.
But they duck his head, put a towel over his head.
Him. Yeah. Let's do the Sean Payton one here. You found this one early in the show.
Oh, yeah, this is Sean Payton when a reporter was asking him, probably, I'm guessing about his red zone offense, which isn't as bad as the Texans, but it is not great.
Not good, yeah.
With a win of this magnitude, is it easy to put the red zone and all of that, is it easier to put that to the side for a little while?
Absolutely.
After a win like this, yeah.
Absolutely. Again, each week there's a look, am I ever happy? No. All right, but we shouldn't be as coaches. I know fewer words have never been spoken, Mark. Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions, but you have a lot to write.
Fewer words have never been spoken.
Thank you. You're exactly right. So, but I think that's a good trait. There's some things when we watch that film that we'll be like, and
Okay, so the petty part, if I'm hearing it correctly, he's telling a reporter to speak up and make eye contact.
Yeah.
You don't say very much, but you got a lot to write about. You know what that reminded me of? Remember when Matt Patricia did that?
Yeah, he did that to
a reporter.
Yeah, he told
Why
me
are
to
you sitting like this. Get up.
Yeah,
You
criticize
slouch.
him for his posture.
And meanwhile, at that time in his life, Matt Patricia was a disgusting slob.
Yeah.
He was heavy and had the big beard and had the pencil behind his ear.
Do me a favor, just kind of sit up.
Yeah, we have
good
that.
job,
Okay,
Ben.
yeah, way to go, Ben. Ben Gary. Ben's off to a great start this year.
Did he say make eye contact?
Yes.
Make eye contact.
Yeah, make eye contact.
He does not like that columnist.
No.
I got to go back and read some of that guy's columns.
I
now.
do too. Do we know who it was?
Yeah, it's in the tweet.
Okay, gotcha. So that was Sean Payton. Okay, let's do Mike Vrabel here, Ben. Jim Harbaugh got the Chargers job ahead of Mike Vrabel a couple of years ago.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And Vrabel, Vrabel thought he had the job. He was the leader in the clubhouse and didn't take the job. They play each other this weekend.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, Vrabel, Ohio State guy, Harbaugh, Michigan guy. So we got that angle too.
There was some bad blood between the Patriots and the Chargers back when Vrabel was a player.
Yeah.
They got in that big shouting match. Remember, Phillip Rivers was calling somebody the worst cornerback in the league. I can't remember who it was Phillip Rivers that is most annoying.
They faced off in the playoffs a couple times back in the day. Here's Vrabel talking about that story about Harbaugh, and maybe this adds a little pepper to this matchup this weekend.
Thought I had great interview in L.A., for the Chargers, and Harbaugh decided to come back to the NFL, and that's what Mr. Spanos and John Spanos communicated with me, and I respect them for that. They literally called me on a
Didn't
speakerphone.
string you along, yeah.
No, they called me, and that rarely happens to where if an owner is going to interview you and then go in a different direction, that they'll personally call you, and they were like, second place isn't going to give you much, but wanted to tell you that we just had an opportunity to hire John Harbaugh, so that's how it goes. Or Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Vrabel will get a nice chip on his shoulder for this game.
Yeah, nothing particularly petty about that clip, though.
Not about the clip, but
if anything, he's he's praising the owners, obviously.
Yeah.
He did call him John Harbaugh.
Yeah,
corrected himself. But
begrudgingly
was
corrected
it intentional?
himself. I think it was intentional.
The lesser Harbaugh.
Yeah,
Maybe you said that or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it was intentional. All right. Okay, so let's do an entertaining one here. Here is a caller to the Paul Fine. Alabama got beat 38-3 by Indiana in the college football playoff. Caller's name is Legend, and I guess he's a legendary caller on the Feinbaum Show. If you don't know, Paul Feinbaum, ESPN, his show is based out of Alabama, and it's become just a petri dish of Southern yokels yelling at each other.
It's like an audio version of bum fights between SEC fans.
That's a great way to put it. Here's Legend calling in about Alabama's failure.
Somebody get me a plane to Michigan and see if we can get them to change their damn mind and take this coach off of our hands. Greg Byrne, you need to pull your best mile more and get your ass on a plane and see if we can get Kurt Cinetti to come to Alabama. It's a shame what this coach has turned us into. Now, Greg Byrne, all four coaches in the Final Four are from the Nick Saban tree, and our coach is from the Sioux Falls Eastern Michigan tree. What kind of plague have you put upon us?
What kind of plague did you put upon us?
A plague, Seth.
Man.
A plague. Legend is not happy.
Yeah, Legend demands. I demand satisfaction.
He is not happy.
He's going to give him a big old glove slap.
One tiny bit, man.
Yeah.
So, Legend, very, very petty there. Shannon Sharp on the nightcap.
I feel bad, by the way, just speaking of Alabama, and just, an ignominious, is that the word? Ignoble departure?
Ignominious?
Look this up for me. A disgraceful departure from the playoffs.
I think it's ignominious.
But from a fan base that's used to different things, to nice things. I'm curious. We're going to have to listen in on New England radio if the Patriots have an unceremonious departure from the playoffs.
Ignominious means deserving or causing public disgrace or shame.
Okay.
That's the word you were looking for. Good job.
I think it was a combination of ignoble and ignominious.
Igneous rocks.
Yeah.
Igneous, yes. Shannon Sharp.
Iggy Pop.
Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco, collectively known as the podcast named The Nightcap. Boy, they talk about Shedeur Sanders a lot. Shannon Sharp is preemptively petty about the future of the Browns.
Yeah.
He's getting his pettiness out there before they've even hired a new coach.
Yeah.
You giving up on Shedeur.
Oh.
Let me ask you guys, right now, any amount of money you bet, any amount of money that you do bet, would you willing to bet that the Browns do not take another quarterback, either in free agency or the draft? Yes or no? How much money are you willing to bet to say no, they don't? Or y'all just want to talk ish? That's what I thought.
Oh, you know what? We didn't include the first part of that because the part was the first part. He asked Chad Johnson, "Would you bet on Shedeur Sanders being a good quarterback?"
Oh, okay.
And Chad Johnson said yes. And then Shannon then asked, "Oh, so do you think the Browns basically are gonna endorse him?" And Chad was that, but I felt like Shannon thought that he was catching Chad Johnson in an inconsistency or something, which he wasn't. It's the difference between him having faith in Shedeur Sanders versus him having faith in the Browns organization.
I got you. Yeah.
So but as far as I don't think there's anything the Browns can do that's going to get Shannon to feel that they actually do like Shedeur Sanders, and maybe they don't. I do. I think
short of hiring Dion,
right? But from the sense I get from people in Cleveland that are trying to not be super emotional about it is that the Browns like Shedeur as a prospect, but they felt like he had a lot of work to do, and they felt like it was going to be a 2 or 3 year process, and that they would have preferred that he be able to. But the problem is there was never going to be a moment where all of a sudden Shedeur is going to be able to operate quietly on a bad football team and kind of wait in the wings. Not in the Browns situation this year.
They have a ton of draft picks.
Yeah.
The Browns have an extra first from Jacksonville. They've got 10 picks in the draft.
Yeah, and I think they probably still look at Shedeur as a guy who they're intrigued by his upside, but I don't think it's going to keep them from potentially drafting a quarterback in the first round.
There's breaking news on TV. I wish they'd show what it is.
Yeah.
That is an attention-grabbing headline. Oh, Cowboys fire Matt Eberflus. That's the breaking news.
The other coordinator to watch is Cliff Kingsbury. There have been rumors that Cliff Kingsbury might be out the door, but we haven't heard anything yet.
But I see that he might be interviewing for head coaching jobs.
If you're an owner right now who is considering, or a college AD who's considering hiring Cliff Kingsbury as a head, despite him having how many winning records in the past 15 years?
Not many. At any level.
You have to examine yourself and your motives and wonder whether you just want to kiss him or maybe your spouse really wants to kiss him.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you're not basing it on actual football outcomes.
Basing it on his looks.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, this is actually a nice transition from the Pettycast to maybe the chippiest, pettiest version of D'Amico that we've seen. And do we like that this is the mindset D'Amico has as we head into the postseason here? We will do that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Let's win some money, everybody, huh?
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, people texting in. One guy wants to wish goodbye to Jonathan Gannon. The text says, bye, guys. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, it's amazing that didn't work out. The one video that I rewatched from the Cardinals yesterday, Seth, because when things fail miserably for other teams, I'm a big Schadenfreude guy. I'm petty. I like to go watch. I went and rewatched the 3-minute video that the Cardinals put out of Monty Ossenfort handing Will Anderson over to the Texans, basically, in that trade.
Yeah.
And the part that was really fun to rewatch in light of events yesterday, Jonathan Gannon getting fired in Arizona, was Jonathan Gannon sitting there next to the owner, Michael Bidwell, and just marveling at Monty Ossenfort, like,
wow, you pulled it off.
Wow.
Ooh.
And I'm like, that's probably where the die was cast.
It was heavily edited by Arizona, making it look like Monty Ossenfort had just
like he got over.
Yeah, like serious time, everybody in the national media was saying, "Oh, Texans gave up their own pick. Clearly, that's going to be at the top of the draft next year."
Wrong.
No, but it actually ended up being below where the Cardinals pick was.
Below where the Texans had the Browns pick.
Yeah,
and their pick
below where the Browns would have been.
Below where
yeah,
the Browns
right.
pick. Yep.
So by the way, just because you and I didn't know, and I feel bad because this was probably in an interview that John and Mark have done with Tommy Togiai, or they've discussed it, but I didn't see it. We're just wondering. We don't know exactly what Tommy Togiai's celebration is. Where he does
we don't know what it means.
One hand up, one hand down. It's supposed to be an S for Samoan.
Oh, okay, that's what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to do it so the person facing you sees it as an S, you need to do your right hand up.
Right arm top.
Yeah, you got to do that whole
bottom.
mirror image thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's what it is.
Yeah.
Samoa. Got it. Glad we.
I'm allowed. Yeah.
Yeah, you did it.
Saw D'Amico doing it.
He was doing it right away.
I've got some kind of learning disability when it comes to understanding what letters various like I still don't quite get the H. I don't see I'm putting the H up right now. I don't get how that's an H. It just looks like I don't.
Looks like hook'em horns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, why does this look like an H? Is it like the top part of an H?
It's the top part of an H. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
so it's the top part of an H.
Yeah.
And then I've just filled in the bottom with flesh-colored.
You just gotta go with it, okay?
All right, so that's what. So I shouldn't flare it out to the side like that.
No. You got to put they got to be parallel.
The index finger and the pinky parallel.
That is big. Yes.
That's H.
That's the H.
Now,
yeah.
I felt so insecure about throwing the H
You
up.
didn't know that was
years.
the top of an H?
I mean, I figured, but it feels kind of lazy. Okay, well, that's all.
I'm glad
I
we had this talk.
I know what I thought was maybe it's supposed to be a lowercase h where your pinky is a little shorter than the. I don't know.
You are overthinking
It doesn't make any
this
sense
thing.
at all.
Yeah, it's just those are the two. Those are the
That's
two
why I never
trunks
joined
of
the
the H.
gang. I would talk. During the interview process, I would be like, fellas, I honestly, I don't see how that's a W. I feel like you guys could work on that. Can we workshop this a little bit before you beat me in?
I'm flashing the sign, and they keep kicking the crap out of me. I don't know what's wrong. Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday talking about the matchup with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We're excited for the matchup versus the Steelers. Really great team. Nothing but a ton of respect, all right, for Coach Tomlin and the success that he's had in the league. How he's done it for such a long time. He's the guy who definitely I've always looked up to, always respected him. Always has his teams ready to go, well coached, physical outfit. Like they're gonna play tough. Man, it was really cool to see how they won that game last night. Just pure will, determination, found a way to win. Had things go their way. Aaron's done a good job there at the quarterback position. Defense has always played tough. So we're excited about the opportunity.
Okay, D'Amico was in kind of a mood yesterday.
He was really.
Defense, I think, has him a little agitated.
Well, you know what? I mean, it felt like usually D'Amico is pretty consistent in his temperament during those. Despite the fact that, as like most head coaches, I'm guessing 90% of the time he really doesn't want to do the media availability, but it's a responsibility that he has to do. So he just goes and he does it. Yeah. It felt yesterday. It just felt like, man, he just was did not want to be there, and so I'm trying not to read too much into the specific answers about things because pretty much any of the first 10 answers he gave no matter what the topic was. He just did not seem. It looked like he was agitated about something.
Yeah. Now, my theory is that he is agitated that the Texans coughed up the defensive scoring title in Week 18 by giving up 30 points to Riley Leonard.
My thing is, I think that he is agitated by that or might be agitated by that, but for it to show up in the press conference, I was more worried that he might have just gotten bad injury news or something on a player.
Oh, you brought that up when we were texting yesterday. You said that, and I'm like, man, that's a really good theory, and I hope Seth is wrong.
Yeah. Oh, no, 100%.
It's a good theory.
Or just like it seemed to me like he had just come out of dealing with something that was a pain in his butt.
Yeah.
And so that, when he's asked these questions, he's not his usual bubbly self, and it was so I don't know if that's the reason for it. I think two things can be true. He was agitated about the fact that the Texans gave up a bunch of points, which he talks about.
Yeah.
Even though it was backups, it was the fact that it was busted coverages that were part of why they gave up so many points. But that B, he might also be already agitated about something else.
He may be, and it was interesting because he got asked some questions about the defense, which it's not been good enough. That's not their standard. He also had a few Steeler questions sprinkled in along the way. An Aaron Rodgers question, I think, was the fourth cut. There was a question about the Steelers and maybe their defense or something like that, maybe about Tomlin. There was a question about, do you have a relationship with Tomlin? There was a question schematically asked about the Steelers, like 4 or 5 questions in, where he's like, I haven't watched the film yet.
Yeah, he's basically that, and he looked kind of agitated at that because it's true. He hasn't dug in. He probably felt like, I can't give you like a super thoughtful answer on this because I haven't studied them enough yet.
So then he subsequently gets asked about the Steelers pass rush.
Yeah.
And here's what he said.
Yeah, you guys are fired up by the Steelers, huh? Man, can't wait. They're great pass rush. Both guys, TJ.
I don't even care what the answer is.
But honestly.
I love the tone.
No. But I think the tone, because you're so used to D'Amico kind of smiling and chuckling through stuff like that, you got to understand. It was the look on his face.
Yeah.
It doesn't come through in the audio nearly as much. He said, when he said, fired up, let's go, or whatever, it was as close to sarcastic as D'Amico gets.
What's the conversion chart look like for D'Amico's mood yesterday? What does that translate to for a Bill O'Brien press conference?
Oh, was
that a flip over the podium?
That was almost right up there with AFC South champs or Not My Job.
Not My Job.
Yeah. Not My Job might have been peak Bill O'Brien.
It's not my job.
Yeah.
Not My Job was when somebody asked him if he should have called a timeout to give the officials more time to potentially review something inside of 2 minutes.
It was against the Patriots.
It was inside of 2 minutes, and there was a catch that people wondered, man, maybe that's a situation where you can't challenge it, but you can call a timeout to give the booth more time to review it.
Yeah.
And that's when he said, it's not my job.
Not my job.
Not my job to get it. Yeah.
Now, it's funny because O'Brien, the one I think of too, was that Denver game where they were trailing like 38-3 in the third quarter to Drew Lock.
Yeah.
And they ended up scoring like 3 meaningless touchdowns. Final score is like 38-24. And O'Brien did the opposite of what D'Amico would do. O'Brien's like, it wasn't all horse bleep out there on offense.
Yeah.
D'Amico would have been like he was yesterday, probably.
It was, whenever O'Brien tried to play the bubbly type, that was, it just did not come off genuine.
It was usually at the beginning of training camp. Because he read like some self-help book in the offseason or something.
New Bill.
New Bill
spelled N-U. New Bill.
Every year was New
Bill. You could tell he'd read some motivational book or something.
Bill 4.0.
Yeah, and then at some point it would flip.
Vandy just texted me and said that D'Amico was great on his coach's show yesterday, though. With a shades emoji right there.
Oh, yeah. No. Well, he loosened up midway through the press conference when Aaron Wilson asked him if he had seen the priest sprinkling holy water on the Steelers field before the game. And I don't know if I think D'Amico either didn't know what Aaron was referencing, or D'Amico said, "What are you asking?"
Yeah.
As if like he was expecting some question about the Texans players and coaches. And D'Amico have talked a lot about God and Jesus lately.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like it's been more and more, and it's become kind of a talking point. So I wonder if he thought, like, what are you insinuating, Aaron?
Yeah. yeah. This a religious conversation right now?
Is this what you're trying to do?
No.
But that was a genuine laugh, at least.
Oh, yeah.
It broke the tension.
It did break the tension.
And then he loosened up
job,
after
Aaron.
that.
Yeah.
So, listen, Vandy, you have to thank Aaron Wilson for the looseness.
Yes. Text Aaron Wilson and thank him right now,
The
Vandy.
good-natured jocularity of D'Amico Ryan.
The reason you got the version of D'Amico you got is because of Aaron Wilson.
Because usually he goes from the press conference directly into the radio booth. That's how it used to be.
Yeah, I think so. That's good. I didn't get a chance to hear D'Amico on the coach's show. I hit the YouTube on that a little bit later.
Which doesn't always come out immediately.
Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A little under an hour from now, Cal and Hannah McNair in studio with us here. So we got a lot to get to with them, especially in light of the fact that the Texans are on their way to the playoffs.
Do you have any air freshener?
Why?
I just always worry about that when people, sophisticated folks come in here.
Okay.
And this place smells like a high school locker room.
It's not too bad.
It's a bunch of disheveled guys of questionable hygiene for 12 to 16 hours a day who hang out in here.
You know what? We'll see. The office is usually pretty sparse in terms of who's here early in the morning. Although it's 8:30 now, there may be people. Maybe some of the females here have some sort of air freshener or perfume or something. Spray a little perfume in the studio.
The females here. Sounds like we're running a.
Well, no, I know. What? It's a compliment.
Jesse Watt. We'll go get something that smells nice.
I bet Jesse has something.
Yeah.
All right.
She always smells way better than us.
She smells like cookies. She does. Her perfume smells like cookies. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Astros introduced the newest Astro yesterday. What is the buzz around the league on what's left for the Astros? And a buzz on a former Astro that I think is very interesting as to what the deal might wind up looking like for him. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Are you looking for predictable?
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Here was Tatsuya Imai's message to Astro fans yesterday.
What's up, Sean? I'm Tatsuya Imai. I'm ready. Play championship. Let's go, Houston.
Yes!
Thank you so much.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You ready?
I got the bat. I'm not gonna hit Toro. I'm freaking psyched. Even. Let's do this.
He's holding an actual bat. I'm nervous.
We're gonna do the rest of the segment with me holding this bat.
Let's do it. That's what Imai's got you pumped up for the season, man.
I don't know how much English he speaks,
dude,
but he learned that and nailed it.
That was the shortest hype-up speech.
Yeah.
It's got me amped up by a number 2 or 3 starter in the history of this baseball.
This is the thing. There's been a little bit of a lull here in the Astros' success, as we all know. And I feel like almost everybody's just been sitting back and kind of reassessing, like, all right, what are the Astros now? They're not going to be like the 2019 or 22 or 17 Astros or anything anytime soon. But like to have a guy like Imai, who the Astros had to use a little bit of an ingenuity and give a kind of deal that they've been loath to give before.
Yeah.
To get him in here, as it's also included in a renewed focus on scouting Japanese players and what have you, maybe trying to find some inefficiencies in the market.
Yeah.
It feels more like the old Astros.
It does.
It feels like, yeah, you know what? Screw you. We're talking championship. I want to be billed for these.
Dude, yeah, I know, man. They're like I don't know. The stuff in this studio breaks a lot.
All right, I'm ready.
You're winning a little bit.
Yep.
No, now
people were like, how's he holding that bat so confidently?
Right.
I choked up a little.
You weren't swinging in the on-deck circle during the break.
I had the Bregman going a little bit.
You
It was
just
about like
choked
1.5
up.
inches up above the knob.
Yeah, man. Choked up on the bat.
Yep.
Seth, actually.
1.5 inches from the knob. I say that a lot.
That's why he
Let's do this.
I got to watch on the YouTube, man.
What's that? Is there anything in here I could break? I was looking for something I could break.
And not have to pay for it?
Yeah.
See, I think you could have hit Toro, but it would have been the visual of you.
Well, I
hitting
know, and I
Toro.
realized I was about to hit Toro, which is 3 inches away from a TV
like
screen.
a plasma screen, yeah.
And then also, I don't want to hit Toro in the head.
No.
And especially with Cal and Hannah coming in here in 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah, headless Toro. That'd be a
14
bad look.
We got to I bet Hannah would love smashing stuff with a baseball bat.
I think so, too.
That's a underrated
Maybe
thing.
even very specific things with a baseball bat.
What's that?
Maybe even very specific
Very
things.
specific things
Or
that you would
people.
want to hit with a bat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, Imai, I'm excited about this.
I can
There's
tell.
No, I really
tell you
am.
just broke
honestly,
3 chairs.
I'll tell you what, too. It doesn't take much, right? We're simple creatures.
Yeah.
He shows up at a Texans game, shows up at a Rockets game. Imai was key and critical in inspiring a young Kevin Durant to hit the game-winning shot
That's it, man.
against his former team, the Suns, because he was inspired by the presence of Imai. Kevin Durant had gone 1 for 11 in that game. I choose to believe that at some point, Imai went up to him and said, Kevin Durant, remember, you're Kevin Durant. You can make that shot.
He was at a game where Emi kicked 6 field goals.
Oh, yeah.
Imai inspired
We're bringing with us
the whole globe.
anybody from the Pacific westward.
The whole globe.
That's right.
Is along for the ride.
Houston sports starts at Hawaii.
The Imai
starting
ride.
now. Go west, young franchises.
He's 2-0.
Are the Texans even scouting Japan right now?
They should be.
We're gonna ask Cal and Hannah about
We're gonna
it.
get it right from the horse's mouth. Yes.
We're doing it. We're gone to Hawaii. We're moving westward towards American Samoa, and then on to the continent of Asia.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
That's one of my big book of business ideas, is to go start a football academy in a foreign country, like either Eastern Europe or somewhere.
It's actually
like
a good idea.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But, and
I know a lot of our big book of business
I take
ideas.
a reasonable
are a little
amount,
sketchy.
like 33% of their career earnings or something.
Yeah,
but
no,
I'm doing
that's-
it. Mostly, I'm doing it for the kids.
Hey, man.
But in 33% of their future earnings.
Read the fine print.
Yeah.
They can't complain.
I'm helping lift small villages out of
Yeah,
poverty
man.
for the meager sum just to cover expenses of 33% of your future earnings.
It's a lawyer's charge, right? Something like that. Yeah, it's all right. So, yes, that was Tatsuya Imai, and that was Seth Payne bashing chairs. Imai will wear number 45. He's a big fan of Garrett Cole. We decided earlier in the show that does not color our view of him at all.
I like Garrett Cole a lot more than you do. And part of it is just that I do feel like Garrett Cole. You know what I respect Garrett Cole for doing? Not to get too far off topic, but when the sticky stuff was the big topic and they banned all the sticky stuff, he tried real hard to just be honest. Conference got destroyed for
Pete's sake.
I know. I mean, that was the for Pete's sake speech, wasn't it?
Yes.
Where he's talking about, you could see, he was basically saying, look, we all use something because it's really hard to grip the ball.
I can't believe that I didn't think of this. That Imai wearing number 45 and citing Garrett Cole and Zach Wheeler, those are his two favorites. They both wear 45. That is an open opportunity. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow to play that answer, the answer in full again by Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
It's one of the most hysterical pieces of audio ever. Him trying to dance around everything. Okay. I may do that tomorrow. We'll see.
And while we were still all
Wednesday's kind of a benchmark-free show.
It was a raw nerve for us because as the Astros had got caught doing something that a lot of other teams were also doing back when they were doing it, for baseball to get up and basically say, like, well, lots of guys are doing it, and they soft-pedaled all of it.
Yeah.
That was annoying.
Yes.
The way that it was treated like, well, it's just, yeah, this is what they used to do back in the day, and still to this day. But we're going to give everybody a pass.
Right. So The Athletic has an article where Ken Rosenthal and one other writer, they go through all the noteworthy teams in this offseason. I thought this was interesting when it comes to Kyle Tucker. The stuff they had about the Astros was, the priority is to find a trade partner for either Paredes or Walker. They need a backup catcher. You okay?
I was looking for my scroll of questions.
It's here somewhere.
In the melee that we just had, it disappeared.
Yeah.
I'm also a little bit lightheaded. Yeah, go ahead.
From swinging. They need a backup catcher. They want a lefty bat. They want a leverage reliever. Rosenthal does say that Imai, Burrows, and Weiss coming here means that they might be done going and finding starting pitching.
Yeah.
Which, if you're a Verlander fan, is, if you wanted Verlander back here, is probably something that's bad news. The nugget about Kyle Tucker is really interesting because they suggest that maybe Kyle Tucker ends up doing sort of a Correa and Bregman deal when they left to go to Minnesota and Boston.
Mm-hmm.
That Kyle Tucker, not knowing if there's that 10-year deal out there, or if it's out there, it might not be with a team that Tucker wants to go play for.
Yeah.
That he could go to a team, they suggest the Dodgers, on a 4-year deal with a very high average annual value with opt-outs after each year. Basically the Bregman Red Sox deal, but 4 years instead of 3 years. But I thought it was interesting the reason why. Because there's a feeling that Kyle Tucker might be more comfortable being like the 6th best player on a World Series team than being the guy who is the tone setter.
Yeah.
Than say the Cincinnati Reds splurging
from
for
the
him.
very beginning, from his rookie year, we knew that he wasn't quite cut from the same cloth as everybody else. A.J. Hinch had to have a conversation with him about his level of urgency, and he needs to be like these other players, like a Bregman or like a Correa or an Altuve or what have you. So that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
If you drop him into a spot where the people aren't looking to him as the savior or the guy who's going to set the tone or anything, then yeah, great. But teams aren't. It's interesting because Correa got paid partly because people looked at him as, oh, yeah, this is the kind of guy that the young players need to be around. And not to mention, Correa is just nails in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
He's awesome in the playoffs. It had been proven year after year after year.
That ain't Tucker.
And so if you're trying to get over the hump, man, Correa is the guy. Yeah, so Kyle Tucker doesn't have that same leadership element, and he also doesn't have that. There's just that clutchitude in the playoffs.
He's an immensely talented player. There's no question, and someone's going to pay him a boatload of money. I just thought it was interesting, and I said the same thing to myself that you did when I just said it to you. That checks out.
Mm-hmm.
That Kyle Tucker would want to go to Los Angeles. They're going to win at a really high level, and
he can be a cast member,
right? Or if he has a big year, he can opt out and go do it somewhere else.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be Snow White. He wants to be one of the dwarves.
Yeah, man. Dopey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we'll figure out what each one of the Astros are, which dwarf they are.
Yeah, that's right. Toby Sleepy would be a good one. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Cal and Hannah McNair jumping in with us here in studio at the bottom of the 9 o'clock hour. 9:30, they'll be in studio with us. A lot to get to with the Texans owners. Excited to see them here in studio today. You can tune in on YouTube or on the Twitch page. Download the free Odyssey app as well. A lot of people texting in saying, hey, I rewound, I listened to this. We love hearing the people that rewind the Odyssey app on the text page because it means you go out of your way to go back and listen to things. It means you love the show.
How do they feel about the bat?
I'll let you know in a second.
Okay, gotcha.
713-572-4610 is that text page. We will power rank the power rankings coming up next.
We certainly will.
The Texans are headed into the playoffs with a skirmish against the Steelers on the horizon. Does anything change for Coach D'Amico in these Point Link Sugar Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's do it. Every Tuesday at this time, we power rank the power rankings. What are the experts saying about the Texans as they're heading into the postseason here? I will say this. One thing the odds makers are saying about them, Seth, is before we get to the actual power rankings.
Yeah.
I got the latest odds yesterday on the Super Bowl from our friend Jimmy Shapiro. And the Texans' current odds to win the Super Bowl, according to betonline.ag, 11-1. They trail only the Seahawks, Rams, Broncos, Bills, Eagles, Patriots. So the Texans are 7th on the odds board right now.
I got
to win the Super Bowl.
At the game a couple of weeks ago, I think the Raiders game, I was in the elevator with a guy who had taken the Texans when they were 100-1 to win the Super Bowl.
That was their longest odds, 100-1.
So he put, I think he said he put 1,000 down on him, which is
at 100-1. That's $100,000.
Like, give me your business card, bro. You
No
got some
kidding.
yeah.
Well, at the very least, if they make a run to the AFC title game or even the Super Bowl, you got a chance to hedge if you want to. You know, you can lock in at least some winnings, just betting the other side. So, so the Texans on the odds board, they're 11-1. The reason I bring that up, the 100-1 odds that you're talking about, that was after the loss to the Denver Broncos in Week 9 when they were 3-5. They haven't lost a game since then. Of the teams whose current odds are the shortest odds they've had, you know, the teams that are coming in the hottest into the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Texans are the ones whose longest odds were most recent. Like they were the other ones, like, you know, the Jacksonville's current odds are New England's current odds are their best odds that they've had all season. But their low point was like Week 3. The Texans' low point was Week 9. I mean, they've less than half a season or about half a season. They've worked their way into the Super Bowl conversation.
I would say it's a dramatic turnaround, but it really hasn't been. It's the way the 0-3 start and the fact that you were facing some teams, especially the Bucs were a better team back then in the first half of the season than they are now.
Yeah.
But that you faced the Rams, that it felt way worse than it actually was, and then they steadily and incrementally made some improvements offensively along the way, that it feels more dramatic than it actually was. It's just at the time when you're living through it, it feels miserable.
And I think the fact that they're doing it on a massive winning streak, too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a franchise record winning streak. All right, so what are the experts saying about these Houston Texans? We power rank the power rankings. It's the end of the season, so not all outlets are putting out power rankings anymore, but I found 5. We like to use 5 of them, you know, nice, broad sample. The outlets this week that we're ranking are Yahoo, The Athletic, CBS, USA Today, and Florio. So those are the 5. Number CBSSports.com. Pete Prisco, who we heard from earlier in the show, talking about Kevin Stefanski not wanting Deshaun Watson. He also puts out power rankings. He has the Texans right now 8th in his power rankings, holding steady at 8th in their power rankings. Here are Prisco's comments. Very brief. They've won 9 straight games behind the defense. The unit is dominant and can travel, which it will need to do in the playoffs.
They can travel. You know what? I haven't seen that comment made yet. That's an interesting.
Are you a believer in that?
There is a part of it. You know what it is that because the Texans' offense is just middle of the road, you don't feel like you're losing out on much when you go out on the road. The fact that they won in Kansas City, I feel like people gave the Texans more credit for that than perhaps they should have, given that the Chiefs had 3 backup offensive linemen and then a backup to a backup left tackle very early on in that game. But that was the one that I think cemented a certain level of credibility, where they said, okay, they went on the road, they faced the Chiefs defense. It's still a good defense, not as good as they used to be in that environment in a primetime game, and it felt like, okay, they can win with their style of football on the road in a colder environment, a loud environment, all of that. But you don't feel like, they're not a team that all of a sudden goes from being the best offense in the league at home to really struggling on the road. The drop-off just isn't as big.
I agree with you that in retrospect, just like purely on paper, not as impressive a win as it felt like that night. I think the reason why, though, 1, national TV, 2, it's still Mahomes out there. You still force Patrick Mahomes into 14 of 33, no touchdowns, 3 interceptions in that game.
Yeah.
I don't care who's playing on the offensive line. I mean, those are the things that Andy Reid, the genius, is supposed to be able to work around to the tune of more than 10 points at home on a primetime game.
Yeah.
And I think also, too, specific to the Texans, I think there's still a lot of people outside of Houston that remember the playoff game last year, the Week 16 game last year, because those were both standalone games.
Yeah.
So there was some recency in watching a group of Texans comprised mostly of these guys losing twice in Kansas City last year. So I think those are the reasons why. But yeah, the Texans defense is getting a lot of love outside of Houston. They're not getting nearly as much love from their head coach right now.
No, he's got high standards.
Yeah,
he's got very high standards, and it doesn't matter whether there's backups or starters. They didn't live up to his standards.
Number 5 is CBS, ranked the Texans 8th, holding steady. Number 4, Yahoo. I haven't brought Yahoo into this conversation much this season, but because ESPN is too lazy to put out rankings.
Hell, ESPN.
Yeah, man. Here comes Yahoo, who has the Texans right now at 7th, up one big notch from last week. Obviously, these are all playoff teams that are getting ranked now, although they ranked all 32.
Yeah, you're going to like their write-up because it says the Texans were oddly unconcerned about winning Sunday when a victory would clinch the 5th seed in a much easier first-round matchup against the AFC North champs.
Yep. And I've been shouting it from the rooftops because it ended up working out. They won the game, but I've said multiple times I disagreed with D'Amico's strategy, and the Yahoo writers goes on to say they won anyway with Davis Mills leading what could be an important game-winning drive after the Colts took a late lead. The Texans can still make a run as a wild card team, especially considering they're favored to win on the road in their playoff opener. So there you go. Yahoo.
I wonder if that's part of if D'Amico was indeed agitated about the defense or whatever it was, where he just wasn't quite his normal self in the press conference yesterday. I think part of it was I think he probably felt like, even if we have to play a bunch of backups, we should be shutting down Riley Leonard.
Yes.
And in the first half, when you played a lot more of your starters, you really, really should be shutting down Riley Leonard, even if you got one back. Look, there's a chance Tremont Smith plays in the postseason. Yeah. It's a very good chance that there's going to be backups playing at some point during the postseason. That's he holds them to a higher standard than that.
Of course. I think that's why they were in there.
So the fact that, yes, they wanted to win, but he felt like they should have had a better defensive performance than they did.
Yep. All right, number 3, power ranking of the power rankings. Number 5 was CBS. Number 4 was Yahoo. Number 3, Florio. Florio's got the Texans 5th, up two big notches. This is his only comment. Bring extra holy water to Pittsburgh.
Oh, made a little joke there, huh?
Florio's just got a bunch of one-liners.
Joke there, Florio.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, there's a priest that I don't know if does that happen before every game or was that just last week? Priest sprinkling holy water on the field before the game.
It was at the end where Tyler Loop missed the field goal, I think, right?
Oh, I thought it was before the game. Oh,
but that was the end of the field that he sprinkled it on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't mean the end of the game. I meant that end of the stadium, I think it was. Florio,
That'd been pretty cool if they brought the priest in during a timeout.
Oh, dude.
I feel like most priests would feel like that was stepping a little too far. It's one thing to pray for everybody to have a great game and stay healthy and everything.
Yeah.
It's another to ask God for
an outcome.
Smite this kicker.
Yeah. I got him on the money line.
Yeah.
I got the Steelers on the money line. All right, so Florio's got them 5th. Here are the 4 teams ahead of them. Seahawks 1, Patriots 2, Jags 3, Broncos 4. So they're 5th on these power rankings, but they're 4th among AFC teams according to Florio. That's the fascinating thing to me, Seth. At the to use a phrase that Ross Tucker called me out on today, the tippy top of these rankings. The most polarizing thing I think that people are debating over is, are the 3 or 4 best teams NFC teams or the 3 or 4 best teams AFC teams? Which conference is this tilted towards right now?
I do like what he says about the Patriots. His one sentence is the quote easy schedule talk ends now.
Yeah, we'll find out what you are, Vrabel.
Yeah.
And fighting all these tomato cans.
The schedule is what it is.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. They didn't choose the schedule. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But we also still don't really know how good they are.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Who's scarier to you, going to New England to play the Patriots.
I'm more scared of Drake May than I am of Bo Nix. So,
Definitely that.
Yeah, that part of it. Except that, you know how I've really, no quarterback scares me with this defense. The potential for shot plays in general is a wild card in the game. But I think the playing in Denver physiologically is tougher than playing in New England.
Altitude.
And then the noise, it's
before.
louder in Denver, too, than it is in New England.
Yeah.
So I'd rather go play in New England.
Yeah. Boy,
I ain't scared of no quarterback.
I'm not either. I'll tell you, I mean, Denver, I'm with you on New England, I think. But that is, as one seeds go, that is not a one seed that is just, you feel like is going to rip through the AFC.
Yeah, I think that Denver's defense does a lot of things that can flummox the Texans more obviously than the Patriots. Defense. With no disrespect to either of them.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm treating this like it's a press conference or something. But I just like the matchup versus the Patriots better than the matchup versus the Broncos.
Makes sense. Number 2 on the power ranking of the power rankings, The Athletic, in their visually pleasant font, finishes number 2. They also have the Texans number 5, up 2 big notches from number 7, like Florio. But they work a little harder on their blurb than Florio does in his one sentence. Here's what they say about the Texans. What's next? The Steelers. Houston's won 9 straight games, and in the first round of the playoffs, get a vulnerable Pittsburgh team coming off a miracle win.
Miracle win.
A Texans defense that finished the regular season against Aaron Rodgers might be a mismatch at this point in the veteran quarterback's career.
Miracle win's a bit much.
They brought up, well, in so much as that was probably a 90-something% chance.
Right.
Like
1 out of 10 ain't a miracle, but especially in those conditions in that field. Yeah.
Maurice Jones-Drew did a video for NFL.com, which they embedded into the blurb here on the Texans. He said the team to beat in the AFC is Jacksonville. Not a huge surprise. He's a former Jaguar. Team to be terrified of, he said, the Houston Texans. So team to be terrified of, Houston Texans. Team to beat, though, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I think that most people watch the way the Texans play defensively, and it does. They're scary. You know, on the television screen, they look like scary dudes that you wouldn't want your son playing quarterback or running back versus them.
No.
Or certainly not wide receiver.
They have no remorse. That's what I love.
If you had to ask Rasheed Rice's mom which team she least wants to see her son play against, she would probably say the Houston Texans.
And that's exactly what I'm thinking of. When Jalen Petrie hit him and he turned to Jell-O, and Petrie's first instinct was to Hulk Hogan-style flex right there, I love that. They are remorseless when it comes to their punishment of other people.
You know what, though? Was it Rasheed Rice's mom that was on that video of her?
She was stealing packages, I think.
Stealing
she's a porch pirate.
So she might not be scared of nothing.
No.
Yeah, she was accused of package theft from a neighbor in North Richland Hills, Texas.
Yeah, man, yeah.
She was mail theft, but the case was dismissed after
you might need to pick a different player
to complete a
to make
theft
your
intervention
example
program.
To make your example.
I don't know. That's not the most gangsta of crimes, you know.
For a mom?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's true by mom standards.
Yeah. It's not gangster by gangsta standards, but for a mom. All right, number 1, power ranking of the power rankings. A reminder, Cal McNair and Hannah McNair joining us at the bottom of the hour at 9:30 today. USA Today, Seth. Back on top.
The last bastion of true journalism. USA Today.
Back on top.
With color photos.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
That used to be a big deal.
Oh, dude, it was huge. Yeah. Number 4. They've got the Texans 4th, and I'm going to tell you who's number 1, 2, and 3 are on this. Eagles 3, Rams 2, Seahawks 1. You know what I see nothing of between the Texans and the top of the power rankings? AFC teams.
Oh.
They are the top. Ben, hit the music, man. The number 4 on the USA Today power rankings.
Everybody said I couldn't do it. I said, Seth, you'll never grow up to be a sports radio host in a town where USA Today has named your team
4th.
During the wild card round, the 4th best team in the NFL. 4th
best team going into the playoffs.
This is my championship.
You and I sat down before the season started and said this was our goal.
Yes.
This is our goal.
This was our 4-minute mile.
This was our goal, is to get the Texans to 4th in the USA Today power rankings. Here's what they say.
Okay.
I think this is Nate Davis who does these rankings.
The genius Nate Davis?
Homer away, if you say so. Homer away, rain or shine, defense travels. There it is again.
Yeah.
Defense Cardinals. Tape the stat sheet. Texans ranked number 1 overall defensively and second in points scored. Or watching it get off the bus, this is as daunting a unit as there is in the league. At the vanguard, defensive ends Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter, the only duo in the league with at least a dozen sacks apiece in 2025. Nate Davis goes on and on and on to gush about the Texans. But that's what you need to know.
This is what I like. Oh, lest you've forgotten, Houston isn't some ramshackle Johnny-come-lately outfit emerging from the previously lowly AFC South.
That's a great word.
This is a seasoned squad under Coach DeMeco Ryans, one that's reached the divisional round 2 years running.
2 years running.
And gave the dynastic Chiefs pretty much all they could handle at Arrowhead last January.
There's a reason we're playing this music right now, man.
They did give the Chiefs, we forget that sometimes, that through 3 quarters, that was a tough football game. And the Chiefs got some help from the officials in that playoff
divisional
game.
round,
the fourth quarter, everything fell apart. But not before also mounting some drives in the fourth quarter. They just fell apart at the end of those drives.
And I'm so happy to be fourth in the
That's
USA Today Power Rankings.
Yeah, you know what? The fact that, as opposed to the previous year when the Texans just put up a non-effort in the second half versus the Ravens in the divisional round, last year in the divisional round, they fought a respectable fight. Yeah. That was, after that game, you heard a lot of people, a lot of players who were just watching the playoffs at home or out on social media and on national outlets talking about the Texans defense.
Yeah.
The Texans defense got a lot of credit for what they put the Rams through in that game. Really said, okay, the league's on alert for the Texans defense, and lo and behold, they followed through on that.
It's ironic that the Texans' first trip to the playoffs as a non-division winner, first trip to the playoffs as a wild card team, feels like easily the trip to the playoffs where they're getting the most respect.
Yeah.
Where they're getting the most outlets or people saying, this team could get to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
All the other 8 previous division championships, I think the closest one that probably felt like this, that got Super Bowl level love, was probably 2012, I would guess. The last time they won 12 games. And they got beat by the Patriots in the second round of the playoffs that year.
I think the big question, and somebody brought this up yesterday, and I had thought about it, but just tried to think a little bit more about it after somebody said, hey, remember the last time Texans faced Aaron Rodgers? He looked like the best version of himself.
In the second half, he did.
In the second half, he looked like all-pro Aaron Rodgers as he just dissected the Texans' defense up in New York on Halloween night.
Yes.
Was that the Halloween game?
It was.
That was last year, yeah. So, there is that dynamic that, man, he ain't as good as he once was, but he might be as good for at least a half as he ever was.
Yeah.
And you can't sleep on that, certainly.
Shout out Toby Keith.
The Texans defense this year, where I'd be more confident about the Texans defense on the road versus Aaron Rodgers, is that they've gotten better on the back end of playing more consistently. You think about that, the touchdown he threw when Aaron Rodgers saw that he had Devontae Adams one-on-one and took advantage of it.
Yep.
Some of the throws that he made that were very, very tight window throws. I don't want to just chalk it off to bad luck or whatever. He knew the chances he could take, and it kind of zeroed in on the matchups. The Texans have done a better job this year of avoiding those matchups. They're smarter about what they asked Jalen Petrie to do. They know that what he's really good at doing, and where you got to you got to cover it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So I don't worry as much about that, but it's a good cautionary tale. Like, hey, he's still capable. He still makes some really impressive throws at times. He just can't do it nearly as consistently.
Do we have DeMeco 4 ready to go, Ben? DeMeco Ryans here. Here's DeMeco Ryans yesterday. I'm facing Aaron Rodgers.
He's done it at a high level for a long time because he's probably one of the smartest quarterbacks to play the game. Does a really good job. Understands defense really well. But for us, that doesn't change. We got to go out. It's about the guys that are playing. It's about our guys just playing together collectively, going against a really good opponent.
Okay. Tell me if you think this matters. Aaron Rodgers, the last time he faced a DeMeco Ryans defense in the playoffs was Green Bay against San Francisco when DeMeco was the defensive coordinator in San Francisco. The San Francisco defense held Aaron Rodgers to 5 sacks, no touchdown passes, 10 total points in that game. Is there anything to that? I saw people tweeting about it yesterday. I'm just curious if you think there's any validity to, regardless of personnel, a DeMeco Ryans defense doing that to Aaron Rodgers. Was that 4 years?
It was 4 years ago, and it probably doesn't matter. Especially, I think the offensive coordinator matters more so than Aaron Rodgers specifically.
Do you think any of these streaks that are intact right now with these two teams particularly matter? And the ones I'm talking about, just for the audience, 23 straight wins for Mike Tomlin at home on Monday night.
Yeah.
The Texans never having won a road game in the postseason. They're 0-6. The Steelers having not won in the postseason since 2016. They're 0-6.
Okay, so any of the historical streaks for the Texans I don't think apply whatsoever because it's different coaches, different players, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
The Steelers streaks are interesting because they all involve Mike Tomlin, or a good chunk of them involve Mike Tomlin,
They
including
both do.
specifically, I didn't know on the Monday night games if that went back into Cowerville or anything.
Okay, yeah.
But as far as Mike Tomlin at home on Monday night, he's undefeated over however many games.
Right.
I think there's something to that. I think you have to give credit Mike Tomlin for getting his teams up for big games or primetime games or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But I also look at however many games he's lost in not winning a playoff game since 2016, and that's a pretty hefty streak as well.
It is.
One of those streaks is going to end. Either his streak of losing playoff games or winning Monday night games. One of those streaks will end.
Irresistible
They're
force.
both either impressive or loathsome streaks.
Yes. The history between these two teams is interesting from this standpoint. They've only I don't know how many people are dialed into how the NFL does their schedule. The only times the Texans and the Steelers have ever met is when the two divisions cross over with each other.
Oh, when that's the normal, that's where they're slotted to play that division. They've never had the same division record.
Yeah,
division standing at the end of
They've
the season.
never had the same standing in a non-crossover year.
Yeah.
So they've only faced each other literally every 3 years since the Texans came into the league. You were on one of the three teams to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, Seth.
Yeah.
Back in 2002.
It's really no big deal.
It was offensive fireworks by the Texans defense.
Yeah.
24-6 was the final score. Longtime Texan fans will remember this game. It's one of the strangest box scores in the history of the NFL.
Aaron Glenn scored twice, correct? Did he?
Good question.
Aaron Glenn, we scored 3 touchdowns, 2 on defense and 1 on special teams, I believe.
Okay.
It was a very good. It was a defense. It was one of my favorite defensive unit performances ever, in which we also allowed 400 yards.
Yeah.
It was a dominating defensive performance, and we also did allow over 400 yards of offense to the Steelers.
Yeah, it was week 14. It was in December up in Pittsburgh. I'm pulling up the box score right now. Here were the 3 touchdowns scored by the Texans. Kenny Wright, 40-yard defensive fumble return.
That's
for
right.
a touchdown. Aaron Glenn, 70-yard interception return.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn, 65-yard interception return, which makes it all the more ironic.
What was the second touchdown?
2 Aaron Glenns and a Kenny Wright.
I know. What was the second one, though? What was the actual circumstance?
How
did he score the touchdown?
An interception return.
I was asking it. I didn't hear you.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a 65-yard interception return.
Okay.
Which makes it all the more ironic that Aaron Glenn just coached a team that didn't intercept a single ball.
He wasn't coaching the Jets at that time. He was. That's an important distinction. He
did
so
this
far,
season.
His record as a football player was much better.
Still
than
really
his,
good as a football player. I don't want to diminish him there.
No, I think the biggest thing about that, you know what happened in that game, Sean? I got the rookie center benched. That little
For the
punk, I
Steelers?
was so pissed at him. They came out for introductions, and he was rookie offensive lineman comes out for intros with his helmet
Chucky
off.
Jacoby?
Yeah, he came out with his helmet off.
Chucky with 2 Ks.
I was like, who the freak do you think you are?
Yeah.
And I think I got him benched about midway through the first quarter. I destroyed that poor
now
idiot.
I'm clicking on Chucky Jacoby to see.
Don't ever be an offensive lineman introduced with your helmet off when you're playing against old Sethers.
Well, it was a good lesson because he lasted another 6 years in the league after that.
Yeah.
So you didn't ruin him.
He probably learned his lesson after that.
Yeah, no, you might have been the reason why he lasted another 6 years.
I hated him. I was pissed when they benched him.
Chucky
because he was fun to play against.
Yeah.
That is the reason. I was having a good old time.
I'll bet. How did Seth?
No, I was asking about the interception because in my mind one of them was a special teams touchdown.
So that's 2 interceptions and a fumble return for the Houston Texans. I'm trying to find your box score for that day. There
I
we
don't
go.
think it was all that impressive.
You had 7 tackles. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
7 tackles. I mean, 3 of them you needed they were assisted tackles.
Yeah. Did I have any stuff? They didn't keep stuffs back then, so there were no tackles for a loss. I couldn't tell.
No, they didn't keep QB hits back then either.
No.
Oh, that's wild.
I think I had. That was, if I remember
You wearing
correctly, it
leather
was
helmets
18.
that day?
They didn't keep block kick records back then either, so I think I had 3 block kicks.
On that game?
Yeah. You know, that's a weird, like, the blocked kicks, it's really hard to find the stats on it. It's annoying because for Danico Autry, who has 14 block kicks in his career, it's hard to find an actual compilation of. They didn't start really keeping track of them consistently until 7 or 8 years ago.
All right, Cal and Hannah McNair are here. They're joining us in studio. That's all coming up next. Stay there.
Okay, Trajan Wealth. This is the thing. You don't want to lose.
281-222-2220.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here we go. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday, and we are pleased to be joined in studio right now by the owners of the Houston Texans, Cal McNair, Hannah McNair.
Where'd the bat go? We're going to
bat?
have the
I think they
the
took it
baseball
away
bat.
from you.
They took it away from me.
Yeah.
We got a
Why?
little excited about the new Astros pitcher earlier on, and I started hitting stuff in the studio with
Get
the
a bat
baseball.
and started, yeah, it was.
I thought it was a play on our baseball.
I'm glad they took it away from you then.
Sean was nervous. Sean gets nervous standing next to Danielle Hunter.
Danielle Hunter makes me
which
nervous.
I feel because you guys know Danielle Hunter is like one of the. He's gentle in person. He's just soft spoken. There's nothing that should be
Those are the ones
intimidating
that
about
make
him.
you nervous.
But just because he looks like a statue,
Nothing should be intimidating by him. What?
as far as like
Look at him.
talking to somebody interpersonally, you guys are around big people all the time. It's but Sean still, Danielle is so freakishly sculpted that he freaks Sean out.
He's the one player who, over the last 2 years, when I've had that championship belt, he's the one player who I didn't ask for the belt pick just because he seems so serious in the postgame. I'm like, I don't know if this guy's going to be up for my kind of chicanery here. He's the only one.
And he would have been the best picture.
He would have been awesome. He would have
off.
been missed opportunity.
Yeah. So how we feeling?
Good.
Yeah.
Focused.
Feeling like we're in the playoffs. We're excited.
How different is it getting ready for a road game? I mean, the other 8 times it's all been getting home game. I mean, big stage now. Monday Night Football game, traveling on the road. How different does it feel for you guys?
Different is good, right? We've done the same thing all those years. Now we're a wild card. Now it's all different, which to me is okay. I'm all right.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not Saturday.
It's not Saturday.
Not playing Saturday.
Yeah.
So that's different. And we're going to Pittsburgh, and Houston has some memories in Pittsburgh that I'm excited to go back and play there.
Yeah, we were just reliving the inaugural year in 2002 when one of the few games we won was it was a weird game in which how many yards of offense?
47.
47 yards of
Defense
offense.
scored everything.
Yeah. And,
you played there, right? That
I
was
did.
Yeah, sure.
We were. Aaron Glenn scored 2 touchdowns. It was awesome. I was going to ask you if you had any specific memories of that season or that game specifically up in Pittsburgh because we weren't favored in any game that we played that year. So every victory was kind of meaningful.
Yeah, and I mean that was a really strange game. And the ownership came over to Dad and they said, "That's the strangest game we think we've ever seen." So yeah, it was really.
And they'd seen a lot of games.
Crazy.
The Steelers, yeah, for sure. So traveling Monday Night Football, and this 9-game winning streak has been awesome. Do you guys have a favorite moment so far during this season or this streak?
I think there's been a few. What I really love is the consistency of finishing games. So to me, that has also, and speaking of another difference, like that has been the difference for me in all these games. I mean, you go back to our 12-win season, 2012, we lost, 3 of the 4 last games.
Mm-hmm.
Just not finishing games, and that would have given us the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Right. We had the opportunity to be the 1 seed going in, and we just didn't finish. So to me, that's a good sign for our team is that they're finishing games. They're not always pretty. They're not always what you would expect, but we are finishing games.
What's it like? Sorry. Cal.
No, I like how we're coming into the end of the season on the streak instead of it being in the middle of the season.
Oh, yeah.
That was 2018. We did that.
Yeah.
Well, and in hindsight, it's a lot easier to also. It's nicer to lose 3 games in a row at the beginning of the season, in hindsight, than it is to lose 3 games in a row at the end of the season.
Going in hot is big.
Absolutely.
What was
I don't
it
know
like?
if I like losing 3 games in a row.
Never.
Like, can we just not do that again?
Yeah, take us into your mindset when you're 0-3. They were all close games, et cetera, et cetera. But you're 0-3, and you had high expectations going into this year.
I think it was, for me, it was hard because you know the team, you see them, you know that they're capable of winning, and you're losing these close games. I mean, a couple of them turnovers, one, very close. So you knew it was there. You just couldn't believe you were 0-3.
Yeah.
I told Coach, this may be the best thing to happen to you. And he said, what? I said, yeah, if you were 3-0, you'd think you're a really great team and really cooking, and you got a lot to work on this team. And he goes, yeah, we got a lot to work on. And yet you're 1 play away. You're a fumble going in to score. You're a missed tackle to win the game. And you get those, and now you get to really roll your sleeves up, test the mettle of your team, and you got to be better and really get this thing turned around. So
yeah, that's one thing I'm always curious about with owners, and I try to put myself in an owner's position where you're trying to let your football people do their thing, and which is sometimes you start off with adversity. But the tendency to want to tinker or to want to change things, like that's what human beings do. Do you have to consciously tell yourself at times, like, all right, no, just step back. I don't have to give too much advice here.
His football IQ is like, I'm putting my hand way over my head here.
For those who can't see,
and mine I think is pretty high, but it's like half of his. So me trying to tell him or Nick football things is not the right. That is not my place.
Do you ever have a moment in your head where you're like, you know what? I feel like they should run more 11 personnel, and then you're like, nah, but I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
I'm like, every time you run heavy, we run the ball. So quit doing that.
57 is reported as eligible.
Yeah. We may be running the ball. So
that's the battle cry. That's
right.
that is great.
He's done really well.
He's done really well.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Fisher.
Yeah, in that role. That's been nice.
Yeah.
That's been
and when he had to come in at left tackle, I mean, he's done a good job.
Yeah.
And we've given up how many sacks the last 3 games?
0.
I mean, that's pretty strong.
How about that? Is that the most impressive, I guess, like stat improvement from last? I mean, which CJ got beat up last year, and now it's 0 sacks over the last 3 games. And some CJ has some to do with that too. He's gotten better at getting rid of the ball, but that's been nice to see.
Yeah,
nice to see the quarterback.
He's done a lot better, and I think in the offseason, one of the directives was, please just keep CJ off the ground.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to do, and do that. And so Nick and the coaches have done a good job trying to get him there. And I think we've finally got a good sequence of guys on the line.
Yeah, no question.
And it's a line. It's a back stepping up to make the really
Marks,
big block.
I
Marks
mean,
is really
some of those
aggressive that
blocks.
way, and the tight ends have done a good job, and CJ's done a good job managing the pocket and getting rid of the ball. So it's really, the receivers are running, in the right spot where he can find them. So it's really, we say it's a team thing, but it is a team thing.
That's where, Woody Marks has been really impressive. And I tell Sean every year, don't get overly excited about running backs in training camp, Sean.
And I
don't do it. And he always does. But
I always do.
This year we were in West Virginia, and I'm like, I don't know, it was Woody Marks actually, and looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And that part, I guess, is that I think we've talked to you about this before. They seem to have done a pretty good job of getting kind of guys who, as football players, remind you a lot of D'Amico Ryans. And is that something that you sensed the turn in over the course of the last 3 years?
Yeah. I mean, think about how Woody plays. I mean, he plays hard, and he runs like he wants to score on every run, not just try to get as many yards as he can.
Yeah.
He's trying to score on every run. That's what it looks like to us, and that's his mindset. So, I mean, some of these games we've finished, why? Because he's running hard.
Yeah.
And the line is helping him, but, I mean, he's doing a great job.
And getting first
that
downs.
mindset.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Think about guys like Tommy on the defensive line.
Yeah.
I mean, he is coachable. He was the first guy in the weight room after last year that has a ton of respect. He was involved in virtually all the turnovers. He's pushing the pocket back, so the quarterback can't step up, and now all of a sudden the guys on the outside are hitting the quarterback's hand and causing a fumble, and a lot of that's starts up front with Tommy and great play.
Cal and Hannah McNair in studio with us here on Sports Radio 610. Were you already down by the tunnel when he scored that touchdown?
No, so we kind of, if you're in the bench area, we're to the right.
Okay.
So not until the game ends do we go down by the tunnel.
Oh, okay, got you. But you were
we
down.
walk out this tunnel and then go walk.
So you're down
out.
on the field.
Yes.
Okay, what was that like when Togi
Awesome.
scored that touchdown?
So right before the play happened, I turned to Cal and I was like, Tommy's going to make a play. I just feel it. Tommy's going to make a play. Come on, Tommy.
She totally called it.
I totally said that to Cal because I could just sense it. Like he just looked like he was about to do something.
Well, I didn't see. I was watching the TV copy, but without the audio. And at one point towards the end of the game, they showed a shot of you guys and Andre Johnson and somebody else all standing down on the field.
Mike Toman, yeah.
It was Mike Toman, that's right. And Andre started to look down at his phone. Maybe somebody was texting him that, hey, Andre, you're on television. And then you started walking over
our son
to him.
Robert, too, yeah.
You started walking over to Andre, and then they cut away. Do you remember what you said to Andre in that moment?
I can't remember. Was that
Tommy's
when we were
fixing to make a
driving?
play.
We were
That's what she
driving.
said.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was young.
Yeah. That's good.
Like we talk about all the time. Andre sits next to us at all the games. So it's kind of nice because it's just us three. So when you're up there, like you're talking football the whole time. And it's nice for me. I sit right next to Andre, but getting his perspective. So when he sees something, maybe it's a busted play or whatever it is, like having his perspective right next to me, I've actually learned a lot more.
That's
cool.
I said that to somebody the other day. I said the favorite part of my job is sitting in the press box or road game, sitting here and sitting next to Seth and sitting next to Clint. And it's just me. I'm a regular fan, you know, and getting a player's perspective on stuff is amazing. Like I sit there and I'm like, man, people would pay a lot of money to do this, you know, like sit with these guys and get like a director's cut. Charge Sean.
He's gonna pay you.
Put that in the Google Doc of business ideas.
Charge Sean to sit next to me in the press box. You need me there.
We're gonna auction that off at the next gala.
I gotta run my Google Doc of business ideas across these guys.
Actual business people.
Yeah.
Instead of bouncing them off of me.
Yeah.
I love that. Hey,
Sean's always like, sounds good.
I'm like, that sounds amazing.
Wait, who's one of your favorite people to have in the suite to your right?
Ray Childress.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, that's a man's
He has
man
this
right
whole
there.
thing every time the offense is in. What does he do?
Come on, oh!
Let's go!
That's
That's
great.
the expert football advice you're looking
That's
for.
what you need. Yeah. Okay, I want to ask. I want to ask both of you about this, because we talk about standing next to the tunnel. The most viral, almost surreally viral moment of the year for you guys. Look for your high five from CJ after the Kansas City game. Can you give us? It's great to have you guys available. The exclusivity of this conversation to tell us what. Can you give us sort of a behind the scenes on that? You know, like a making of kind of thing. Where did it all come about?
Do we say everything or do we just say a little bit?
As much as you want to give up.
Just a little bit. So CJ was coming down after the game,
right?
Signing autographs on the side.
Yeah.
Of people in the stands. We were back in the tunnel.
By the way, it was freezing. We're all
bummed.
I remember.
Freezing.
Yeah.
And a kid on the other side was saying, "It's my birthday, CJ, come and sign my hat." So CJ bypassed the tunnel without looking in there and signed a birthday hat, and then came down the tunnel, gave us high fives and hugs like he.
Right.
Well, someone caught me, waiting for the high five when he bypassed the tunnel, and tried to turn that into a negative.
Yeah.
That CJ and I have a problem.
The internet does.
Y'all got beef. Quarterback and owner and beef.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Favorite.
And so Hannah said, "Cal, this looks bad. Well, we can't let that stand out there." And then some of our folks were watching it and they were saying, "It looks like it's dying down and it's okay." I said, "No, let's have some fun with this. Come on, let's challenge our creative group and see what they can come up with." And they came up with that, and Hannah started it with the SpongeBob 3 days later. And so we had some fun with all
Cal's
that.
was the Breakfast Club,
Breakfast Club,
and Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh yeah. The fish rays at the end. Okay, this is the last question I'll have on it because we got a bunch of stuff we want to hit with you guys. Did CJ know that you were going to be in a room for him? Because it didn't look like he did when he high-fived.
That was a genuine response.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Okay.
He knew something was up, but not where or when.
And was he aware of the fact that it had turned into something on social
Everybody,
media?
our whole building was.
Yeah.
So when Cal was filming this and he was just walking around like this, everybody was laughing.
Yeah, they
because
knew exactly
everybody
what it
knew
was.
exactly what it
Yeah.
was. Like all the players knew. I mean, everyone knew.
Yeah, that was a crossover hit. There's no avoiding that one.
No.
Because that's something that people's grandparents
On
and
every
everything
show,
were
man.
telling they're saying they saw on Facebook.
It was on
and
every
all of
show.
that. Yeah.
Couple other big things with you guys lately that I want to make sure that we get to while you're in studio with us. Cal and Hannah McNair in studio with us here on Sports Radio 610. The Love Bee, the volleyball.
Yes.
Was very well received, and I'm curious about the purchase of it. Both obviously, it's something that you guys are passionate about, women's sports. As a business too, though, the growth of volleyball, is this a dual kind of thing where it's not only a great business opportunity, but it's a great opportunity to showcase women's sports?
Yes, of course, it has to make sense for you.
Yes.
To do it when you're bringing something like that in. And we had looked at a couple other things, but when this was brought to us, and credit to Mike and his group as well, it just made sense. And the growth of it since we actually purchased it it's already there.
Yeah.
So that's just the business side of it. But when you look at the other side of it with women athletes and where that's going, it's really exciting. So we do a lot with, football, baseball, girls flag, and now we're just trying to elevate opportunities for, both women and men.
It's an interesting space because a lot of the infrastructure is there with the youth leagues. The high school is in place. The colleges are giving scholarships. And then there's a void. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
And so the girls are terrific athletes looking for a place to play going overseas, and they would much rather be here, and they're excited.
Big overseas.
They're excited to have an opportunity to play here.
My wife and I stumbled into it last year watching it, and it was just, I was blown away by for a startup league. It was a polished product already. Just
the
from the
production
television
really
viewing experience and everything, and obviously the play was really good too. They've done a really good job about it. I'm excited about you guys being involved with that.
So we got good athletes.
We got an opening game Thursday.
Yeah.
Great teams. It's a great thing to come out and watch in person. It works on TV. It's a brand new league, so it's going to be a lot of fun to see how it develops.
Great spectators.
And the games are out in Fort Bend, right?
And in Cypress.
And
so
in Cypress,
it's split.
okay.
Yes.
Will they ever have a facility at your new headquarters? And where is that headquarters going to be and when?
Nice try.
Great question.
Yes. So that's the idea, is that when we do get those facilities, that they'll all be housed there.
Oh, really?
Including
Okay.
youth sports.
We want to really embrace youth sports.
So you'll have a youth sports complex attached to the headquarters.
I'm not saying yes to that. I'm just saying
You'd like to.
there's a lot of things in progress. I'm not
Okay.
giving you anything here, Seth.
We love youth
I was
sports.
just reiterating.
That was a good try, though.
I just was.
No, you said specifically it's attached to it, right?
Are you going to get a Kansas type deal for your stadium?
Stadium? We're talking practice facility.
But now we're talking about the stadium.
My goodness, he's good. He is really good.
He is. The stadium
Hold on,
side
I'm
of
gonna
it,
go get
that's
the bat.
the stadium is a whole different thing. Like that we're working with the county and the rodeo, and I mean, like, we're working together to try to keep what we have and upgrade and do all those things. So we'll see where that goes. We're still in talks.
That's one of the things in the big book of business ideas that
Yeah.
I have here that's relevant to you guys. I've long suggested this for the Astros, and Jim Crane won't return my calls. I think they should have a retirement home right at the ballpark. Because for baseball especially, think about 80 home games a year that people could sit up and watch from their retirement
From their
home.
window in the retirement.
Yeah, which I feel like you guys could add some kind of an element to that, maybe with your headquarters, a retirement home. There's also a catacombs option, too.
Yeah. You're getting a.
So let me help you with your book.
What's wrong
You
with
can take that.
retirement?
You can take your pen and scratch that line
Why?
out.
You suck. Well, now I'm dead set again.
We're not.
Sounds like you're
the
about to steal my idea, Mr. Yeah.
You just said baseball. Like, that's not our area. So.
No. That's what I've used that for
We do
baseball.
youth baseball.
But you could also do a retirement home at either at the stadium or at the Texans.
We don't have
headquarters.
80 games. I mean, like, you're mentioning
You can
things
send that to Jim Crane. That's a good
But
idea.
you've got the workout facilities and everything and all of that.
It's the smaller book of business ideas.
They're totally stealing this idea, Sean. I've gotten this before. This is like when I suggested that you should be able to pay at the pump, and then boom. They're stood from me.
Yep. That's what happens. Cal and Hannah McNair in studio with us. The guys were wearing T-shirts the other day at the game that said "Make Texas Next," right? That's what it said on the shirts. Explain to everybody what that is.
So, making Texas next, we need to be UIL sanctioned, and the vote is coming in June.
For girls flag
football. And once that does that, and I think actually there's some stuff going on with NCAA that's coming up in January or February. So hopefully that catapults the UIL sanctioning in Texas to go ahead and approve it. We're in 130 high schools this season.
Wow.
Like, that's a big deal. I mean, we have other states who are like, if we get it in 25 high schools, they're going to sanction us. And I don't know how at 130 we won't get sanctioned.
Yeah,
I
do you
mean,
feel
like, that just
confident? It sounds like you feel confident.
I do, but you just never know, right? Like, you just don't. But I can't imagine that they wouldn't.
Right.
Like, that's a pretty big deal, and that's a lot of female athletes that you'll be hurting if you don't.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, and it was fun watching the team, your guys' team, make that run on ESPN and at the big stage.
They're awesome.
That was cool.
Well,
Yeah, we had Ava Wallace on our podcast last week. And we got to talk about that a little bit. That was really a lot of fun. And it was fun because it was summer, so you don't have much football going on.
Right.
Which is another thing about the flag season, is it kind of goes in the off season of tackle football.
Yeah.
So it's not competing.
Yeah.
Let's use our bully pulpit a little bit. Who do people need to reach out to regarding the functioning?
All the superintendents at high schools.
The superintendents.
Get them to vote yes.
Okay.
Grab
Pepper them
them by
politely.
the elbow and demand it.
Politely demand it. Yes.
No, aggressively.
Aggressively demand it.
Okay, what about this business idea? Perp walk, licensed perp walk shawls. So that just anybody takes a perp walk and are like, I'm going to show my support for the team. Is that no?
Yeah, no.
She's blown away by it.
I think they like your nursing home idea a little bit better. I think they're like, hey, before we get out,
I need to see the rest of these.
Before we
those are the first two.
Those are two pretty good ones.
What's your email, Hannah? We'll share it with you. Yeah.
What's my email? Oh, no, I almost said it. No.
Yeah. Hey,
setting me up.
But before we get out, your podcast on the 50.
Yes.
I want to make sure we promote that because my wife would never forgive me if we didn't promote your
She's
podcast.
awesome. Thanks, Amy.
Yeah, she loves your podcast. Yeah. How are you having fun doing that?
I do.
Yeah.
It's
on YouTube.
The guests
it's on
we've
the Texans
had,
channel.
yes.
Yeah.
The guests we've had have been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it. And what you don't know is that it goes a lot longer than what you see because the editing floor cuts them out. So it's a very easy conversation. Like we forget we're filming most of the time.
The danger of podcasts.
It is.
Yeah.
So like my sister podcast, that actually went over 2 hours, but it got cut to, you know.
Hannah, how many of them were on there? How many? I know there were some sisters-in-law, and there was, for those who haven't seen it.
So
when
two
you
were
say your
missing.
sister, it's not just you and Joanna.
Yeah.
There's like a dozen of you on there.
Yes.
And it was wild.
And so Susan and Ashley. Ashley is a sister-in-law. Susan is my sister.
I like the secret little whiteboard game you guys played. That was fun.
Yeah.
That was
Some
great.
of those questions got cut out too.
Oh, did they really? Oh, I need deleted scenes.
You do not need deleted scenes.
I want deleted scenes.
They're just missing from the show. They haven't gone missing.
Yeah,
right?
do they? Are there archives?
We can use our pulpit for that as well.
Yeah.
The editing floor, I was thankful for it.
Was D'Amico upset at all that his wife divulged that he's a huge fan of Love is Blind?
Oh, she was awesome. Y'all, I'm so glad she was the first guest. So everybody kind of got to see behind the scenes. I told D'Amico, I said, people love you more now because of your wife.
Yeah.
She was so incredible.
She was great. All right, guys. Cal and Hannah McNair, best of luck on Monday night in Pittsburgh. Congratulations on a great regular season, and let's go get 4 more of these. How's that sound?
Go get them one at a time.
One at a time. One at a time.
Thank you.
Cal's got the
we'll
coach
sign this
speak down.
licensing agreement on your way out.
There you go. All right,
This is my parchment. You see, I did this. I'm working on my cursive, and I wrote my
Bully
questions
pulpit.
for you guys.
That's what I see.
longhand.
Bully pulpit. What's
Yeah.
the bully pulpit?
Bully pulpit's like when you've got I don't know. There's a historical background for it. Yeah.
You can,
I think it's a
you
Theodore
can wield
Roosevelt
influence in a violent way. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out if that's a business idea we're working with over there.
Oh no. That's I'll read you through my scroll after the show.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. Thanks again to you guys, Cal and Hannah McNair in studio. You guys are fantastic. Best of luck to the Texans on Monday, a game you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Countdown starting at 4 o'clock with me and Seth Payne. Antibodies to you.
Oh, antibodies and a catacombs to you.
Thank you. We are done. In the Loop is up.
The Texans are headed into the playoffs with a skirmish against the Steelers on the horizon. Does any 881-222-2222. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide.
Oh,
if you,
God,
if you listen to Lil Kiki.
I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
That's how you know the man has returned. What's happening, Figgy Fig? You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a fantastic Tuesday here in the
off
great
the
city
slide.
of Houston. Off the slide, baby. We in the year 2006 and we off the slide, J-Lo.
Hold on. Let me look. Is that? I'm looking closely behind. Yeah, that's Figgy, man.
Yeah.
that's
Or are you
Figgy.
looking at B. Scott?
Oh, come
over
on
here
now.
working,
Come
man.
on
I know
now.
we all look alike, so
come
you ain't
on
got to
now.
do all
that
that,
sounds
man.
like something Patrick Creighton would say.
Well, that is the energy that we're bringing to this program on this Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. To borrow from one Figgy Fig. Wait. What an act to follow here, John Lopez. Shout out to the McNairs, Cal and Hannah joining Payne and Pendergast in the final portions of their program. What a delight. And then also, I felt like Cal and Hannah.
Why is that?
Because they got unvarnished Seth Payne.
Oh, my gosh. That was Seth at his absolute best. Or worse, depending on how you look at it.
No judgment around here.
No judgment here. Texter said, did Seth put acid in his coffee this morning? I mean, you don't want to see a Seth with acid in his coffee in the morning.
Yeah, I can't. I feel like, yeah, that would go to an entirely different place. A lot of things to talk about today in the world of Houston sports. I see you, Texter. Y'all was supposed to open up the show with the final play of the KD Dagger brother. Mm-hmm. There is a lot to talk about there, and I'm not so proud about the places that my mind went, but a big victory over the Suns for the Rockets, and maybe more importantly, victory over Dylan Brooks. My mom was on the phone. She called
talking
me
about it
during this game, and she's like, this Brooks boy, why is he like this? And I'm like, yeah, I mean,
what he is.
This is just how he. She's like, no, he got worse when he went to Phoenix. I was like, nah, he was just on your team last time.
You're going to look all right in the Lakers uniform.
Oh, boy.
I would love to be in that locker room.
Anyways, so we'll talk about that. Obviously, yesterday we had the Tatsuya Imai introductory press conference, and I think that there's a lot to talk about there. But still, everybody's on a high as you hear the McNairs coming into the building. There's a pep rally planned for some time during this week.
You got the sweet swarm signs here, placards.
The Swarm City signs as we gear up for playoff football in Houston.
Did they give us some credit for it? Did they say,
no,
we was listening to y'all show?
No,
and everybody,
none whatsoever.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
To be fair, I don't know how much credit and
we deserve a lot of it.
We should.
Yeah,
I mean,
we deserve a lot of it.
Yeah, I ain't come up with the nickname.
Why didn't we just? They were just right outside the door.
Yeah,
because we're scaredy cast.
Yeah, I ain't come up with the nickname, but I co-signed it. I got on these airways and said it.
Yeah. Figgy's like, and my word means something around these parts.
They should. Yeah, I'm sure some people heard it for the first time on these airways.
I believe it was Jalen Reed. I believe it was actually Jalen Reed who.
It was Woody Marks.
Was it Woody Marks who misspoke?
That's where I first.
That's right. That's right. When he misspoke when he got drafted
and did a little video. He said Swarm City. Let's go.
Yeah.
I feel like those are the best nicknames are the ones that come organically.
Yeah.
So we rock with Swarm City as you head into the playoffs. And you know what it is.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, both of you, just swooping in like vultures and usurping credit, taking credit away from one Woody Marks, who's had a fantastic year. Maybe he's the answer to our question as we start our conversation here and get involved with the program in the various ways that you can do it. Always love it when you text in 713-572-4610. There's also the Mokaram Injury Lawyers that we appreciate so much for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, that's Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat 610 Houston, where everybody's happy to have Figgy back in the saddle. But Nico Collins, obviously, you saw the impact of him. Is he an answer? Is Woody Marks an answer, as we were just talking about, to the most indispensable player on this Texas team? And we can split this up.
Offense,
defense.
Yeah.
If you want to do special teams, I guess you could do that as well. But who do you view as the most indispensable player as we head into the postseason?
And we have to
Texas
qualify
football?
it, right, a little bit. Take away the obvious import of the quarterback position. We're just saying at their position, and how they're playing and how this offense and defense runs with them. That's how I'm looking at it anyway. And this came up because we were sitting in that press box Sunday, and it got better. Let's be very clear, it got better. But the whole first half, when, by the way, both starters on both teams were really playing at their best, because the Jacksonville game was somewhat still up in the air, we looked at each other and said, boy, I think you said it actually, this offense is a little different without Nico on the field.
That is correct. I felt that to be a novel observation. Clearly, no one else in the building had thought it. No, clearly, it was very evident that Nico Collins stirs the drink when it comes to what this offense is, at least passing-wise.
Yeah.
He takes a lot of attention, and that allows guys to do other things, and then he just wins. I think was it Matt talking about it, or it might have been Nick Haley, because that would make more sense as the offensive coordinator last week, that there's instances where if you get in one-on-one, you trust him to be able to win it, right? 50-50 circumstances aren't 50-50 with Nico Collins on the field. That matters when you have an offense that has looked the way that it has this year, and an offense that has been, built in the way that it has this year. And so that impact is there, not just for him. We were talking about this, was it the Chargers game, where you're seeing some of the big plays that are happening, not just for Nico, but because Nico is drawing attention, he's drawing down second players. Like, he has his immediate charge of whoever was defending him, and then the safety is coming down and allowing Jalen Noel to cross their face, right? Things like that. I think that is one of the reasons why he's a good answer. Oddly enough, he's not the informed.
He is the answer that came to mind for me, and maybe it's just recency bias because even C.J. Stroud, Dalton Schultz was having his moments, but just clunky is the best way I could put it. The defense didn't have to really shade any safeties over or double team or anything else. This offense is vastly different without Nico Collins. I have him as number one.
Do you agree with the 281 here on the text line that feels like you have to give him 10 targets? Because that's been an interesting thing that's happened in the season, is we hit a point near the middle of the season where it was like, just force feed the man the football. Get him the football and get things going. As this offense has gone throughout the season in the last, handful of weeks, you have seen them kind of level out the targets all the way across the receiving core, whether that's tight ends, Dalton Schultz getting 4 or 5, Nico getting 4 or 5, Higgins getting 4 or 5 targets. You've seen that kind of spread out across. Do you like what we've seen, the latter of this offense being a more distributed approach to sending the football around the field, or do you like it, get the ball to Nico Collins, focus in on him?
I like it, but let's keep this in mind. How much of the more balance, the more spreading out of the ball is because Nico was on the field? Because there was the safety cheating over, because there was a double team, because, they laid off of him a little more to keep him in front, and so some of the other options became open. I think you have to keep that in mind. Nico Collins affects everyone on the field, so that's why he's my number one. But I do like it. I do like that they're doing it. And as far as he needs to be targeted 10 times, absolutely. This is one of both things can and should be true. Because he's on the field, it's good to spread the ball because that's where the open look is, and that's where C.J. Stroud has embraced this offense. C.J. Stroud has bought into, where the right read is immediately and then going with it, if not that, the second one. But at the same time, there are moments when you say, screw it. Screw it. Let's get the ball up to Nico and see what happens.
Yeah, I think that's a fair play going. I think you're right in that his impact shows up, and I like being able to spread the ball around because as long as he's on the field, he's going to garner that interest. But if you feel like you have a lot of other dudes that can get involved, I think that you're also a little bit less predictable. However, I think in order to get the football out, it comes to the player that I'm thinking about, and can you give me D'Amico Ryan's cut 19 here, Figgy Fig? I'd appreciate that. Because yesterday during D'Amico's meeting with the media, he was asked about this particular player and his growth. And it was interesting to me because D'Amico was not glowing necessarily in talking about the entirety of this player's game, and I would have been really annoyed if he was, but he was very pointed. And I think it matters. This is D'Amico Ryans talking about the growth of center Jake Andrews.
Jake has done a good job of setting the table when it comes to the protections, the mic points, ID, and up front he's done a good job of communicating, which is what we need. You need a guy up front who is loud, can communicate, make sure everybody's on the same page, and Jake has done that for us.
Yeah, I can't go there.
Okay.
I think it's a great point, and I think you're not that you're making him the most would be wrong necessarily, because that's your opinion, man. But
your opinion, bro.
But he still gets blown up far too often.
He does.
He gets blown up far too often.
I'm looking. I remember I was talking about British Brooks. I was talking about how he had run the ball well, and I was interested to see how much of that was his play and how much that was offensive line. So, of course, you get the all-22 drop the day after the game, and I was going through some of that yesterday. And there's instances where Jake Andrews getting up to the second level, getting his hands on the linebacker, and the linebacker going, all right, that was nice, so let me go and get the running back, right? There's instances where I still have issues for Jake Andrews, even more than I'll say, and I feel comfortable saying it to this microphone right this moment. However, I don't want to ignore the organizational aspect of what this offensive line has.
It's fair.
It matters a great deal.
That's why he's on the field.
And so he is indispensable, as evidenced by of all of the offensive line combinations that we've seen this year, some of them maddening, some of them necessary. There's been one position where it has been static the whole way around, and it's been Jake Andrews. And I think that knowing the places that you have been, in the C.J. Stroud tenure in particular, just in general, but last year in particular, knowing that having not just a inability to do the physical acts of blocking and protecting, right? Not being able to, have the technique. And shout out to Cole Popovich for getting that together. But having all of those guys, those 5 guys working like fingers in a glove, working in tandem, being able to pick up twists and stunts and not looking like a remedial offensive line, it seems like the head coach and all of the different principles that talk about this give credit to Jake Andrews for being an organizational force, and I don't want to ignore that. I want to give him that credit. With the mistakes that he's had, he's held steady. So I think that actually, in a weird way, means that organizational factor matters even more.
That's more than fair, and I don't think that's wrong at all either. But my second pick offensively, we got to get into the defense here as well, is actually on the offensive line, but it's not Jake Andrews, it's Trent Brown, just because of the trickle-down effect. Now, they did better, they did fine, I should say, this past week, but it was mostly backups on both sides, or at least on the Texans side. But Trent Brown at right tackle, there's a line of demarcation when this line got better. There is an absolute, you can point to that one thing, and that one thing was Trent Brown getting on the field. And that's when this offensive line started to get better. To me, he's right behind Nico in terms of importance.
He's definitely helped solidify what they're doing here, without question. As anything with the offensive line, there's the caveat. I don't think that we need to do it in this moment for the sake of time, but I think it's a good answer. And one of the things that is most encouraging here is that although he did not play, he was limited participant all last week. I'm surely hoping that him not playing was more of a precaution for him at his age with the knocks that he's had or what have you, coming off of the injury that he did off of the offseason, more than his inability to play. And so hopefully he's ready. And in locker room opportunities to talk to the media, he's basically said he's just now starting to feel more like himself again. And we've seen himself in the past be a really good lineman. Now, how much of that is I'm in the best shape of my life talk, right? How much of that? But I think you're right. You could see a really good tackle on the right side, which you're going to need, especially against the Steelers, because they got some edge rushers.
Against these edge rushers. Now, who is as many as I think Mina Kimes said yesterday that she voted for, I think, 4 or 5 Texans All-Pro this year. As good as they are.
Ooh, I wonder. I know she loves Kamari, and she should.
She mentioned him.
So Kamari,
Will,
Sting, Daniil.
And Aziz? Maybe
that'd be an interesting question where she went. Petrie, Aziz.
Maybe Petrie. But I think we all agree Will Anderson.
Yeah.
The most meaningful for this defense. Or would you disagree?
So I feel like there's trends going on. You've been going with dudes that their impact is felt even when the numbers aren't there in a traditional sense. Nico Collins doesn't have to catch the football to have impact on the game, as we've talked about. Will Anderson Jr. also, there's been a number of times where there's a sack or a pressure, and that is actually Will creating this on one side. Or run. Yeah. He's creating this. Like, there's been a lot of run stopping for him this year that I don't know how much credit he's gotten in a national sphere.
Yeah.
I think those you bringing those up, so I'm going to stick with my trend of trying to be the smartest man in the room and pick an off-the-cuff one. I really like Sheldon Rankins as an indispensable player on this defense.
Sheldon Rankins is really the defensive version, but better, of Jake Andrews.
And that's my thought, right? Yeah. We came into the season, actually not even came into the season, we went into the offseason last year with one of the draft possibilities being an interior defensive line. Sheldon Rankins has come back and picked up where he left off, and more so. And I continue to give him the credit for when you were dealing with mobile quarterbacks, cutting your ass up, running down the football field. It was some of the other guys, Tim Settle, Togiai once he got more run, Mario Edwards, being able to contain and help those rush ends while they're also making sure that they keep their good rush lanes. It's the Sheldon Rankins being aware and getting out there and being able to contain. He's almost solely, I don't want to say solely, but he's almost solely the reason where I'm not afraid of a screen at all, because he is always
chased him down.
He is always there. He's always acknowledging, he sees the screen before it happens, he gets there. I think that matters a great deal in setting the spine of the defense and being able to allow your rush ends to do what they do. I think Sheldon Rankins is indispensable.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. But my second choice would be right behind Sheldon Rankins. That's one Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah.
We see what they I don't want to say struggle because they're still really good, but we see the drop-off when Azeez is not on the field.
Without question. Some other ones coming in, somebody said, no, we can't pay all that many All-Pros. That's a great problem to have, 936.
Yeah.
And they will have to figure that out. I think that's something that we'll talk about in the future. But for the time being, right now, you are getting the effective All-Pros. Excellent. I would like to give them the All-Pros and appreciate that.
Yeah.
We'll deal with the issues on the backside. Some other names that came in. Can't overlook Dalton Schultz. Yeah. And the toughness that he has demonstrated, continuing to play through the injuries that we know, and only God knows what other injuries
Petrie's on the list.
He's had up there. Petrie absolutely up there because we've talked about this. This defense is you play kind of like a base defense while being in nickel. That is huge in the modern NFL, especially where the pendulum is swinging towards teams running the football. We've talked about that. So being able to come up, stop the run, apply pressure, and also still be solid enough in coverage, all those things matter a great deal. 715-724-610 on the most indispensable players, and thankfully, so many of them are healthy. Right, you're relatively healthy for this time of year heading into the playoffs, which is really good for a Texas team looking to make big noise in the postseason. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle around to another Houston sports team where yesterday was such a fun day in Houston sports. One of those because Tatsuya Imai had his introductory press conference, and there's a few things that are worth noting off of this, both as an organization and for the player, and I want to talk about those next.
All right, worth noting, another cold.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. I could say this for the first time in the year of our Lord 2026. John Lopez, Reginald Latule, and Figgy Fig all in the building.
Happy New Year, Figgy.
Happy New Year.
Always fun to be able to have.
Haven't seen you since last year.
Okay. All right. You're going to be that guy?
You are that guy.
We missed you so much. You're just going to ruin it. Huh? Just going to ruin it. By the way, how do you read this? This is not what I teased. I really want to get to Iman. In fact, because I love this dude already. Yeah. I really and truly do. Someone on Twitter tweeted out, cut Tremont Smith today. Mm-hmm. And that was from the game. One Kamari Lassiter went and found that and tweeted out this morning, cut it out. Y'all don't know the call. Don't jump to conclusions on my teammates. Shout out to Kamari defending his brother Tremont Smith.
They do that to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, did they?
Well,
that's funny you say that because he just asked how I read this. Good for Kamari defending his guy. Obviously, Tremont Smith. It's kind of throwing Kayvon Wallace under the bus because that was an obvious. We were watching it and we watched the replay a couple of times. Obviously, he thought that Tremont Smith thought that Kayvon Wallace was going to pick him up.
Yeah. And Kayvon Wallace took a step forward as if he was
thought the opposite. So
got that boy barbecued, man.
Good for Lassiter taking care of Tremont Smith there, but kind of narrows down when he says you don't know the call. Kind of narrows down
at
where
that
the
point.
responsibility.
I get it. I probably wouldn't have said nothing. I'm like, you know what?
Because it does. I'm not like trying to create. I'm saying it kind of narrows down the options here. You know, on where the responsibility
It's also worth noting that was not the only Trayvon Smith moment in that game.
Yeah.
I will say I'm not as down on Trayvon Smith as it seems like everybody else is. Mm-hmm. And some of that is I recognize that, hey, you've got two potentially or at least conversationally all-pro type corners. That step down to the next one, gonna feel.
I mean, say what you want. You need Tremont Smith, man, because you ain't got nobody else back there.
Yes.
You know who is needed in the city of Houston?
Who?
Tatsuya Imai, who had his introductory press conference. Oh, yes, he is.
Boy,
if for no other reason, then he knows exactly what time it is. There's nothing that the city of Houston loves more than a person that wants to be in the city of Houston. If you don't want to be here, you can get gone. We don't care about it. But Tatsuya Imai, he came with this energy. Remember, a Japanese-born player. He's actually going to be, I think, the first Japanese player that did not spend time somewhere else in the MLB before playing for your Houston Astros. And he's coming with the appropriate energy, whether it was Scott Boras instructed. He does not speak much English, but he decided to break it out at the start of his intro press conference.
Okay, Tatsuya, here's your opportunity to say a few words.
Hey. What's up, Sean? I'm Tatsuya Imai. I'm ready to chase a world championship. Let's go, Houston. Thank you so much.
That is so.
Now, of course, that wasn't the end of the press conference. Other things happened. I would have loved it. It's like, all right, we're done here. Thanks for coming out. That's great. I absolutely love. Obviously, I love what he is as a player. He's a dude with a lot of pitches in his arsenal, and there's some of them that are better than others, but he feels like he is well situated to come into the Houston Astros ecosystem and them sit him down and make this thing work. But he is big on winning. That was one of the things that was very clear. He said it there. He wants to win championships, and I love that attitude. He said he's a personality hire. And it feels like you're in need of that, especially in the rotation as it's currently situated.
You say he's a personality hire. I think that's the added bonus, so to speak, the added value, however it is. But I think it was a factor. I think it was absolutely. Here's how I read it, and maybe I'm reading too much into it. He's basically replacing Framber Valdez. Basically.
Okay.
Right?
Say more.
So let's
don't give him the bars.
Figgy's in. I can tell. I can feel it.
We got our ace right here.
Right. So he's basically replacing Framber Valdez, and compare the vibe and the feelings and the embracing of Houston and everything else that was perceived, at least, of Framber with the immediate perception of Imai. It's polar opposites, and I think that alone, to your point, is why people are going to, and we all are, why people are going to immediately be jumping into, all right, this is a guy that gets it, that gets H-Town, that gets the championship mentality. He talked about it. You'll hear him talking about it. Not only that, but he's a guy that he's a high strikeout pitcher, at least, what he's been. Multiple pitches, classic Japanese pitcher.
Yep.
Durable. Again, a classic trait of Japanese.
God bless.
Yeah.
Now, if you start seeing Imai show up on injury reports, then we know that it's something in the water.
Soreness.
It's something in the water at that point, because you're right. He has been
elbow
durable.
tightness, shoulder tight. No, he's durable. That's another classic, characteristic of a Japanese pitcher. So I think the combination of what left and how he got here makes it that much more important. I mean, to me, that's an important part of this. The second most important part for me is what we just talked about. I mean, the type of pitcher he is, and durability and strikeouts, and fits right into what the Astros are. And then there's this. Let's just track from when he got wheels down in Houston to today.
I love this.
To this moment.
He hasn't seen Johnny Dang yet, and yes, you're right, 832. It would have been better if he had said, what it do, H-Town. But we will cut him a little slack on that one.
But from the time he went wheels down, Texans game, H is up, sitting there.
Oh, yeah, he been chunking up the dude. He been giving you the H. The H is all I was going to say weak. He's only been here a few days.
Obviously press conference, which was terrific.
And then he went to switch clothes real quick.
And then he went to courtside Rockets, was 2 feet away from Durant when he busted that last three. I mean, this has been better.
It's a hell of a week for him, man.
Better than you could have drawn.
Yeah.
The signing might have been worth it before he even hits the mound if you just send him to all the Houston games, make sure they win them.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a vacation, too, man.
Go become a charm. Hey, we're going to send you to Pittsburgh. It's a little cold. Don't worry about it. We'll get you a coat. We're going to win. But I do love the personality is not nothing here. And I mention those things because you look at what at least the known fields on the rotation, at least the way I'm looking at it. Hunter Brown, pretty demure dude. Imai, who seems like he has a lot of personality. Javier Burrows. It feels like you need that guy, the personality, the emotion, that feeling, and it seems like he brings that he seemed the only thing that I question is, how much does that come through a translator at this point?
Mm-hmm.
But he made mention during his intro press conference that he already got like a message from, who was it again? And I forget who already hit him up on Instagram, like, here's my number. If you need anything, let me know.
Hader.
Yes, Josh Hader. Thank you.
Yeah.
So he's already finding the inroads. If he can find a way to be a part of this, I think clubhouse culture is one of those things that we've talked about, but we haven't really found like who's going to be some of the things that bring that jovial nature to it. I'm excited for that portion of it, but I don't think it's small that he's like, I'm coming in to win championships, because the Astros have been in a little bit of a crossroads. We've acknowledged it without fully acknowledging it at times that is this going to be a team that's starting to rebuild? Is this going to be a team that retools? This is clear that at least from the top they believe that we are back in championship contention. And our friends in the desert feel the same. You are like top 5, top 6 in championship odds. And it's reasonable to see.
Did you see the win total came out this morning?
I didn't see it.
Guess what the Astros win total is?
All right, so
came out this morning.
What did they win? 87 games this past season?
And last year the over-under was 87.5. Before that it was in the 90s.
94, the way that you said it.
The win total?
Yeah.
84.5.
Okay, so maybe not.
So you talk about crossroads. Here's the last thing that just really jumps out to me with the Astros and Imai. The inroads to Japan.
Oh, I think that's a whole nother conversation.
And we'll get to it.
Yeah.
So let me set that aside, because they actually acknowledged something that we talked about yesterday in terms of Dyken Park and marketing officer, et cetera. We'll get to that later. But the more important thing is you talked about the culture. He's not going to the World Baseball Classic.
That's such a huge thing.
Huge. He says, I'd rather go to spring training, get to know the guys, start to fit in, and get going.
And I was huge on that, because coming over from Japan is not the easiest thing. Usually you can expect, especially pitchers, to come over and make an impact, but it's not a guarantee. And we're slotting him into this rotation like he's going to be a guarantee. You shorten the porch on trying to make that happen when you get in quickly, you get into the car wash, you figure out what your pitch mix is with this Astros, and you give yourself an opportunity to rev up to the dude that we don't want to be. And I need you to hit the ground running, and he needs to. It's essentially a 1-year deal. So 3-year deal, up to $63 million if memory serves, but there's an opt-out every year. And he's a Scott Boras client. He's trying to make money, but he's trying to win. And I think that all those things come together, that if he hits the ground running, he could be great to make his money, but you can be great as an Astros team to do what you're trying to do. And I thought that that's one of the things that he represents that I really loved. But there's more to talk about.
Get this man a grill.
Yes, right. Where is Johnny Dang? Where is Johnny Dang? It's one of the things that I say all the time in my life, except I don't, because that'd be weird. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 here on a Tuesday, and I've neglected what was the most fun moment of all yesterday, which was watching KD do something incredible and then also be incredibly petty about it. Apparently, that was a revenge game for him, getting that victory over the Suns. As you could see him saying, get these dudes out of here, except he didn't say dudes. So with that being the case, the KD, so question of the day, what's the best revenge that you have ever gotten? 713-572-4610 is the number text. We'll talk about it next.
All right, this is going to be fun. End of this month.
2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Question of the day. What's the best revenge that you've ever gotten? 713-572-4610 is the number to text because Kevin Durant had one of those moments, at least per his estimation, last night.
What?
Buddy, well, hey, I listened to the man. Yeah. I'll take him at his word. Mm-hmm. A 100-97 victory over the Phoenix Suns. And it was a hard-fought one. That one was a scrappy basketball game. A lot of the things that we've talked about with the Rockets team, the little nuances that can be a little annoying, at least for me personally, popped up. And we could talk about those at another point. But the biggest moment in the game, outside of all the weirdness that happened, you had shot clocks not working in the building and people running around with like chickens with their heads cut off.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant being the best, did the thing that you expect the best player on the court to do. You need a bucket at the end of the game to put yourself over a Suns team that has been battering and bruising you. Kevin Durant steps up and says, I may not have been shooting particularly well tonight, but in a big moment, I will step up. I will knock down a shot from deep with dudes in my face. It does not matter. It's going down.
Yeah.
And he did that. And then after the game, friend of the show, in fact, Chancellor Johnson asked him about not just getting that win, but against the Phoenix Suns, the team that he was traded from to join these Houston Rockets. This was his answer.
Have love within that organization, but as a competitor, does it mean any more to you to be able to hit that one against your former guys?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time being to sound, I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will, to be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying? And felt like that, you know, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, you know. It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, you know. So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
I'm kind of torn on this one because that's how Kevin Durant became Kevin Durant. You know, whether there's real chips on your shoulder or not, you know, he's always been that guy that can kind of motivate himself one way or the other.
Athletes are delusional.
And he's just a basketball junkie, and anything that, you know, he can feed on and find some, you know, some motivation, good for him. So I get it. I actually support it. I understand it. That doesn't mean you can't kind of giggle at it as at the same time. He used the word scapegoated.
I do wonder, though, because I'm trying to think back to what the perception was around the Suns.
It was a trade.
No, but like he's talking about the time period. Yeah, the idea that, hey, man, they traded us away. Like, it was clear that this was not working, and it was best for everybody. That one, but as much as we hear the mutually agreed upon parting of ways, that one felt more like it than most anything that we get in sports. I do wonder, though, if there was a scapegoating of him for why Phoenix didn't work out.
I feel like it kind of was for his standard, though. To me, I think it's very petty, but even in Golden State, he got up out of there, but they won some championships. Brooklyn, that was just a mess right there. Ain't nobody blame him for that.
Yeah.
But I think this was the first time where people was actually pointing at Kevin Durant as kind of the problem, especially with the fans, the Phoenix fans.
I think it was an experiment, and this happens all the time. I think it was an experiment that didn't work, and they made a decision. But scapegoating.
But that was strong. That was the first time I felt like I seen like home fans actually was like, get out of here type deal.
Maybe
so. Like, and you know what? I got some Phoenix fans just across the hall. I'll need to go and ask.
But you know what? Same time, you do you, Kevin Durant, because that's how you get to the
No, here's my thing.
That's all he needed. Yeah, that's all he needed.
Whatever you need to get to that place. Yeah. I love seeing the results of it, which was that game. So whether it's perceived or not, John Lopez, what was your best revenge? Because it seems like KD was like, yeah, hold that.
I've got a couple that immediately came to mind, and those are the ones you got to go with. So I've told this story once or twice in the past over the years. My high school counselor. Now, keep in mind, when I was like in 10th grade, you know, nobody in my family had ever gone to college, like period. You know, the furthest they'd gone is high school. And I went to my mom and dad and I said, I kind of want to go to college. And they said, whatever we have to do, we'll get you through college. And I was like, all right, that's all I need to know. So by the end of my junior year in high school, I went to my high school counselor, said I want to go to these schools. I told him the schools that I was kind of interested in. And that dude looked at me and said, I'll never forget it. People like you probably shouldn't go to college. People like you. Keep in mind, this is 1978.
Yeah.
And he recommended I go to trade school, maybe go work at one of the civil service jobs and all this other stuff. And I walked out of there and I went, all right.
Did he say your kind should go to trade schools?
I remember the quote exactly. People like you probably shouldn't go to college. Tell me how my ass tastes.
Okay, thank you, Shaquille O'Neal, for stopping by the booth. Yeah, no, I think you've handled yourself pretty well here, John Lopez. How many countries, Olympics?
Yes.
I think you handled yourself pretty well here. There are some things coming in on this text line. I never. You guys from the 713 after their ex ended up stealing money out of their bank account and then breaking up with them. They said they slept with their best friend. Ended up marrying her.
Oh wow!
Okay. Yeah. So this was a whole revenge life that you put together.
No, this ain't just a sleeping with somebody.
Said, no, I'm gonna take this to the maximum extent. I'm committing to your best friend, and you got to sit at the wedding and see what happened here. That's crazy.
Tell me how that tastes.
Well, not in too much explicit detail. From the 504, had a college roommate cuss me out, threatened to beat me up over something I didn't do or wouldn't do for his girlfriend. Had to move rooms, ended up getting my own room, and I only have to share a bathroom with one person. All right, there you go. Right. Living better, a little moving on up to the east side. For me, it was I wanted to be an architect in college. I was deciding to change my path, and somebody was like, nah, you should go be an engineer. Don't go do that. Don't go do that media thing. That's not going to work out for you. I think suffice it to say it's worked out okay. Just to make that quick.
Yeah, mine is kind of similar to Reggie a little bit. I've been working with this company since 2012. I started as an intern up in Cleveland. And I was on the promotions team, and salute to the promotions team and all that stuff, street team. But I wanted to be on the programming side. And so it was a PD up there that was looking for board operators and all that. And he asked the program coordinator, like, hey, do you know anybody that's interested in learning how to do this? And he said, yeah, Figgy's, he always wanted to do this. He said, yeah, but I just need somebody with some experience.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but bringing in a lot of people from college that never had experience working in that type of environment.
Well, did he say what kind of experience he was looking for?
He didn't. He didn't. So
they're looking for some different type of
experience. But some light experience.
Yeah. So my revenge was moving down here, moving on up, probably further than I ever would have been there under him. And just going back there, I made an excuse to try to go back there. Like, yeah, I got to do some work for the station down in Houston.
So you were bringing the new girl around.
I was just walking around peacocking. Yeah.
This right here. Oh no, this my new
You see
job.
this picture on the Odyssey app? That's me right there. Yeah. Everything going good. Yeah.
This is a great one because sometimes it's kind of in reverse of the one that you just read. My extremely hot but equally crazy college girlfriend.
Oh, I'm sure that's going to go well.
Yeah.
Cheated on me with a prima donna teammate. They married each other. That's the best revenge ever.
Oh, okay.
He's got her crazy ass now.
All right. Yeah. I guess that is one way of viewing it. And then this one from the 281 made me chuckle. One day in Houston, lady cut me off in traffic, flipped me off. Long story short, she came in for an interview with me 2 days later. Guess who didn't get the job? Yeah. That feels like, I'm pretty sure there have been shows made out of that premise right there. So that's got to be real refreshing, especially because in Houston, there is very, very little recourse that you can actually have with road rage incidents that don't end up with you in cuffs.
I like seeing the road rage incidents when somebody flick you off or something like that and then immediately crash into a car.
I've seen a couple of those.
of those. And, I don't want nobody get hurt, but driving all crazy.
Those guys zipping through and all of a sudden they hit the whatever.
And now I'm going past you like, that's what your ass
or someone that gets a ticket.
The ticket is better.
Yes.
But honestly, both of those I don't love if for no other reason than, and maybe this is because I just had to deal with this, my insurance premiums go up because of that. We all in the same boat. We know that insurance in Houston is crazy just because all these people be getting wrecked. So The one that gets me is the person that's driving all crazy and then y'all end up stopped at the same light.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, oh, look at you.
Right behind him.
You did all that, and we in the same place.
I'm right next to you, buddy.
How you feel that? Definitely not the same as knocking down a 3-pointer on your former team on their head top to make sure you get a victory. So salute to KD having the best revenge on a Monday in January in 2026. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. We'll do that next.
The Texans took down. Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this Tuesday. And actually some breaking. I always feel weird using the words breaking news.
But it is.
It is breaking news. Yeah. It just doesn't feel like it carries the appropriate weight. Mm-hmm. However,
it's not worthy of the sounder.
No, I definitely not. I feel like that would create an anxiety amongst the listenership that's not needed in this mode. Don't do it. No. Fee done came back acting a fool. I see you. He's well rested from the break. But this is news from our nation's capital as Cliff Kingsbury is leaving the Washington Commanders organization to, quote, pursue other opportunities. So this isn't specifically he was fired. This seems kind of a mutual parting of ways.
Or he left.
And I don't know that inherently means that he's going to be an NFL head coach, because I don't know if I would want you to hire him as an NFL head coach if I had an NFL team that was looking for a coach right now.
Yeah, I don't think it means that at all, to be honest. I think what it is he's already got a job. Otherwise, why would he leave? Well, why would he leave?
Well, I think he just probably want a better opportunity.
Yeah, and I think he
to
has
become to that road to become a head coach.
He has fallen up a lot of his career.
He really has,
and I say that with as much respect as I can actually muster.
Hey, he's got a lot.
Hey, man, he had no business getting that Arizona job, in my opinion, man. I just don't see.
How much of his salary should Johnny Manziel get? I'm dead serious. If it wasn't for that one season,
there should be a good tip in there somewhere. Though. Here's a few grand just as a thank you.
It's crazy he got that Arizona job to begin with.
Yeah, but I think what it is here, just speculation. Don't know a damn thing, but it just writing on the wall. I think he might have a college head coaching job.
I was thinking the same thing.
But
I don't know where he would go, though.
It feels so late in the cycle. It feels like teams have really gotten themselves situated, especially considering that the transfer portal opened up late last week.
No, it's awkward.
So I was guessing that he might end up as someone else's offensive coordinator. Yeah. I don't know that I trust him to be a head coach, but he has the things to be an offensive coordinator, even if
in the NFL?
Yes, in the National Football League. I just don't know how much I personally trust him, but I also have a level of distrust for him that is probably not fair. He had the 2024 Commanders looking like a fantastic offense. They went to, was it the NFC Championship game that year?
Right.
Jay Daniels has had some injuries. They've had the team in general this past year did not look in the same vein. How much of that do you attribute, at least on offense, to him?
Has he ever worked
I don't
with
know.
Matt Nagy?
That is.
No, I'm dead serious.
That is such a good question. I don't believe so.
Or they all have some kind of relationship, but Matt Nagy.
Or probably.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we going to play, name the connection? Because I see what you're going for.
Yeah.
And if you don't see where he's going, can you lay it out for us?
So Matt Nagy is probably going to get the Titans job. We said that.
Why is that?
Well, because the general manager has a relationship with him and everything else in Tennessee. We actually speculated Matt Nagy's name the day that the Titans job came open. And now he's interviewing. Obviously, he said he's not going to call plays. Once he gets to Tennessee, he's going to be more of an overseer like DeMeco Ryans. So I'm wondering, Cam Ward, job security, second-year quarterback, that might be very tempting for someone like Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, I could see that as being in that. I would not love that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is giving a Cam Ward who has displayed flashes at the end of this year.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if we said this. He dealt with an AC joint sprain in that game that sent him out of the Jaguars game, that pretty much put the game out of reach for the Titans. Not that it was going to be in reach anyways, but he's not going to have surgery, so he should be good to rest, rehab, and be ready for next season in a normal fashion. And if he comes back with, I don't love Matt Nagy as an offensive guy, but he has been a head coach before. Maybe he can be the CEO there.
That's what he says.
And if they bring in a coordinator like that, it's a little more dangerous. They still have to add talent. There's a lot of they're bereft of talent in Tennessee, and some of that is the tearing down that they've done. But I still don't love the idea of giving competence over to the Titans. That's not fair.
Yeah.
I'm sure you know what the text line looks like right now, though.
And
there's a lot of people going, next Texans offense coordinator. If for some reason you end the playoffs and the organization says, Nick Haley, thank you for your service, but we expect more.
I don't see that.
Would that be something? I don't
when
either.
He was in town.
I don't either. But
remember, it was like an interview, but not an interview.
Yeah,
like he came over from Korea or something. He was doing something.
That's right,
Thailand. I think he was in.
He went somewhere in the East because I remember when he left. That was the UCLA job that he had said that he was going to do, and he was just like, "Actually, I'm gonna go home now."
Yeah,
something like that.
And then they said he's flown in from Korea to Houston, but then they didn't officially make it an interview. I think
he was just hanging out.
Yeah,
He just wanted to audit the building and see how y'all was doing things. That's it. Would you be interested in a Cliff Kingsbury as offense coordinator if for some reason the things shook out for that way, which I'm saying I don't believe is going to happen?
I absolutely would. D'Amico Ryans absolutely would not.
Yeah.
Absolutely would not.
And why do you say that with that?
He likes
firmness?
what they're doing.
Yeah,
he likes
safe.
Keep it safe, boys.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they moved on from this OC this year this year, man. It seemed like everything is going the way they thought it was going to go.
And with this defense, it's exactly the way D'Amico Ryans likes it.
Yep.
Yeah. Stay safe, conservative, run the ball.
Okay. And then there's an argument that can be made and is being made on the text line right now that do you want to have yet another offense coordinator 3rd and 4 years in that tenure? It's not something you desire, but we'll see how you continue to feel about Nick Haley with the playoff run.
If anything, I can see that if they did decide to move on from him, I could see them giving that position to Gerard Johnson.
Sure.
Possibly.
Yeah, that would kind of suck if Gerard Johnson is stuck with the program and all of a sudden you're like, hey, the new hotness done came back out on the streets.
Yeah.
That's the only way I see them moving on from Haley.
That's fair. That's fair. Some other things around the National Football League. As you know, the carousel of coaches and executives continues to roll on with Black Monday yesterday and all the machinations. Another parting of ways, but this one very much direct. Matt Eberflus, the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys, axed, and I feel like Jerry Jones had made this decision weeks ago, but it was like, we're not going to do it on Monday because everybody else is doing stuff on Monday. Tuesday, that's when people will talk about the Cowboys. This was clear. This had to happen. They were an awful defense, even with them getting rid of Micah Parsons. He was just bad.
And it wasn't – I like him as a defensive coordinator.
I liked him as a defensive coordinator. I mean, obviously we saw him pretty close when he was working in Indianapolis, right, with the Colts. But, yeah, it has not looked the same neither in his tenure in Chicago as the head man.
It's a Jerry Jones special, man.
I think he was bad in and of himself. He had some weird things like playing players outside of their strengths, which is an easy way to lose me if you're a coach. And so, yeah, it looks bad there. Some other things around the NFL now. Executive-wise, this is the interesting thing, and I want you to I'm going to ask you, how do you feel about this from the Falcons? Are they serious or unserious? As Matt Ryan, former, really club-level quarterback here for the Falcons, is reportedly hoping to become the next president of football operations with the Falcons, which we kind of had some speculation on. The additional news today is that he's hoping to continue his CBS job that he's doing right now and do some level of
Thanks a lot,
Falcons
Tom Brady
as well.
Exactly.
Thanks a lot, Tom Brady.
I think you and I might differ on this. I actually like the idea of him, getting his feet on the ground, his boots on the ground in Atlanta. I would trust him. I think he knows people at every level in organizational football here. I like the idea of him doing that. I really do. I think he'll be good for Arthur Blank. He certainly knows, like I said, everyone in the league. I don't like the precedent that Tom Brady has set, and I don't think it's a precedent that should have been set, at all.
Yeah, it is something I really despise, but the barriers have been broken down, and this is now a thing the NFL's cool with. And I think that this is one of those kind of just things that were, not spoken but kind of known and understood. Is that, you don't want to have these conflicts of interest. And I think the NFL is realizing in sports in a lot of different places that, hey, these things that we have held up as pillars to making sure that this thing keeps going, the thing keeps rolling on without them in various other ways. I will tie this kind of tenuously, but I will still tie this to even like the appearance of illegitimacy gambling-wise. That's one of those conversations that we've had is the NFL and other sports were so far away from gambling, and they cozied up a little bit, and they saw, the whole thing doesn't fall down if we do this.
And there's more money.
And here we go. And I think that that's where you find things like Brady calling games and being a minority owner, and now the possibility of Matt Ryan having executive say-so in a NFL team, but also being a part of calling narratives. This is something that's going to continue happening, and I really freaking hate it.
And it's not just gambling. It's not just the conflict of interest. There's so many things the NFL – basically, the NFL talks a good game. They talk a good game, but they don't necessarily back it up with their actions and how they sort of implement these things.
No, for sure. But here we are. Now, it remains to be seen if the Falcons actually do this, but who we fooling?
Yeah.
Like Arthur Blank is it was reported that he was already listening to Matt Ryan and some advice on what they do.
Yeah.
I think that you go with, we've seen this in a number of different facets. You go with people that you trust. In some ways good and in other ways bad. What's up, Jim Crane?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that you go with people that you know and you're familiar with and you give them power a lot of times in those roles. Some other things around the NFL as we continue talking about this. Mike McDaniel is not, or he's going to remain there in Miami as the head coach. They have a general manager opening. And Mike McDaniel says that he is a part of the GM hiring process. Is this a good idea, John Lopez?
It's not a good idea, but what it tells me is Mike McDaniel has a lot better job security than I thought he did. Yeah,
I tried to told you, didn't I?
Man, like I thought he was on real.
I was calling for. I mean, I thought he was going to get fired week 4.
Yes,
I kept saying this is the week. This is the week.
Yes, and anytime a head coach has that kind of say and power in a general manager hiring, number one, it's general man influence that he's going to get along with, and maybe even to a large degree control, and that's job security right there.
Now it is worth noting that Mike McDaniel was saying this, and that could just be self-aggrandizing.
Sure.
It could just be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have a say in this,
yeah,
and you might not actually have any level of influence. But I would think that this is a bad idea. I think that you should reserve that kind of influence for people that you know are established, and I don't know that they should be in a place where he should be established, although I do believe that he should be the head coach next year, and I talked about that. They did not quit on him as a team. He continues to be an innovative play caller. He just had his play calling hampered by a quarterback that is going to be a limiting factor. I want to see what he can do going forward. However, with that point, that is where I will hit him on this thing where Mike McDaniel is apparently not closing the door on the possibility of Tua Tagovailoa returning and being a part of a quarterback competition. What the hell are you doing, dog?
Yeah, I think he's lying. I think basically that's working the system, trying to see if there's any takers. I mean, everybody does it. Everybody does it. No, he's definitely going to be in the competition, but in the back rooms, they're talking about how they're going to be able to move on.
Maybe so, but we have all seen that movie.
Yeah.
We are all familiar with the game, man. If you're going to get Tua Tagovailoa off of your roster, which I don't know that they will because of the prohibitive factor of his contract. It's just going to be because your organization slaps some draft capital to his lapel as he goes. You're not fooling nobody in the NFL. In fact, sometimes I think we on the outside do this too much where we're like, oh, don't say too much because they won't. But staffs of people that they know better than we do what's happening inside the other buildings.
Yes.
We not fooling nobody in the National Football League on these things. But, yeah, this is not going to matter here. But the idea that he's going to actually be a part of the competition, don't do that to yourself because, like I said, I think the reason why you remain is that everybody, including the Stephen Rosses of the world who owns the team and the people who are decision makers, recognize, okay, you are talented, you had a limiting factor. Don't then pull that limitation back on yourself because it's a safety blanket of sorts.
The NFL is one giant sewing circle. They all talk. They all gossip. They all ask questions. Hey, how's so-and-so doing? What do they really think of this guy? Do you think that job is going to come open? Even for the most established contending teams like the Texans, you're fooling yourself if you don't think some guys in that building are kind of asking around, talking, finding out whether it's jobs or player availability or whatever.
The Cold War is over, but I feel like you have a, somewhat similar feeling in the National Football League and competitive sports in general at the professional level. They are all trying to do some level of spy work or find it. I mean, hell, we've seen that a number of times. What's up to, what was it, James Click? Wasn't that what James Click was doing in somewhat nefarious ways?
Yeah.
There's more legitimate ways of doing that, but everybody's trying to get information and get a feel for what's happening around the league.
Yeah.
That's part of trying to find competitive advantage. So, they're all in on what's happening around everywhere else. Somebody said, I want to see what Mike can do with Stroud. I love the appeal, especially because the offense the style, or rather the tree of offense that he calls, is the one that felt like it was really good for the wrong caller in Bobby Slowick. I would have loved if there was an opportunity to have the similar offense but a better play caller for Stroud because I'm still not sold on the idea that the offensive tree, the offensive system that they have here for CJ right now is one that he flourishes best in. Can he be good in it? Maybe. I think that's quite a possibility. but it felt like he was really well situated for what they were doing previously.
No, you're not alone.
I think that'd be interesting.
In fact, that's something that you and I and a lot of people have talked about. It's also something that I think is, kind of bringing it back to where we are this week with the Texans. I think it's something that's a factor in the game against the Steelers.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about that at noon.
Without question. And then one more thing before we go here around the NFL. Did you see Russell Wilson giving you the tale as old as time?
Oh, my arm.
Apparently.
The old Rodney Dangerfield. Arm.
It's the I did something embarrassing, so I'm going to claim that, oh, man, I'm injured, man. Yeah. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. Apparently, the Giants didn't know that he had injured his hamstring. He'd actually had a grade 2 tear, Russell Wilson says, in week 2. It was the Friday practice before week 2 overtime loss to the Cowboys for the Giants. So his perspective is that he had an injury. He said, quote, not the Giants' fault on Twitter. They didn't know because I didn't want to tell anyone because of the circumstances. I just had to play through it and try and go play ball that day. Thought we were going to win that wild, crazy game.
All right, clipping and pasting and putting it in the 1240 segment on Thursday, buy or sell. We won't have to buy or sell right now, but there is no way in hell the Giants didn't know if he was in fact injured.
I think there's instances where dudes don't.
No way.
You don't think so?
No way. Just because of the way he operates in the huddle, the discussion around the locker room, trainers are around you every day. They gauge these guys' health, digitally, with all sorts of other things and test them and all this and that. No way in hell the Giants didn't know if in fact he was injured.
I just love this as I'm just trying to as a attempt to further his career. I just don't think anybody is going to take you up on that. Like I think that we got to that place with you, big dog.
Yeah.
The peak was very, very high for him. I do hate the way it fizzled out. Some of that feels like that's him.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that feels like that's him, and we've had that conversation before. All right, that's a little bit of Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Coming up next, an incredible moment at the end for the Rockets on what was a weird day. A lot of hoopla, and I think all that hoopla took away from what was actually the most important Rockets news of the day. I'll tell you what that was next.
The Texans are headed into the playoffs with a skirmish against the Steelers on the horizon. Does anything... yours. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. In fact, it better be a happy Tuesday to you, at least in the sports context, because if it's not, I don't know what you need to get happy.
What else do you want?
I mean, you got a brand new Japanese pitcher. You got a new toy, and he's excited to be here. Like, you ain't just get somebody and he's here. He's talented, he's young, and he's excited to be here. That's cool. You got, obviously, the Texans headed to the playoffs and probably having the most buzz around them heading into the playoffs in quite a while, and the most belief in their path and their capabilities. And then you got the Rockets giving you drama in a way that only a star player could give you, and that was Kevin Durant having a big-time three-point shot to win the game 197 in that moment.
With MIE in the crowd.
In the crowd, the McNairs were also and a fun moment to have. In fact, you know who enjoyed that moment maybe more than anybody? Well, one, Kevin Durant, because he was out here talking about this. In the moment, you saw the emotion.
Scapegoated.
And then afterwards, he said that winning against the Suns, the team that he was traded away from, is one that it mattered. It made it more for him. He said that he felt like he was scapegoated for it not working in Phoenix, which I still find to be kind of wild. But yeah, he enjoyed it quite a bit. You want to know who else enjoyed it? Can I interest you in Amen Thompson, who said this about the KD game winner, and I found this to be kind of amazing?
I told him, I was like, that was the best moment I've had as a Rocket. Just the shot and the home crowd, how loud they got. I think that's the first game winner we hit. I mean, it's my game winner, you know. It's not.
I mean, since me.
Like one of his favorite moments, Amen.
Well, no, part of that is very understandable. I mean, that's Kevin Durant. That's the guy that they've all, and he's a young guy, so clearly has idolized him. Probably in middle school, watching him, et cetera. So it makes sense. And then for it to come to fruition, in terms of like when you make the Kevin Durant trade, this is exactly what you envisioned. Hey, we need a shot. Give the ball to Kevin Durant. Let's see what happens.
This is it.
How about an off-balance fade away 4 feet behind?
That's exactly why you got him here, man. Because you didn't have that.
It was a deep three. It was a big time three.
Without question, sidestep. And that's what you get him for. But I think also the cultural portion of it, and men doing that is the cultural portion. That, in the ability to tough it out and everything. The concerns that people had about Kevin Durant also, about acquiring Kevin Durant, also popping up a little bit because I think the biggest news on the day got obscured by Kevin Durant pulling you out of the game, managing to get that win, being tough, rallying the building.
Yeah.
One of the weird things that happened in the building was all of the clocks in the game and the shot clocks not working.
Old school, middle school.
And one of the things about it is it's no longer just like, oh, there's a scoreboard and there's, clock up there. The NBA has the mechanics of this. Like, it's really nuanced. There's all sorts of things. We were actually talking about it with Hannah because Hannah was at the game, and she has a little bit of insight into it. And I knew this, but hearing it again reminded me, that the referees' whistles, when they blow, it actually stops the clock. Like, they have so many mechanisms that are tied to all different parts, and that system was down. So it took the game out of this weird place, although it allowed the PA announcer to add a little bit of home cooking to the game by giving you countdowns and then giving intermittent countdowns.
The arm thing,
yes.
All that stuff.
I think all of that, the excitement of that, the Imai sideline, being on the sideline with Boris and Jim Crane and his family, all of those things took away from what was the most important news on the day for me. Did you see that before we even got to the game, Alperen Şengün is going to be out for at least another 10 days before he's evaluated again?
Yeah, this is obviously enormous. I mean, these games all count. That's 2 weeks. We say it in baseball. It applies in basketball. This was a game that, on the upside, you got exactly what you hoped to get out of Kevin Durant when you traded for him, and he did, and it was emotional, it was cool, and you just heard from Amen Thompson. On the downside, Şengün out for 10 days, 2 weeks in essence of basketball. It amplifies the trouble you have in getting an offense that helps you avoid being in a situation where Kevin Durant has to take a last-minute crazy shot, because in a good, well-run, efficient offense, and I know they're right behind you in the standings, but that's a game that you should have been able to control just by and get to more than just 100 points.
Yes, but that's because the offensive issues, and this is where I come back to the thing that I said, which is the questions that some people rightfully had about the Kevin Durant acquisition that I know I waved away. They're coming up, which is you are leaning so much of what you do on Kevin Durant offensively. Amen Thompson, I love him as a player, but as a primary ball handler, it's becoming more and more annoying for me personally. I say this with as much respect as I can give, and I will also preface this by saying I really do love the player that I'm going to compare him to, even though there's a negative connotation. He is a more aware Russell Westbrook. He is he takes shots with the confidence that he probably does not deserve in some of these instances. He attacks well, but he's also not creating some of the separation. He's not turning the corner as easily because defenses can sit back and they know what's happening. So much of your offense looks hard. There's that portion of it. There's the fact that you don't have a lot of guys that generate, and without Alpern on the floor, teams can sit back and make it so hard. So you're taking a lot of contested jumpers. You're taking a lot of contested layups outside of Kevin Durant, making a little something out of nothing. And that was a question people had. They were like, I don't want this to become just Kevin Durant. And through injuries, obviously Fred VanVleet being the first one, but now Alperen Sengun, you have gotten here. And that's the thing that's a little upsetting right in this moment for me.
So two questions that I'm looking at with this team right now. Number one, does it amplify, does it make it more important to get something done at the trade deadline? Because of what you just said, they need, and it's not just, even if Sengun's back, you need something to be able to run this offense better. And number two, how are we feeling about the Kevin Durant trade in general, just in terms of how let's keep in mind, there were championship expectations immediately. Well-deserved and should have happened. Championship, expectations. They're a 4 or 5 seed right now with an offense that can scuffle a little bit and is a disjointed team altogether. Has it been successful?
I think so. I still think so. I think going back to, you see a man, I've seen the growth in Jabari Smith Jr., and I still think there's more to come to become if you're going to be the KD Jr., I need you to be KD Jr. in some of those moments where you are able to kind of just get your own shot. We've seen development in a lot of other players, and we've seen, even there was a moment in this game where Tari Eason is trying to throw a pass to KD. He errantly throws it. It goes out of bounds. And in a moment, you can kind of see him be like, hey, I want you to do this. And you can see in the moment also, KD gives him a quick word of advice, and Tari nods his head like, all right, I feel you.
Yeah.
Those development moments, I think, is continually what you want from this team, and he's still giving you that, while giving you not just being centric to the offense, but giving you that thing at the end. That, what you got him for, he's still showing up. I think the other question is the one where I'm dabbling now, because that I'd gotten to the place where I looked around the league and I said, I don't know what the answer is on the trade market. I think I'm opening myself up more to, can you find some level of answer that helps you figure this out, because it's becoming more and more apparent that this is going to be something that matters. And some of this you have to give credit to the Suns, and obviously the familiarity that Dylan Brooks has, but just generally that they were able to bring with this, because they're just sitting in your passing lanes.
Yeah.
They know that passing for you is not a good thing, and they made that tough. How many other teams can do that, but more importantly, how many teams will do that to you?
Yeah, no, I think I'm there with you when it comes to the trade. It does make it a little more interesting because, again, you're sort of adjusting on the fly here mid-season and trying to figure things out. So, but that's something you probably need to do in order for this offense to start working a little better. The other point you made, yes, it's a successful trade in terms of Jabari, for example, helping him individually. That doesn't do a lot for the squad in terms of what you're doing in the half court.
Now, yes, that is fair. Yeah. I think offensively you were still also – it was a little problematic for you last year as well, and I don't want to grade them at what could be viewed as one of their lowest points in the season to this point, where they also still won a basketball game.
Sure.
Because you have those abilities to finish out the games. And one of the things that was encouraging, again, I will take you to the score, 197. One of the things that got them over here was they locked down defensively in the second portion of it. And we have not seen that kind of – they've been lesser of a defensive team. They've started finding their groove, obviously, in December and such. But I think that having Tari Eason back, coming back off of his injury, and then having Dorian Finney-Smith debut, we're seeing that defensive intensity kick up. So they have the instances or the inclination to be able to lock down where they need to, and KD still presents the opportunity to, if I need to get you the ball, he can do it. It's just a little bit dicier than we thought it would be. Yeah. And, of course, that's on us because why would we think it'd be all unicorns and rainbows?
No, it was deserved. It should have been that way, the expectation. Man, they got one of those stupid back-to-backs on the road coming up, too. At Portland tomorrow and then at Portland on Friday.
Yeah, the little baseball series.
I hate those.
My mom is right there with you. I was on the phone with her.
Yeah.
It's necessary though to try and limit some of the traveling.
Sure.
These are all just Band-Aids because the NBA won't do what
back in my day.
Okay, all right. What the NBA needs to do is shorten the schedule. Except nobody involved wants to get back money.
Yeah, no.
And so we just gonna find a way to make this work. But that's a good back-to-back against Portland. And again, you won't have Alperen Sengun. I don't even know what the tiding over is without Alperen. The only thing that I hope here, John, is that, this is a pressure makes diamonds type situations, and they can find some ways to get, to rise above the occasion and what they're missing and find some answers. I don't know what those would be, though. Do you have a best guess of what you think some of the answers would be to, like, creation in the absence of Alperen Sengun?
Well, I think the answer is go with what works in terms of getting points on the board in critical minutes. I think you're not running the offense per se through his hands on the ball a lot more.
Well, that's already the answer that they have.
Because obviously there are things you can do. A man's still going to have the ball. Shepard's still going to have the ball. But I think you just mix and match, and when you need it, you go to Kevin Durant.
Well, that's what it's looking like.
Doing.
And here's the thing: they managed to make it work, make a shake. A 22-11 Rockets team get a 100-97 victory. It was fun. It was exciting, but I don't want to ignore that there's something under here that they're traversing, they're having to deal with.
Yeah.
A fair question, though, going back to what you were talking about, the KD trade from the 713. I don't understand how this team would look any different if you didn't make the trade. And some of that is, for the third time when you see the Phoenix Suns, Jalen Green is over there in street clothes.
Yeah.
That's also something you have to consider with what's happening here.
100%.
Dylan Brooks brings that intensity, but you had the same intensity because of the likes of Tari and Dorian Finney-Smith. So I would still do that 10 times out of 10, that deal. Yeah. But that does not ignore the fact
Doesn't fix the other thing.
Yeah, the other thing is that, that Fred VanVleet injury is really harming you right now in this moment. Not enough to make you lose, though. That's the beautiful part.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got a little bit more insight into what the Astros look like. Let's talk about, or what they will look like, at least with their pitching staff. Let's talk about that and more in what's popping next.
The Texans took down the Colts.
doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin' is Reggie Adatola, John Lopez, and Figgy Fed.
Hey, I like that. We got the two voiceover guys here. So what's poppin'? I wanted to get your thought on this, Figgy, with Tatsuya Imai and embracing the H-Town stuff.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable. I want to get into a little bit more of the the Japanese aspect of it, but really didn't hit you. This is I can't separate him from how Fromber left and how Fromber was looked at here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's what
I had to be honest until you said something.
I think it's one of those things that it's going to matter for Astros. It does matter for Astros fans.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I am so excited for what this move says about the Astros as an organization as a whole.
Yes.
I thought that getting a chance to hear from Jim Crane and Dana Brown also illuminated what's happening with this team. And this move is great on the individual level, but we made allusions to it. And I thought Chandler Rome did a great job in writing about this, laying out how Jim Crane, who's, obviously his company and his business has taken him to Japan before, but the intertwining of the Astros and Daikin with the naming deal took him to Japan last year, and it reinvigorated his desire to have the Astros be present in the Pacific Rim portion of the world. So he actually asked them to beef up their scouting in those areas. And this is the first forays into that. And I think this is huge for continuing to develop it. You were mentioning how they have been on the forefront when it comes to, or maybe not the forefront, but they've been very good.
Well, maybe not the absolute forefront.
Right, but they've been very good.
They redefined South America and Cuba in terms of, they had the Venezuelan Academy for years and years and years. Obviously, Jose Altuve. So many players come from South America. So many Cuban players have really, they've looked at the Astros first, even players that ultimately signed somewhere else because of they've done such a good job with that, helped win titles, because they were so good in Latin America. Now, in a weird way, when they started, and built the partnership with Daikin and it's Daikin Park, you thought, okay, cool, whatever, no big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big deal on the field now.
Yeah,
just real quick, the either vice president or president of marketing for Daikin in Japan was at the press conference yesterday, and it was very, very clear, it was made very clear that he was a big part of being able to get this player. It was huge.
Yeah, so all the folks that have been inclined to just still call it Minute Maid Park, you better get used to calling it Daikin. I think they might have shifted the organization. Well, I mean, they did in some ways because you see the bigger investment in the Pacific Rim, and the way that Jim Crane was talking about it, it's funny because I do see the Japanese players that have come into Major League Baseball. We know that he's talked about it like this is an untapped market. Like there's still a market inefficiency happening with talent in the likes of Japan and Taiwan and Korea. And if that's the case, this could be the thing that boosts and is a boon to your next run, because it's not just drafting well, but it's also finding more to build up your farm, build up in the other avenues of player acquisition. And if this helps you, you might be praising Daikin in quite a way. Plus, I love that Houston has on different occasions has gotten support from outside of the U.S. market. I think about Yao Ming all the damn time and how China impacted the Rock fan base and their popularity for a good while.
Their bank.
You haven't, and literally physically the bank, the money that's in here. How much more can you possibly get in on the Japan market, especially with the Ohtani phase that's happening as well? Like, can you get involved there, especially not just with Imai, but with more investment in that
You know what else I like about him? And this is just old school. We all have those friends. Hell, I was that friend when I was in elementary school. And middle school. Like everybody's like, oh, Rangers, Texas Rangers is my team, or the Astros or whatever. And obviously I became a huge Astros fan. But when I was in elementary and middle school, I was that guy who went, nah, man, I like the A's. I like the Oakland A because those wild uniforms and, all these crazy guys with mustaches and everything. I think Imai is that guy because he was asked about, the Dodgers are right there. The Dodgers are right there.
A lot of Japanese talent. Obviously, Ohtani, Roki Sasaki.
Yeah. Ohtani alone.
Yes.
World Series, back-to-back.
And he went, I want to beat the Dodgers. I want to beat the Dodgers. We all had that friend, right? Like instead of the Browns, like when you were growing up in Cleveland, like, nah, man, I'm a Steelers fan.
Yeah. That's a bad example, right there.
Yeah, because also the Steelers, that's a national brand. Everybody on there, they might be better to go the other way there. But yeah, I see someone who's like, stop with the scouting BS. I don't think that it's BS. I think that there is something to it. Now, of course, they have to walk the walk of it. But this could be very big to what they do. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, we also got a little insight to something that I think PC was talking about when he was holding down the fort on Thursday, that the six-man rotation you are going to see early and often. And I see you on the text line saying, I don't think that this rotation is done. I hope not.
Yeah.
But I think that if it is, I have a much better feeling about it than I thought I would.
Let's go through it.
All right, so right now,
Hunter Brown at the top.
Very clear. I think Imai, especially without him playing in the World Baseball Classic and jumping in very early, he's got a lot of pitches. Some of them already fully formed. Some of them need a little bit of molding, and obviously he needs the pitch selection. No better place to find that out than with this Astros team. I think that he's going to hit the ground running and be a solid middle of the rotation.
I think he's number 2.
And I think in this instance, he could be your number 2. All right, so there you go. I think Christian Javier is an interesting one because you look at look at the underlying metrics, and I go, last year was rough. But he was only a year off of Tommy John, and the widely respected folks will talk about the idea that second year coming off of the Tommy John is where you can see a better pitcher. We know that he has the temerity, he has the mentality to do it. Can he get his stuff back to that place?
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see that. If that's the case, and that's an if that I'm putting out there, which is fair, that works well.
I think that's 1, 2, 3, right?
The Mike Burrows acquisition might be 3.
Might be.
But, I mean, that's a guy that slides in. And then I think you've got some questions on some other guys like Spencer Arrighetti.
Mm-hmm.
Does he make his way back? Because if you look at your 5th and 6th spots, if we're right on those first four, Arrighetti, does he make his way back in? Is A.J. Bluebaugh developing well enough to the place where they feel comfortable with him being a back end of the rotation starter? Jason Alexander, is he able to come up and continue some of the good things that he did last year? Ryan Weiss was an acquisition that they made from Korea that he could be very well going and as a viable starter. You've got a few names there that you can make shake there, and I like that as a possibility. And it feels like, especially if Imai hits the way that he's supposed to, it feels like you might have answered the front end of your rotation issue.
Hey, you didn't mention Lance McCullers Jr.
I didn't, because I don't know that I want to go through that emotional roller coaster again.
Because I don't need that in my life. I don't need that in my life. I mean, we'll see. And that's as wide open as I can get on that. I mean, who knows? But you don't even count on him.
Yeah. He's that person, if you invite him to the party, just bring whatever, man. Whatever you bring is fine. If you don't bring nothing,
y'all need
that's
ice?
fine
No. We got someone covering the ice. Just
bring some plates or something, paper plates. If you don't bring it, that's still fine. Whatever you bring,
set him
is
over
cool.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's if he manages to bring something, that's gravy on top of what you're doing here. But I like this here, and I mean, I was talking with PC about this. I also find it interesting. We also heard, we're in a place where you very well could trade the likes of Jesus Sanchez, Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes. Would you be willing to part with Arrighetti in order to move off of Walker?
Yes. I think so. I think what this does, Jim Crane also mentioned this yesterday. I'm not afraid of spending. I'm not afraid of the luxury tax, but everybody has a budget, and that's fair, and that's how I would approach it. If I had that kind of money, I would want to be, right on that line, maybe over it occasionally or whatever, but you're not going to be crazy with it. Well, you're crazy with it if you don't make, a smart deal here, especially with the logjam, on the infield. So I think that'd be one of those that they're looking at.
And you can save some money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
With Walker, if you could find a way to get Walker out of there and maybe sending Arrighetti as a nice prospect could help alleviate that. I still don't love the idea of trading Paredes, but I understand if that's the place you got to. If they can manage to move on from Sanchez, that'd be an interesting thing, though.
Yeah.
Because he also is he's set to make some money, I believe, on arbitration. And if you can move off of him, you create a little bit of money. The only thing that I would then look up is you're getting a little thin in the outfield, but that's when you look to what do you bring back in that trade, and where could you then apply?
They've been thin already.
That's
man.
right. That's right. But is there a way that you could free up some money that could then help you go and address some of those issues?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to clear the infield to address the outfield.
I think that's probably the case.
Right. And I feel because Altuve is going to play second base, and obviously Jordan's not going to do anything but DH, so you got to kind of clear some of that room to be able to address the outfield. One other thing pop in here, we were talking about Cliff Kingsbury parting ways with the Commanders, and clearly to me it means he feels pretty good about other locales that he might end up. Now being reported that Cliff Kingsbury is expected to interview with the Giants and the Titans, among others, for their head coaching positions.
Head coaching positions, okay. So he is looking to be a head coach. More power to you if that's the way that you
It kind of makes sense though. Not judging this year, but last year with a rookie quarterback,
sure,
I could see them trying to tap back into that because I know this was an off year for the Commanders, everybody being hurt and stuff. So I could kind of see.
So you're
that.
saying Titans? Well, actually, either one, but be the fit for him.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think you're right in there, Fig. The rather places that feel like they have a young quarterback that needs a little bit of molding. That's how you make sure that offensive play caller remains as you make him the head coach. So I could see that happening. I did want to go back. Did you notice that Jim Crane did not guarantee anything when it came to extensions on Espada or Dana Brown?
Yeah, and fair. Absolutely. We didn't know what their situation was going to be coming out of this past season. So we'll see.
Yeah. All right. That's a little what's popping here on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here. Coming up next, DeMeco Ryans seemingly has his concerns, or at least he's maintaining the standard on this defense. Is this just good, hard coaching, or should there be concerns? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about this Texans team again next.
The Texans. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, but you knew that because the big voice man just said that. John Lopez there, Reginald Atatula here. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Appreciate you, sir. What are you stuff? You got back and just started breaking stuff. Oh my goodness.
It's not actually broke. It just came apart.
All right.
So I just got to screw it back up.
Yeah.
I'm not broke. I just don't got money. That's all.
Yeah. Kind of what it is.
Give me 1 second.
What is the designation that you would give for this Texans defense? Because it's worth noting, right? And I broke her out of money. This is probably not the way that I'd say that on either way about this defense. But the last few weeks of the season for this defense, a vaunted defense that ultimately finishes second when it comes to scoring allowed in the National Football League. But first in your heart, especially when it comes to inflicting violence and inflicting a level of fear in their opposition, the Texans do that great. But the last few weeks have not been up to snuff in some ways. They've managed to get the wins, of course, and you never want to forget that. However, this is a process-oriented organization, and I want to treat them as such, and D'Amico treats them as such, as we've heard him kind of have in his media availabilities.
Isn't it also kind of cool that we're at the point with this defense that we can pick these little nits?
Oh, I've been picking nits all year. What you mean?
Because
I ain't stopped picking nits.
Because it's just it's all on a curve. It's all graded on a curve. By any other gauge, it's like, who cares? 38-30, they won. And they gave up 16 points the week before that, and got the win against the Raiders the week before that. But we are at the point where we can pick nits, and it's not just us. D'Amico Ryans has not been happy.
Oh, that's what gives us the – well, I was going to say we was going to do it anyways because that's how we are. But I think D'Amico Ryans gives us a level of validation in doing it at another level because, again, the mentality is the standard is the standard. And so if that's the case, he'd be belying what he says, which I think is one of the superpowers that he has, is establishing a message and allowing it to resonate. And part of the resonation is they don't stop just because it feels good. They hold on to that, at least defensively.
And if we are being completely honest, picking nits, we're saying this up front.
I feel like we're not supposed to use that phraseology anymore.
Really?
Yeah. We can talk about it in the break.
Okay, but I can use it for now then. Until the break.
Can we have a segment about that?
No, I don't know if we want to do that. We could. I guess there's nothing.
Nitpick.
Okay, let's say being nitpicky.
Oh, we did have that.
Yeah, we did.
We've learned. We're learning. We're getting better.
To be completely fair and honest, we can look at the last 4 weeks.
Yeah.
We can look at it's not just like, hey, they gave up 30 points to the Colts. What's wrong? No, we can look at the last 4 weeks. Ever since that unbelievable win over the Chiefs, the Cardinals come in here. Cardinals are having a little success, man. I mean, they were moving the ball. It was a close game for early on. Then you come in with the lowly Raiders who have fired everybody already, and all of a sudden you're in a ball game against the Raiders. And here come the
Chargers when you went to SoFi.
And you go to SoFi. All right, they got that done.
Yeah, we got it back together. We're in a good way, man. They did have that drive late where there was just a lot of lapses and penalties.
Yeah.
But other than that, I thought the defense was pretty damn good.
Yes, and the Colts, of course, that was a hell of a good game. Probably better than it needed to be.
So here we go. Yeah. We go the Trey McBride game, whatever the hell the Raiders was, a bounce-back game, Pierce game. Is that what we're doing here?
Right, yeah. So that's what we're talking about. And it's not just like, oh, you guys are being too harsh. No, let's listen to D'Amico Ryans. On the defense, there's more.
Our defense, they did a really nice job throughout the entire year of limiting points. Specifically, that's what makes you a good defense. Also, playing well in the passing game, but we didn't end the year well defensively. When it comes to giving up explosive plays, is really not good enough defensively. So we got to do a much better job if we want to advance and play longer in the playoffs. We got to play much better defense. So it didn't end how it should have.
All right, so is that just good hard coaching, get his team ready to get to another level in the postseason, or is there something there?
I feel like that is good hard coaching, although you could maybe make the argument that there's something there because there are spots that are slightly weaker, right? And you can and one of those. I think I'm less worried about the McBride thing. However, there are people that express that they're a little concerned about the ability to cover tight ends. I think that they've actually handled that a little bit better than you feel.
Yeah.
I think anecdotally it feels like that's the case, but it's actually been better than you would imagine. The possibility for explosives there is the thing about it, because Alec Pierce did that, really attacking them down the field. And that's also because you have somebody who is stepping in, the fifth dude to hold the position at the safety across from Kalen Bullock in Kayvon Wallace. And I like what he brings. I love that he has the tenacity defense to play under DeMeco Ryans, but he's had some mistakes. And some of those are just not having as many hours put in next to the dudes that you're playing with, right? The mistake of, between him and Tremont Smith and not quite knowing who has the deep route. Some of that you would say is whatever the coverage is, did you get it right? And you should just be able to run it. But some of that is also, regardless of the coverage, the dude who you're playing next to, their tendencies and when they might do something, and you can adjust. That's typically what really good defenses do, especially with time in. Those guys don't have time in next to each other, so those types of things can happen. And when you get to the playoffs, a single play can change the entirety complexion of what you're doing.
Especially in the playoffs against a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers that play the exact style of game you like to play. I also believe that's just good, hard coaching. Guys, we got to get better. This is not going to be good enough when you get into Pittsburgh and down the road if they do get down the road. I also feel, and I mentioned yesterday the text exchange I had with you and Figgy on Sunday night in terms of –
I don't remember texting.
Yeah, in terms of, be careful what you wish for. That's Aaron Rodgers over there. He's going to see the double moves. He's going to see the ability of – that's not just Alec Pierce that can do that. DK Metcalf is back, and he can do that and throw up the ball, on the outside shoulder and trust that he's going to be the one getting the ball. So it had me, there's a little bit of truth to both of those things.
I'm encouraged, though, at least for the first game, that, and I will say the first game, you can be mad at me if you want to. Maybe I'll get some smelling salsa in here if this ends up being some level of jinx that you believe. I believe that the Texans are getting past this one, and we're having a conversation more of their play run than just a first-round wild card game. I don't know that Aaron Rodgers is a guy, at least the way that this offense is situated for the Steelers, where he's going to have many opportunities to actually try and attack you with double moves. This is if he's holding the ball beyond 2.5 seconds, it is a miracle. They do not like him holding the football. He's trying to get the football, especially in circumstances where the other team can get after the quarterback. And I don't know if you've covered the Houston Texans at all. Have you seen this team, John Lopez?
I've seen them a little bit.
They tend to get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
And so I'm not very afraid of the constant possibility of it. It's just the instance that if it does pop up, can he make it happen? But that makes it very small for me as a concern. The question is, as you go on in the season or in the playoffs, does that become something that pops up? And so I think that's why for DeMeco Ryans, and not just that, it's also because you built this thing for the defense to be impenetrable, and then the offense to ride alongside side saddle. The defense has not looked impenetrable the last few weeks, so let's shore this up for the run that we want to make.
I'm glad you said that. You want to hear from an old friend?
Yes, please. It depends on the old friend. I don't like everybody.
Everybody likes him, except that's not true probably. But let's hear from an old friend here, one Nick Wright.
I believe in them this coming weekend, potentially. And if it's this weekend, and as Bruce said, then it's against Bo Nix. I've been betting against Bo Nix all year. Why stop now? Reason one is this. I think Houston has looked a little creaky as of late and hasn't been quite as dominant. And this weekend, I don't know how many people were watching Texans-Colts. And again, they took seed, but it was a game they didn't want to lose because of what it would mean for them in the playoff seeding. So that's one data point. Data point two, I think Aaron Rodgers will be willing to get hit in the playoffs.
That's interesting.
I think one of the reasons, and I don't blame him for this, that he was like, I want to be healthy for the playoffs. And so I think, again, I don't think he's going to be like old Big Ben standing in there having guys fall off him, but I don't think it will be quite as quick of a trigger.
Big hit
on third down late in this game, he took one of the biggest hits, and he knew he was going to get hit. So I think that it. And then stat of the month. And I can't, and this is, Coach, I thought you'd be all over this because this has upset alert written all over it for you. Who's the greatest coach in NFL history, Wilds? Give me a name.
Bill Belichick.
Okay, if it's not Bill Belichick, who is it? Give me another name. Who it could be. If it's not Belichick. Vince Lombardi, some would say.
Knowing you,
Andy Reid, some would say, whatever. It's all wrong. The answer is Mike Tomlin on Monday nights. Wins this game, America. Monday night. 22-3, never lost at home. Been coaching there 20 years. Wins this game. Is it on Monday? Josh, check for me. Have they said it? Tomlin on a Monday? I like it. I like it.
That's stat of the month.
I'm sorry.
The stat
never lost at home
that's
on
a
Monday
bit
night.
much right there, the old stat of the month there. But
wait, so Nick Wright is saying that he has a belief in the Steelers. Mind you, the team that the fewest people care or believe in the AFC. Not that, what people believe on the outside determines what happens between the lines of that 100 by 53 and a quarter yard field. But he did make a point. I hate Nick Wright for that because he will make a point that makes you go, damn it, I think you're wrong, but that's a good point. Aaron Rodgers, and I just said this, he has been unwilling to get hit, and I think that this has not just been a factor of him, but the offense at large has been, let us make sure that he is not being hit because that's that's the meal ticket. That's what we've been trying to do here is have the quarterback for the last handful of years. He was willing to take hits when it came down to it against the Ravens. Now, that's also a Ravens team that does not have a good pass rusher, and especially who lost their best opportunity again after the quarterback, which was actually our guy Kyle Hamilton when he left in the third quarter of that final game of the season when the defense for the Ravens fell all the way apart. That is different than being under constant assault. But he is right. Like, in the circumstance where the game is needed, which you get into the playoffs and it's just win or take all in any circumstance, Aaron Rodgers will be willing to stand in, and does that allow him to make the one or two throws that could change the game? That's a possibility. I still think that that's so small of a window of a keyhole to try and thread that I would not lean into the Steelers because of it.
I still think so as well. I still think the Texans are going to win this game, but I don't think it's going to be, a runaway by any stretch, which leads to the fact of what you just said. It's only one or two or three throws.
Yeah.
It's only one or two or three times where it comes down to it. It's a close game. Maybe you're driving if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's going to stand in there. We said this yesterday, too. Aaron Rodgers, there is nothing the Texans will do, as good as this defense is, as overwhelming, as dominant as it is, as great of a pass rush as there is, nothing that Aaron Rodgers hasn't seen already. Nothing.
Yeah.
And so if it comes down,
part of the factor is him being 42 bleeping years old.
Yes. Man. So it's just a little bit like not scary, but you got to watch because it is going to come down to just one or two or three of those plays. Let me ask you this though, real quick: how much does this, the concerns that D'Amico expressed about the defense that we're talking about here, that you just heard Nick Wright talk about, how much of that is compounded because your offense isn't necessarily going to.
That's all it.
Right?
That's all of it, right? You are holding the defense not to a gold standard, but a platinum standard because the offense is not one that generates a lot of points. And in fact, as you have stated a number of times this year, the main objective is to not mess it up. That's the reason why. This is the formula that they chose. And this is why I've been so damn ornery and not agreeable on so many things is that you don't typically go in with an expectation that we're going to put a cap on what happens here, except they have. Yeah. And so that narrows the margins. That makes it so that you have less room for error. And what did you have? What have you had? It just in very, very small doses, trace amounts in the last portions of the season is error. And so that's the thing that D'Amico Ryans has said. In fact, he said it in his availability yesterday was that just everybody just needs to tighten up because it's the playoffs, right? Because all it takes is a few plays here and there for this thing to go. And within myself, I was screaming John Lopez. Some of the emotions come out on my face because I'm not good at hiding that I've learned in the last couple of years. But it's like, yes, that's the thing. That's been the thing that's been frustrating for me is that you are intentionally making the margins thinner, and now you're asking everybody to just, hey, now you have to flip the switch. And I know that that's not quite a fair characterization, but everybody just get even tighter with it. That's not quite how it always goes, except with D'Amico Ryans, he makes me buy in because they've managed to do this for at least 9 weeks in a row of just you're in a playoff circumstance, just do better, and they've done better enough to get victories.
Yeah, just don't screw it up is the offensive philosophy, at least from where I'm sitting. And so the fact that your offense is not going to, by design, try to light up the score, but they're going to take their shots, and they've had success when the opportunity's been there, but they don't take a lot of advantage of a lot of those opportunities. And then on top of that, not only hold the Pittsburgh and all that, the reputation and the mantra and all that, they've got two good defensive rush ends. They've got rush ends that are going to that are top 5 probably in the entire NFL. And
a Cam Hayward in the middle of things who is 36 but also just took over a game.
Man, he had a hell of a game. he had a hell of a game this past weekend.
And you talk about where, if you're talking about this Texans offense, where there's concern can pop up at times.
Mm-hmm.
Interior is one of those things that maybe, especially because, and I started off not liking the acquisition. I had to very much give him his credit, and I'm looking at it going, hey, can you just hold up a little bit longer? Yeah. The Ed Ingram some reps more and more over the last part of the season, especially as you're talking about the defense. Ed Ingram's had some reps where we were enjoying this a lot, and there's small.
Weekend.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So that's one of those things that comes up. But yeah, I understand why you're there. I want to bring us back to the defense here because you brought this up, and I feel like it's the game that's in front of you as the Steelers. But I kind of want to take this to the larger idea. The concerns are hard coaching outside of the context of just the Steelers game. Because I think, again, we have been in a place from the jump. This team is better than the Steelers. This team should beat the Steelers 9 times out of 10, probably more.
Mm-hmm.
In the larger context of the playoffs, do you have defensive concerns or is it just hard coaching?
I think yes and yes. The concern being, we saw on Sunday the depth in the secondary is a problem. I mean, and it's been a problem ever since the injuries started piling up.
Kamari Lassiter and Caleb Bullock said lay off Tremont Smith, dog.
Yeah, I know. They didn't say a whole lot about Kayvon Wallace. Anyway, I feel like those two guys you just mentioned, big time. Absolute big time, and you have to have them healthy. When there is and you mentioned this earlier, these guys are Pro Bowl type players. There's going to be a noticeable fall off. I think that noticeable fall off can be, sort of a breaking point for this defense, and we saw it, on Sunday.
But that's kind of why I was happy that that Kamari Lassiter, being the tough dude who is hard to take off the field, was a dude that they made stay off of the field.
Yeah.
There was. I think it's meant to be made that the way that they approached Week 18 was not optimal. I think it's necessary for the belief that they have, which is intrinsically necessary, the way that they play compared to maybe other teams. Other teams in the league, maybe I could say that the mantra and the propaganda and the belief that they have is not as necessary as we make it. It is here.
Right.
It factors in. And so I think that it was necessary for them to handle this the way that they did. But even within that, they still handled a level of caution with some of the dudes that are going to be make or break. Nico Collins, Kamari Lassiter. That's why I'm happy that they did those things. Trent Brown, because I think that those are places that can be load bearing and that the fall off can really show up if those guys end up being in a bad way.
Yeah, and to your first point, the hard coaching, absolutely. D'Amico Ryan's what we all know. You won't get there unless it's better. You just won't. Unless it's better than what we've seen here and there in the last 4 weeks. You're going to get to a Super Bowl with the defense, so it has to be better.
Yeah, and as far as concerns, I think they're the type of concerns that any team comes in, especially in a year where everything is so level. I think the only team that people feel super confident about in these playoffs is the Seattle Seahawks, and you look over at the Rams and you go, they could beat them. So, that's the nature of it. I lean towards D'Amico Ryan's doing the thing that he's done all year, which is holding the defense to very high account. And I feel good about that because that has worked for them. Because I've been beating it to submission, John Lopez. You've seen it in slow progress over the entirety of the season. Places where I go, hem, haw, just beating into submission with winning over and over and over again. And so I'm just in a place where I have accepted this is the way that they handle things and that this defense will do. And we'll get a chance to see that come Monday. And you'll be able to hear that here on Sports Radio 610, your home of Houston Texans football. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got some lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. We'll do that next.
The Texans took 610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John is In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I need help, man. I got nothing.
I've often said that.
I got nothing. I got a confession, but my confession is I got nothing.
Okay.
What is it? January.
All right, what you got, Reggie?
So January 6th, right?
Yes, apparently it's Dia de Reyes.
Rosca de Reyes, the cakes that you get for.
It basically looked like a king cake.
It basically is.
I mean, it is a king cake because
is it like a holiday? What is it?
Yeah, so apparently it commemorates the three wise men and their journey to visit the Lord Savior and everything.
I guess when they arrived or whatever it was.
I guess so. I didn't do enough reading.
On January 6th?
I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, it's apparently it looks like a king cake, same shape, and they put a bean in it,
pastries
like the
in
baby.
honor.
Yeah, that's what it's.
That's why I thought y'all was getting that.
I don't know what pastry would be in honor of that. I don't look gift horses in the mouth though. I will take sweets for whatever holiday. But yeah, I'm mad at my my Latino co-host for not hipping me the game earlier.
Well, I told you what it was called.
That's not hipping me the game.
So here's my confession. It's January 6th. I don't have a resolution, man.
Do you need one?
Yes. Everybody has to have at least something that you can break the resolution by the end of the month, but or maybe or maybe keep
do the evergreen one, man.
I've had good
years.
Go
to the gym.
I've had years of good resolutions. Say, but good. I stuck to it a long time. I need a resolution. Do you guys have New Year's resolutions?
Not
have
really.
I kind of do.
Yeah.
I said this year I had a few. I got like some goal, like a goal list.
Yeah.
But the one I want to do more volunteer work.
Okay.
So I want to pick like an organization and volunteer at least once a quarter.
Good for you. Now, now that's what I need.
Yeah, you should do something like that.
Well,
Get in on me with it.
I do a lot of that stuff. We'll talk. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, do you have any others like personal?
I mean, outside the obvious, save money.
Yeah.
Try to be more healthy. I ain't really do the whole go to the gym and workout thing, but trying to save more money because I'm bad with saving money.
Every New Year's is like getting to the back nine when you're playing golf. You're like, all right, reset, let's go.
Yeah.
Here we go. And so that's I'm a big advocate of it, and I generally have something. And I'm like, I got nothing.
713-572-4610. What should John Lopez's New Year resolution be? And be nice.
But even if you don't like set a resolution, there had to have been a moment, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, where you were like, all right. 2026. What is it? I got nothing.
I think it is more just kind of connection with my people.
Okay. There you go.
Trying to be a little bit more connected to folks, build community a little bit better. Because as you know, I can be a sicko and I can hole up and I can just watch all the sports in the world. And so trying to be a little bit better about spending time with people.
What's your plan on doing that, though?
I mean, one, just reaching out and calling people more.
Okay.
Legitimately getting on the phone. There's a lot of times where you just kind of sending
just checking on you,
and that can easily get past. There's something about picking up the phone and you get on the phone expecting to only talk for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden 2 hours later you're like, oh wow, I'm so happy I did that.
2 hours.
You ain't done that? Woo. You don't be on the phone with people?
I can't remember the last time I was on the phone for 2 hours.
Really?
I think somebody died for me. I don't know.
All right. Expect calls this month, gentlemen.
It's been a while.
Expect some phone calls.
I'm not calling you, buddy.
Reggie's going to call me about 10 minutes in.
I'm like,
all right.
Okay.
Hey, clear everything out, man. 2 hours.
These are my confessions.
Actually, pursuant to what we were just talking about, y'all know me to be a sports sicko, watching anything, and not quite the resolution, but I just decided that I was going to lean away from my tendency as a sicko, and it immediately blew up in my face. And the reason why I say this is,
what'd you watch?
Well, I mean, I was watching basketball is what it was. I think I had on Unrivaled, which is the women's 3-on-3 league. I had on the Rockets game clearly.
All you need to say.
But I was still being a little bit of a sicko. But I saw this in passing and I didn't tap in. and that was the FCS championship game.
Oh, I saw the end of it.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
I missed it.
Yeah.
I missed it. Typically, I got 3 TVs in the house for this reason. Typically, I would put this on and watch this because I am a sicko, and I missed it. It was Illinois State and Montana State. Montana State.
Of course, Montana State was there.
They won last year.
Yeah,
they sure did.
Of course, they
and
was
Figgy
there.
knew that.
I could have guessed that.
Figgy knew that for sure. In fact, I saw it on the tip of your tongue too.
Yeah.
In this game, you had at the end of this game, and you saw this
double overtime.
But before we
block kicks.
Yeah, we had block kicks. We had Illinois State was it Montana State get themselves into field goal position and then lose field goal position on a fumbled snap, and then they go to overtime, and you have a touchdown and a blocked extra point.
Last play.
And then a last play touchdown, and they make the extra. This game ended with some madness, and I missed all of it. And I normally would be watching it, but it was because I decided to try and be a normal person, and this is why I don't do that.
Well, see, that's all right. You know what happened though. You got the highlights.
But I missed it in real time. I was supposed to enjoy.
You have to watch it in real time.
It's like a narcotic. Are you crazy?
Who watch anything in real time at this point, man?
I watched it in real time by accident. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
You watch a TV
and
shows
imagine
in
how
real
much
time,
more
too?
fulfilling it would have been if you watched it intentionally.
It would have been no more, no less fulfilling.
You lie. You lie.
These are my confessions.
All right, so a couple weeks ago, I was in Cleveland, and I went to a Browns game, man. That was the first time I've been to a Browns game in a long time. Yeah, I actually seen one of our coworkers who works in sales. Salute to our guy Bob. I just so happened and ran into him in the
crazy.
I didn't even know he was there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All I heard was Figgy. And I'm like, wait, what? Am I in NRG or something? Saw him, but salute to him. But my confession is I gotta appreciate what the Houston Texans and NRG, what they do there, man, because it was a mess going to this game, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was just a lot of. First of all, I had to pay the park. Wait a minute, where's the parking passes out here?
Yeah.
But the stadium is downtown. It's right off of Lake Erie.
Right.
So I had to find the sketchiest looking garage to pay for. I paid $50 to park there. Yeah, I needed something.
We probably sound so out of touch.
Yeah,
like $50. Come on now.
Yeah, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
And then on top of the $50 I had to pay, I had to walk like 15 minutes to the stadium. Get there 15 minutes. It was cold as hell. I'm just like, man, this is awful. And then to get there to the stadium, it was a long line. It was crazy, man. I feel like we take NRG a little granted because they make it so easier to get in. You don't got to scan no tickets, and you could just walk right through. It's so much easier.
Yeah.
There, I felt like they're a little behind the sticks a little bit, man. And I'm just like, man, this is awful. I don't see how you go to a game every single week.
You know what's funny though? They still have better attendance and people showing up there.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? As more difficult as it is to get in. Shout out to the Texans for making it easier.
You got to figure out where the hell you parking downtown.
Yeah.
And you got to walk. I'm walking past the Hall of Fame, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and the Science Center.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, it was a long walk.
Yeah.
And when I got there, it was fine. But I was just thinking about the long walk I got back to the car. I'm like, man, this is rough.
And then you watching the Browns. You like, damn, I'm watching this, and then I got to walk?
Yeah. I went to the game where they played the Bills.
Yeah.
And I thought it was going to be a bloodbath. It was actually closer than I thought. Yeah, man. I feel like I take NRG a little too granted. And they're a little bit ahead of the game.
They're trying. They're doing a good job. It's just fans got to show up too.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Under the radar, one of the things I love the most, and we've talked a lot about Tasuya Imai, and then just all the things that he's brought and the personality, et cetera. He's wearing number 45.
I saw that.
You know who wore number 45?
Tell me.
What is it? I'm a representative of myself.
That's right. That's why he don't need the number. He went and represented himself.
He took Garrett Cole's number. Now, I think someone reported he said he was kind of a fan of Garrett Cole and Zach Wheeler, which is kind of weird, who also wore 45. But I just like that. All right, I see what you're doing there. You got the old Garrett Cole number.
Hell, why not?
Yeah.
That number ain't retired.
No, it's not retired.
I mean, how long was he here for? 2 years? 1 year?
2 years, I believe.
Oh, 2 years?
One. Yeah.
Yeah, and but it just kind of adds to like this guy. You talk about
he's tapped in,
embedding yourself in the community. Man.
Yeah, you could tell because there's other people that's probably fake tapped in a little bit.
Yeah.
but you could tell he's a fan of the game. He's tapped in. He kind of knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of it was like Scott Boras putting him up to some stuff, right? Throwing up the H's all over town. Like, that's Scott Boras, like, hey, let's do it. We know what it is.
Yeah.
It's working, though, man.
It's working.
That's what what a lot of people do whenever they come to Houston for the first time. That type of stuff, and they get the people on your side.
Right, but I also think that while he is doing those things, underlying, and it's kind of wild for me to try and pretend like I know who he is. It feels like so much is genuine in there, so much genuine joy that I'm excited to be able to get some of that watching him play baseball.
Yeah.
I
love it.
It kind of make you root for him and all that. Just hopefully he don't wear no other team's hat at a press conference.
I doubt
like
that's
that.
going to happen.
Just keep it Houston.
It'll probably be a Japanese.
Yeah,
hat.
don't rock no Golden State Warriors hat or Lakers hat or something, man.
Lopez, there's a lot of potential resolutions for you out here.
All right.
They said you should fish for a year without popping corks.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Okay, very good. Somebody said you should send them a free bottle of OG sauce every month as a resolution.
Send who? The listener?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, $6.99.
Okay, very good. We figured that one out. Should host a fan appreciation tailgate for the AFC Championship game.
I'm listening.
Okay, all right. That one got over.
If it don't happen?
Well, next time.
What do you mean? If it don't happen, Figgy? You got off the show for too long.
I'm just saying you
don't bring your negativity over here.
You gotta get the smelling sauce then if it don't happen.
Oh God.
And then someone really went in there. They said you should pick a random story once a month, a feel good kind of thing, and do like a blog. Like they want you to get back to writing once a month.
I love it.
That might actually be like a real life one here.
I do love it. Yeah.
All right, so there you go. A little bit of lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciate you rolling with us here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you thought because we are this far into the new year that we wouldn't have some college football on a Tuesday. You're wrong. A lot of things happening in the football landscape, including, this NIL thing is getting about that more next.
The Texans are
eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get a little college football on a Tuesday going here, as we are into the semis of the college football playoff now. How did the quarterfinals go for you, John Lopez?
Quarterfinals were eye-opening, man.
Okay, I was wondering, were you one of those fans that was just like, my team's not in it, so bump everybody?
No.
Here.
I'm done. Done for the year. Let's get ready for next year.
You guys know me in college football, man. I'm all about it. But eye-opening and we mentioned it yesterday. Figgy wasn't here, but I'm like, the way it looks right now, ain't nobody beating Indiana.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody.
Yeah, got to find somebody to hire that coach out the Big Ten, man.
Well, good luck. He just signed a 10-year contract.
Well, and that ain't stopped people sometimes.
Yeah.
But I think Curt Cignetti is there for a good opportunity to make that. I mean, they can be a strong team in the Big Ten. And I've heard things that it's like there are people around the league or around the nation looking at them as a basketball school still. That's probably going to change. I wonder if they do take every ounce of money that's extra and they stop doing the thing where they could continue being like the Indiana that is basketball school and all the ounces of money that they get going to the football program to become something entrenched.
I mean, it's more lucrative.
It is. I think they got the bug, like the narcotic. Indiana's always viewed themselves as a basketball school, but how much of that was just because they never dared to dream that they actually could be a football school, you know? And they've gotten the feel, they've gotten the taste. And they also got a transfer. Did you see that they're getting Josh Hoover out of TCU?
Yeah.
To transfer and play quarterback with Fernando going to the league?
Well, that was one of the questions I had for you here on college football on a Tuesday. I think it's two questions in one, but in parts. But part one is, are we seeing the emergence of two new superpowers?
Okay, so one being Indiana?
Texas Tech is doing it too, man. Texas Tech is, well, what is it, double legal oil, $1 billion, and is putting it all in the football program. And they got a quarterback. They got a quarterback.
Was that Sorsby, the transfer from, was it
Cincinnati?
Cincinnati, there we go.
Yeah, Cincinnati. And they he's talked about, well, now we're doubling down. And he's already spent, I don't know how many tens of millions, if not more, in there. And even if it's not Texas Tech, and even if it's not Indiana, I think Indiana's here for a while, but even if it's not Texas Tech and Indiana, this is part two. As crazy, as wild, as just completely Wild West that the NIL and the transfer portal has become, it's parity for the first time in a long time in college football. It is working for a lot of – Texas Tech never would have dreamed of being a, quote, superpower. I mean, they've had their years. You know, Indiana never, ever would have dreamed even being good.
Yeah, because and I know that there's going to be some Red Raiders under the sound of my voice. I think that if you reach down deep down, what I'm about to say, you'll know it's true. You can MF me if you need to, but just know I see deep down within you and where this is. If we're just recruiting off of where this place is and what the facilities are, yeah, you're right. Texas Tech was not supposed to be that. No geographical benefit or what have you. But when it's coming to make some money, now that this is officially
and enhancing the facility,
going and making the money. Yeah, no, they've been able to enhance the facilities. In fact, that's where all the money had gone before, when they technically could not pay players outright. No. Put the money in their hand. We've all worked somewhere that we would not have worked if the paycheck wasn't coming in as nice as it was in night. Superpower is an interesting thing because I don't know, but they're going to be able to be more viable. Like, this isn't going to be a flash in the pan for either of these programs.
Right.
And what sucks for Texas Tech is they did get the, now I'm being unnecessary cruel, they get the 23-0 drubbing from Oregon, where Dan Lanning has built a bona fide, like, SEC-type, trenches-type thing. But this did the job.
Yeah.
This gave Texas Tech, my favorite phrase, proof of concept, that they can do this. They've jump-started this, and they've built in a lot of attention into Texas Tech when it comes to sports. And I noticed I didn't say football. They're doing this on the basketball side, too, which they had already kind of started with the competence. But this proves that there's a level of competence just in the football at the level that we're talking about, the highest. And you're going to come in and get some good money for it. They have an opportunity to be constantly here, and the Big 12 is going to be fun.
I just feel, and it kind of feels dirty to say it because it is so much weirdness going on, but I just feel like the portal and the NIL especially is good for college football. I mean, let's look at this. Ohio State out, Alabama out, Georgia out. Your semifinalists here are okay, Miami, but a traditional powerhouse, but not in recent years. Ole Miss, never. Oregon, okay, we'll give you that one. And Indiana, I mean, it's a balanced. There is parity in college football.
Yeah, there's absolutely more parity. I'm interested to see, though, because we're still on the early outsets of this Wild West that we have been plunged into in the college sports landscape. Is this still the turbulent line level of equilibrium?
Mm-hmm.
And what does that equilibrium look like? I'm nobody's crystal ball holder, so I won't be able to tell you outright. But I'm still kind of pondering that portion of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing, as I'm using kind of like a wave metaphor, right? We're still in the turbulent portion of this. I do want to take a moment to appreciate the people that are getting caught in the churn.
Yeah.
And they've kind of become the villains in some people's stories. Is all here. Look at all these kids that don't want to stay and build.
Mm-hmm.
There is Uncle Luke, and I know it's a funny dude to make mention. Yes, the rapper from way back. But Uncle Luke has been so involved in youth sports and college sports there in the South Florida area. He's actually more tapped in than your average rapper.
Is he still
or
in
even
the strip clubs?
Well, he's that too, right? He contains multitudes, Fig. But I appreciate you asking.
Don't.
He made a very good point though, which is a lot of these dudes that are entering the transfer portal are being pushed out. Look at Parker Livingston, at Texas, who made the point that he is transferring out of Texas, but that's because they told him that there's no place for him to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? These dudes are getting caught in the churn as well. Now, I think that this gives them an opportunity to find a home that actually wants them, because something that wasn't talked about a lot is sometimes dudes would end up on rosters and coaches would just hold them hostage and they wouldn't be able to build.
But that's a bad thing, yeah.
Yeah, and so now you're able to move this. But there is a churn here that we sometimes put on these kids for not wanting to stay, and sometimes that's actually more on the programs themselves.
No, it does. There's an ugly side. That's why I said it kind of feels dirty. But I in general, if you said, do you like it or not? Yes, I like it, because you get the Indianas and the Texas Techs and that level with the right amount of commitment and money can all of a sudden compete for a national championship.
I think the right coaches too.
And right coaches.
Still got to have coaching is never going to disappear from what you're doing here.
Yep.
But Kurt Cignetti is doing this not just because he has they've added more money, but because he's a damn good coach.
Yeah,
he has
no
always.
question.
Yep.
I also feel that to your point, there was always a certain amount of romance to even a team that was good occasionally. And just because we've been talking about them, I'll talk about Texas Tech. Always had their good years. Go back to whatever 2007 or whatever it was. With the Crabtree or 6 was it?
No, it was after that.
All right. Anyway,
sorry. The Crabtree always reminds me of Blake Gideon dropping an interception that he should have had.
So even the programs that always had their day but weren't consistently up there with the Alabamas and Ohio States, there was always a certain romance with that guy is a Red Raider for life. That guy, Zach Thomas.
Yeah.
That's a Texas Tech Red Raider.
Yeah.
You don't.
Michael Irvin at the Miami game looking like he's on the team right now.
And cocaine. But that's
pull that for me. I just need that. Just Lopez saying and cocaine.
But there was all a certain romance. Like that dude is a Wildcat. He's a
Yeah.
Kansas State Wildcat.
Shout out to Colin
That
Klein.
dude is always an Aggie. That guy is always going to be a Red Raider. That is gone. That is not. It's not just leaving. It's gone. Like, there ain't no more.
I knew that was gone.
Yeah.
This was during the draft when Golden, Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
When he got drafted, and Andre Ware was like, I think Mark Vandermeer asked Andre Ware, do you still look at him as a coup? He like, nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Andre Ware. That's always a coup.
Yeah.
Matthew Golden, yeah.
Matthew Golden. He said, nope. He ain't no Coug over here.
The next Andre Ware that comes around?
Keyshawn Henderson.
Maybe
Don't
him.
even worry about it.
Joe
Keyshawn
Burrow.
Henderson.
Nope.
Cougar for life.
He gets $10 million from, Iowa or wherever. That's a bad example.
Stop it.
That's a bad
Stop.
No, those days are not leaving. They're gone.
Yeah.
It's done.
Yeah. You're probably right in that regard. But I think there's going to be smaller pockets, and it might make it even more impactful for the dudes that do end up becoming that. But that's a fair point. This is all pointing to something that I think some of us have long held, which is college sports have been professional sports.
Mm-hmm.
We're just seeing that uncovered now. I think the inflection point was when they started taking TV money. Because that was the thing that added in a lot of money to the ecosystem. And finally, the money has infected all the portions of the game, and it has laid bare all of the machinations that have always been there.
Yeah.
I appreciate it being out in the open, and we just kind of have to find a way to traverse the new tides of what the college football landscape is. But I think it is worth noting to bring us back to the college football playoff, because I do feel like we should do a little power ranking of how we feel right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
I do think, though, that you look at it and it goes, it has still provided interesting stuff, because college football, even when it's stupid, is at its best. It is supposed to be a stupid sport. And in it being stupid, we have Indiana, the number 1 seed and probably the best team of all of football, and Oregon, Ole Miss, and Miami being here. Miami, a team that we had a lot of consternation about them even making the field.
They are real. They are beyond real.
What a stupid sport. In fact, so this is Indiana, a team that people still didn't even believe was good, even when they demonstrated it clearly. Oregon, which I don't even know what to say about Oregon right now. Ole Miss, a team that we don't know if they have a full staff, because their staff is supposed to was on loan.
No, we do know. They do.
Okay, they don't have a full staff because their staff was on loan.
Yeah.
And then Miami, who we had to have some convincing about them getting into the tournament.
Yeah.
That's where we are. That's the college football landscape.
I think I kind of like Miami behind Indiana.
You do?
Yeah.
They feel, especially with Ole Miss. Trinidad Chambliss has been fantastic. He's been that all year, really, but having the stage to be able to show it off was great.
Crumbling around him, man.
But I am surprised, because we might be seeing before our own eyes the Mario Cristobal slander that I have been very much saying.
Yeah.
That might be sliding. He's been handling this very well. And that defense, those edge rushers, you have those 2 elite edge rushers in the way that they have, including Bain. That's scary.
Very scary.
But I look at the entirety of this field, and while I do go, oh yeah, Miami looks really good, and Oregon looked like they were, exactly what they needed to do, went out and big broed a Texas Tech team that's been big broing others at times. I still look around and I go, Indiana is the best team in all the nation.
They are.
I feel like this should be done and dusted that they win this championship.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's why you play the games. And college football here on college football on a Tuesday here on In the Loop. There we go. I got it right. On Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. In fact, coming up next, Callan Hanna sat in with Payne and Pendergast this morning. They made an interesting point about the possible next steps for the Texans business-wise. But then also, we had a lot of fun with the Tommy Togiai thing, but I think D'Amico Ryans highlighted a clear issue that's going to exist with the Texans on their playoff run. I'd like to talk about this next.
The Texans took Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us on a Tuesday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos in a segment that is going to really welcome him back to work. I think,
we just did.
We were just like, hey, Figgy, you want to do a whole bunch of work?
Don't talk to me. I'm working.
Oh, yeah, get this, too. And can you help us with that?
That's right.
You want a coffee, too?
I mean, if you don't mind. But I think we've had a lot of fun. Rightfully so. Mm-hmm. A dude who was lauded as the most consistent dude on the team in preseason, and we were like, really? And then we looked up the season, and he was the most consistent dude on the team, hard worker. Even Cal and Hannah. Cal was talking about it this morning when they both sat in with Payne and Pendergast at 9:30, talking about how Togiai was the first dude in the building working this offseason. He gives those types of things. So it was really cool to see him get the football and have an opportunity to score it on the final play of that game where you won 38-30 versus the Colts, solidify a 12-5 record, get yourself ready for the postseason with a 9-game win streak. But I want to go back to when they were trying to get him the football. The play that we now know CJ kind of had bad footwork and then just decided to make a little something out of nothing, slide in for a touchdown, because we were kind of making jokes, but it points to a very real thing. Hey, in the red zone, as two of their touchdowns in the red zone, their few 2 touchdowns in the red zone have come off of mistakes. The part of this that wasn't a mistake was very interesting to me, because the way that I thought about this play, Lopez, is I thought that this was DeMeco Ryans looking at all the things that we've talked about, that we were just talking about with Togiai, being like, let's give the dude a bone, put him in an offense, and give this to him. Listen to this. This is from the Coach's Show, and DeMeco was asked, about what was the experience of watching? You got it? You got it for me? Okay. Well, I'll let.
I don't see it. My bad, man.
You don't see the audio in there?
Nope.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. All right. So I'll get that. But and one there was, he was talking about the touchdown or the play that they had run and then ultimately scored a touchdown, but CJ pulls it out. DeMeco was talking about how Cole Popovich had come to him and asked, can we use Tommy Togiai to in a package,
in a short yardage situation?
And he was like, sure, let's get him, but make sure that you get him the ball a little bit. And that was so illuminating to me, because again, if you take this from the perspective of the head coach looking at his guy and just being like, hey, let's give him a bone, that's one thing. It's just kind of a novelty play. When you look at it, though, from the context of the run game coordinator and the offensive line coach, for an offense that has been so problematic in the red zone, going, hey, can we go get a defensive tackle to lead block for us?
Yeah. And
that really changes the coloration of the way I look at that.
I think it changes a lot of things, or at least gives you some perspective on a lot of things. Foremost, I kind of thought of just the collaboration that we've talked about, the collaboration of Ben McDaniels and Gerard Johnson and Cole Popovich, all sort of working with Nick Caley on ways to figure this thing out and keep it going in the right direction, et cetera. I also think it's a testament to not just Togiai's work, but the things that he can do, his quickness, his ability to be an athletic, in those situations. I feel like it was a really good example of that. On the other side, it's like, we're still searching, man.
That's my thing. Like week 18 of the National Football League season, trying to find ways.
Let's try this.
And not just any way. You're trying to find ways outside of the realm of what your offensive players are to get in the red zone. That's going there. I don't know what the answers are going to be, but that is actually really scary to me.
It kind of is.
That and I guess it's good that they are opening their mind and expanding their they
have that collaboration
process to try and find some level of answer. Is it Togiai lead blocking? I'm looking at it and I go, that is a wild thing that you are having to reach that wide to try and find an answer, because what that tells me is there probably isn't going to be an answer in a real way to when they get in the red zone punching it in.
Well, they're still spitballing in some ways for answers. The other thing is that could have ended really, really badly. He kind of not stumbled out, but he misstepped out, and if that ball bounces another way, all of a sudden, what are we talking about today? So. I feel like it's kind of a testament to the collaboration and Togiai's abilities, but it's also like, boy, we're still trying to find this, huh?
832, it's not that deep, guys. I think it is. I think it really is. What we've been comparing, we at one point compared this offense early on to the early iterations of the Patriots. I went and looked at that 04 team and was looking at the way that they what did they do? How did they score? You had 12 running touchdowns from, oh goodness, which running back there? One of the running backs on that 04 season. I think you'd have Woody Marks has 2 or 3. You don't have very many running touchdowns, and that was the way that was constructed. You can't run in the end. What is your go-to when you get into the red zone to score? What is the best
ahead?
And even then, they haven't been able to make that work.
Yeah.
getting into the end zone, throwing the football. It feels like the best option they have is running kind of crossing mesh type stuff.
What it is now, or what they did?
What it should be.
Oh yeah, what it should be is power through.
And you can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't really like a fade option, but that might be one of the things you go to. That's not really a high percentage look.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree strongly. 8-3-2. I think it is that deep because we could say that you don't have to score a lot, but again, you get into the playoffs, and this is one of those things where you need to punch this. You need to punch this in. That gives you an opportunity to really maximize this.
Yeah.
And it does not feel like you're going to have an answer there.
Nick Chubb has 3 rushing touchdowns.
There we go. It's Chubb that has 3. Woody Marks has 2.
No one else has more than 1, and they have 9 total. Got to be better than that. Got to be better than that.
And I think they recognize that, and their answer was, can we put the defensive tackle in here?
Mm-hmm.
I think that is real indicative of the fact that they are searching, and I don't think they have answers red zone.
3 of them are C.J. Stroud, Davis Mills, and Nico Collins. Rushing touchdown. That's it.
Yeah, like maybe that is actually it. Is getting your guys out, like someone like a Nico Collins, someone like a Jalen Noel, out to the perimeter and trying to hit the pylon.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that is anywhere near a given when it gets to the red zone, and that's one of the things that playoff wise, I don't even think that that's going to be as much of a concern for me in the Steelers game. But full playoff wise, that's going to clearly be a thing that hampers their opportunity to go far. And it was just a thing that I was reminded of, even in the fun thing that happened in Week 18, because they wanted to pull in a defensive tackle to try and find some level of. So that I hate to make that fun moment that we had Week 18, but it all still points back to
it was
that
fun.
thing.
It was a representative of them trying to figure things out, but it also said they're still trying to figure things out.
Yeah. Now, another fun thing that happened, and we can actually enjoy this fun thing, was Cal and Hannah sat in with Payne and Pendergast this morning. You can always use the Odyssey app, go to the podcast page to go back and listen to the sit down. I thought it was entertaining. This actually came about through them talking about the Love B, the volleyball team that the McNairs have now invested in. It's Houston. And so I thought Seth asked an interesting question. On the heels of asking where the team was playing, he also asked this question of the McNairs about where their facilities would be housed.
Will they ever have a facility at your new headquarters? And where is that headquarters going to be and when?
Nice try.
Great question.
Yes, so that's the idea, is that when we do get those facilities, that they'll all be housed there.
Oh, really?
Including youth sports.
Yeah, we want to really embrace youth sports.
So you'll have a youth sports complex attached to the headquarters?
I'm not saying yes to that. I'm just saying
You'd like to.
There's a lot of things in progress. I'm not
Okay.
giving you anything here, Seth.
We love youth sports.
That was a good try, though.
I just was.
No, you said specifically it's attached to it, right?
Are you gonna get a state of Kansas type deal for your stadium?
Stadium? We're talking practice facility.
But now we're talking about the stadium.
My goodness, he's good. He is really good.
He is. The stadium side of it. The stadium is a whole different thing. Like that we're working with the county and the rodeo. And I mean, like, we're working together to try to keep what we have and upgrade and do all those things. So we'll see where that goes. We're still in talk.
So that was awesome. First of all, from Seth, like playfully getting an actual, what's going on.
Yeah, did Omar hit Seth in the jaw after that?
He just hit him with that baseball bat over there. Shut up. No, but so it was fun and all that. It was also a little revealing, in terms of, hey, we're still working with the county. We want upgrades, but we'll see where it goes from there. Kind of what we have, presumed and assumed is happening. Yeah, they want a definite destination point place for their facility, which is no secret, but it also might have, some other elements to it that makes it bigger and actually, like as I said, kind of a bigger. You have compared it to the Star.
In Frisco,
Frisco.
The Cowboys.
I think that's exactly what they want.
Yeah, they have their practice facilities, but it's also like it's an entertainment district. They've got fitness, they've got shopping. It feels very much like they want to do that with their headquarters. They want to obviously have a home base for the team that is not hampered by rodeo events or anything happening in the medical district, medical center, but they also want it to be a home for the volleyball team and a home for, some youth sports and have all of these other elements. And I kind of love that idea. I kind of love having another central hub to have all these other things happening. And
I love it.
Yeah, it seems like it. But you stadium of this.
You could tell at the very end there, and they weren't giving away anything, but it's just kind of revealing, saying, yeah, we're still trying to get this done over here, but we'll see where it goes from there, which means that the option for a stadium clearly is still out there as well. I wish Seth would have he was all in on trying to ask these, gotcha type questions in a fun way. I was like, oh, so is that the one out by Katy? Is that the one over in Sugar Land? Or are you going to put that?
Seth gave the McNairs an experience this morning.
Oh, big time. It was the full Seth experience.
And I appreciate him doing that. But there's people that are really pushing back on my thought on the Togiai fullback experience, thinking that that the stakes made it so that they went to the Togiai thing, and that this was simply a offense finding different packages and wrinkles.
No, look, the 832 said, I simply think it's just adding wrinkles to the offense to catch a defense sleeping and certainly going into the post. No, I think that's all part of it. But at the same time, you have 5 rushing touchdowns from running backs, 6 I guess Gumbawale has 1. That's it. So, it's out of necessity as well. The other thing I liked from this morning was, Cal and Hannah sort of giving us the reveal on what exactly with the
viral high five moment
video. That was awesome. It took off like crazy. And we have it here from Cal exactly how that played out.
The most viral, almost surreally viral moment of the year for you guys was the video that you did looking for your high five from CJ after the Kansas City game. It's great to have you guys available, the exclusivity of this conversation to tell us can you give us sort of a behind the scenes on that, like a making of kind of thing? Where did it all come about?
Do we say everything or do we just say a little bit?
As much as you want to give up.
Just a little bit. So CJ was coming down after the game,
right,
signing autographs on the side.
Yeah,
of people in the stands. We were back in the tunnel.
By the way, it was freezing. We're all
I remember.
Freezing.
Yeah.
And a kid on the other side was saying, "It's my birthday, CJ. Come and sign my hat." So CJ bypassed the tunnel without looking in there and signed a birthday hat, and then came down the tunnel, gave us high fives and hugs like he.
Right.
Well, someone caught me, waiting for the high five when he bypassed the tunnel, and tried to turn that into a negative.
Yeah.
That CJ and I have a problem.
The internet does.
Y'all got beef. Quarterback and owner and beef.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Favorite.
And so Hannah said, "Cal, this looks bad. Well, we can't let that stand out there." And then some of our folks were watching it, and they were saying, "It looks like it's dying down, and it's okay." I said, "No, let's have some fun with this. Come on, let's challenge our creative group and see what they can come up with." And they came up with that, and Hannah started it with the SpongeBob 3 days later. And so we had some fun with all that.
Was the Breakfast Club, and Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, yeah. The fist raise at the end. Okay, this is the last question I'll have on it because we got a bunch of stuff we want to hit with you guys. Did CJ know that you were going to be waiting outside the locker room for him? Because it didn't look like he did when he high-fived.
That was
That's what it was like. Okay.
He knew something was up, but not where or when.
And was he aware of the fact that it had turned into something on social media?
Everybody, our whole building was.
Yeah.
So when Cal was filming this and he was just walking around like this, everybody was laughing.
Yeah, they
because
knew exactly
everybody
what it
knew
was.
exactly what it was. Like all the players knew. I mean, everyone knew.
Yeah,
that's great. That's just absolutely fantastic. And also very cool that it was the owner of your team. He said, "Nah, man, let's have some fun with it." Leaning into it.
Yeah.
The video was incredible.
I talk about it all the time, man. A lot of these owners don't be into all it. They don't even care. They just full of money where they just don't give a damn about that.
Yeah.
So it's good that he's kind of leaning into it and becoming kind of a personality.
Mm-hmm.
No, they care deeply about this team. And not only do they care deeply, it's evidence that this organization it has a synergy, has a oneness all the way across it because they were asked what their favorite moment of the season was, and I caught Hannah saying the consistency finishing games. And I was like, D'Amico has this to where the message doesn't just hit the players, doesn't just hit the coaches, hits the staff. The ownership is all in on it, which, again, I think that, and I've said this probably too much at this point, I do think that that's one of the powers of what they do is that there's a unified belief across that building and across that team. And as much as I could point to the idea that, hey, the offense in the red zone has problems to the point where they are searching, they continue to make it work. Like they continue to make a believer out of a doubter in me, no matter what it is, whether it's, there's these game management issues or, there's instances where are they getting too thin in this place? Whatever other issue you want to throw up there, they continue to make a believer because there's a unified belief and they just keep their nose to the grindstone.
Yeah, and again, just the way that they handled that, the really fun discussion this morning with the boys. So shout out to Cal and Hannah. There, as Figgy said, there are a lot of owners, including owners here when things were bad. That kind of wanted to just
owners ain't about to do that and have fun and all that stuff.
Yeah, they don't need to.
Yeah.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you know what time it is. We typically hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
I mean, what y'all got? Y'all been doing it all week.
We got
I'm
nothing.
Just playing. So Lopez been very vocal about something over these airwaves, and one country decided to roll with this idea. I will let you know what it is.
Let's hear about that next.
The Texans are headed into the playoffs with a skirmish against the Steelers. Studios is inside into your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So Lopez, you've been on these airways for a long time, man.
I have.
I don't want to put your date out there, but
that's fine.
It was 2000, and pretty much postal services are no longer needed.
Yeah, you don't need.
Yeah, so can you state it so that way I'm not misrepresenting what you saying?
There's a couple things. You don't need mail anymore. Period. To throw our beloved
salute
mail.
to our postal service workers out there. Salute to my sister, my brother-in-law.
You talking about
I got friends. Yeah, you talking about my family.
I got them taken care of. Just to hear me out. It's not. It's certainly a salute to our dear postal carriers and all that. What I feel is
they listen to us right now on the Odyssey app.
They like this idea. You can transition that into something else because everything and anything you can get in the mail, you can get otherwise. Period. There is no exception. Nothing. All of it you can get other than someone delivering it to your house. What you can do with the postal offices and carriers is transition that into dispensaries, for across the country. They just legalize marijuana.
What are they dispensing? Okay, literally. Okay, got you.
And they still have jobs. They have very lucrative jobs, maybe more lucrative jobs. Boom, bingo, bango, boingo.
That actually very much makes sense as a landing point for your thought because you would have to be high to come up with it.
No.
What the hell are you talking about?
No.
So you want them to be drug dealers at this point?
No, legal dispensaries.
Drug dealers.
They literally are everywhere right now anyway.
Dispensaries or the post office?
Dispensaries.
Oh, okay. It's like I've lost the plot a few times here.
Or even if you don't want to go down that road and that's a whole nother vote and all that, just transition them into another viable industry.
Okay.
I think the premise is wrong, but we've been here before.
You don't need mail. You don't need mail. Zero. You don't need it.
Well, a country decided to roll with this idea. I don't know about the drug part of it.
Well, I mean, it is a Scandinavian one, ain't it? It's up there. It's up there. One of them European.
How about that?
Denmark.
Yep.
They decided to roll with your idea. Let's go to CNN News with the story.
Denmark's state-run postal service PostNord has just delivered its last ever letter, bringing an end to its 400-year run. That means Denmark is the first country to decide that physical mail is no longer essential or economically viable. Denmark is one of the world's most digital nations, making it much less reliant on postal services than many other countries. According to PostNord, letter delivery has declined by more than 90% since 2000. PostNord told CNN that, quote, most communication now arrives in our electronic mailboxes, and the reality today is that e-commerce and the parcel market far outweigh traditional mail. To mark the change, PostNord released a campaign video showing Danish actress Ellen Hillingso reading its last letter to the public. Instead of posting letters, Danes will now have to drop them off at kiosks in shops. Private company DAO will then courier those letters to both domestic and international addresses. PostNord will still continue to deliver packages as online shopping remains popular.
Brilliant. Shout out to the Danes.
So they
are ahead of the curve.
So they're not really stopping delivery. They're just like, we're not going to carry your letters anymore.
No. Well, but that's
because they're still going to deliver packages. No. So they're still doing the mail.
No, but I said that. No, they're not. You got FedEx. You got Amazon. You got obviously.
So you're just talking about privatization, is all you're saying?
No. You don't need mail. You don't need mail.
You didn't hear the last part of the
checks. Letters, cards.
I guess.
Don't take it from me. Take it from Denmark.
No, the thing, it sounded like what they were saying though, because people probably letters stuff like that. It's not totally gone, but they make it in a way where if you do need to send something out,
but that's
you go
to
to
my
the specific place.
Everything that
but they're not delivering mail.
Everything that the Postal Service does, you can do otherwise, and you don't need.
Yeah,
mail.
so you just want to privatize it. That's it.
No, you're twisting it around. You don't need. It's a waste. I'm trying to save our taxpayers' money.
Hey.
Vote for me.
Hey, I'm siding with the people on this one, man. Postal Service
People
on this
of the
one,
United
man.
States or Denmark?
We don't never. Oh, I don't know nothing about Denmark, but
those not my people.
Yeah, those ain't my people. I don't know buddy like that.
You might stand out there.
Wow.
Really?
There's Black Danes in there. Yeah, 100%. 281. I'm very much with that point. I've made that point before. I'm trying not to get in a full blown argument here. That's really the issue here, because all the companies that you talk about privately that do it, they also lean on the post office at other times.
They do not. They do not.
They do.
Literally, all the companies you listed, Lopez, depend on the post office.
There's a lot of final leg. There's a lot of final leg delivery that's done by the U.S. Postal Service.
No, they do not.
He's been saying this for years.
Look it
man.
up.
Oh yes, because I have not looked this up. Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Well, salute to Denmark, man. I'm wondering what other countries gonna eventually follow this. Because they're the first country, clearly.
Hopefully, this one.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. Kind of
might be a
pilot
long
program
time.
of sorts.
I'm trying to increase, money for our postal carriers and viability for our constituents and everything else.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Saban sick in, so I've been talking about this Grand Theft Auto 6 game for a long time.
And you're going to keep talking about it.
I'm going to keep talking about it, man. Grand Theft Auto 6 is supposed to come out this year, but I'm not holding my breath on it. However, I do feel like the city of Houston is kind of Grand Theft Auto 6-ish, or just Grand Theft Auto, period. So let's go to ABC 13 with this wild story on a chase.
The sheriff's office says that a man is in custody after ramming into several cars in a military-style truck, then leading deputies on a long chase.
The chase finally came to an end with a SWAT scene right here on 59, right here near Little York. According to the sheriff's office, the chase started around 10 o'clock last night after they got a call saying a military-style truck had been involved in a hit and run. They say when deputies tried to pull the driver over, he took off and led them on what ended up being more than an hour-long chase.
Driver, if you can hear me, I need you to exit the vehicle now.
It's estimated right now that the suspect struck about 10 vehicles prior to the initiation of the pursuit. So we don't really have a motive or anything at this point. The Harris County District Attorney's Office has been notified of the incident.
And during that chase, deputies say spike strips were used, even shots were fired, but none of that worked in getting him to stop. Finally, when the truck had flat tires here on 59, SWAT was called in. Eventually, tear gas was used to get this man out of the truck and in custody. He was not hurt.
For you living it right here in Houston.
When did you say this was again?
This what you said when?
Yeah, when?
I want to say it was this week or last week.
Yeah.
It was recent.
Man, I just missed it.
That's wild.
A military style truck.
So what was his story? I mean, what was he doing?
I have no.
Yeah.
This is Grand Theft Auto. You don't need no.
He was having a good time.
Just drive around and go on a high speed chase.
Was he like in a Hummer or something?
No, it looked like a 18-wheeler type truck.
Okay, like a
little
box
bit,
truck.
But just the front end of it.
Yeah. No, you can see the video out there. It was kind of wild, man. I'm like, first of all, what you doing in this truck?
Yeah, the first thing I thought was,
Saturday,
where did he get this from?
This might have been Saturday.
That sounds right.
There were a lot of
It was
helicopters.
a lot. It was
There
a
were
lot
of
stuff
helicopters
going on,
over my
man.
house on Saturday.
Yeah, no, it was a lot going on.
And where's your house again?
Right over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
First one of the year. You know what this reminded me, though? Because, if you're not familiar with Grand Theft Auto, they base it's an open world game. They base it off of, various American cities. There's kind of a fictionalized version of L.A., fictionalized version of New York, fictionalized version of Miami. Why have they never thought to have one of these based on Houston? Because Houston would work.
It should be, because if you haven't played Grand Theft Auto, you can just pretty much use the title of the name, just steal cars. You can steal cars. Some people be in high-speed chases with trucks and helicopters and all that stuff going on. That was exactly what happened. Just a random-ass, big-ass military truck just on the loose. And they trying to stop this.
I'll look.
You can find it. Yeah, it's up there.
Saturday was it about midday? Was it during the day?
I'm not sure. I seen the video.
I sure hope not, because he was driving around for an hour. I just know traffic was a mess.
I'm talking like to the point where I stopped what I was doing. I was refinishing that furniture I told you about, and I was in the backyard, and I was like, "What is?"
It was a couple big
helicopters.
It was a couple big accidents. I want to say from like Friday to yesterday or Sunday.
Yeah.
I was stuck in traffic going 610, going towards I forgot what kind of towards NRG, and I was stuck in that traffic for like an hour.
Yeah,
just on the side path, and that's the one. I think a center point vehicle was crashed into an 18-wheeler or something like that.
Right.
Unfortunately, somebody died in that. But it was a couple big accidents over the weekend, man. It was crazy.
That's wild. So yeah, wow.
Yeah. Check that video out whenever y'all get the chance. As I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. I guess Houston just starting off on a wild 2026. So it was a fire at an apartment complex. I forgot. This might have been in the Sheldon area, if I'm not mistaken. And dozens of people were without a home. And this is thanks to a lady who decided to set her boyfriend's clothes on fire.
A woman sets fire to her boyfriend's clothes, and now dozens of people here at this apartment complex are without a home. We even saw a firefighter who fell from the second floor because the damage is so bad. Firefighters tell us they responded earlier today after the woman got into it with her boyfriend. She then used his clothes, put it in a barbecue pit, and set it on fire. That fire spread to dozens of units here at the South Lake Villas apartments here in Sheldon. We saw several neighbors out here collecting what items they had left and what they could salvage from that fire, but many of them don't know where they will be going next. Neighbors tell me Red Cross is assisting and apartment management is supposed to be helping them as well. This case is ongoing.
Just throw it out in the street like a normal person, man.
Put it in a barbecue pit.
Put it in a barbecue pit.
I was going to say, at least she put it in a barbecue pit, but clearly that didn't matter because it burnt down the apartment.
See, this is a manifestation of a lesson that we all need to learn.
Yeah.
Being petty seems fun. You need to keep it to limits.
Yeah.
If you're trying to be maximum petty, that can
Once
ruin.
it started affecting me, then I have an issue with it.
Well,
it affected 12 families.
And you're being reasonable about a situation where people are completely unreasonable.
Oh, certainly. No, you're right. No, clearly
they've lost it.
Clearly, she was not in a level-headed mind when she was like, you know what? I'm gonna barbecue your Jordans. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that was not level-headed.
There was no reasoning. There was no reasoning with her at that point.
From the 832, does she have a sister? I might be married to her. All right.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Man.
All right.
I wonder what the hell he do. Like at this point, bro,
That's
what
a
did
good
you do?
question. Because
why did you? Like I'm blaming you for it.
Well, maybe because
Maybe
there's
not,
one of two things. She might have wildly overreacted, or he might be an absolute menace.
Yeah.
And I think either way, that's one hilarious, even though it's terrible, right? On the other side is that it's awful that you end up with such a terrible outcome. Just be out in the street.
Yeah, come on, man. Hey, just leave him, man. We got to do all this stuff.
But again, I don't think she was in a state of mind where you could have reasoned with her.
By the way, that Odyssey is courtesy of KPRC 2.
Okay.
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Man, I haven't done this segment since last year.
The worst. I'm not giving you any laughs or claps for that. Nobody likes that guy.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm joking around. I don't like that guy either. And apparently, the Raging Italian do not like that guy.
Oh no.
Yeah, he don't like that guy either. So his sons, I guess they went out for New Year's Eve, came back 10 in the morning and some stuff like that. And the father was not happy about it. And the son hit him with that joke with the, we haven't seen you since last year. And he did not appreciate it. And this is what it sounded like.
You f***ing stay there all night. You guys came home this morning around 11. I don't give a f*** if it's New Year's.
Same me.
You're f***ing driving home at f***ing 10 o'clock in the morning. You're up all night.
Dude,
probably with no f***ing sleep. You're drinking.
I didn't even see you since last year. You're already bitching at me?
What do you mean last year? I saw you f***ing last night.
Yeah, I haven't seen you since last year.
That's a f***ing stupid joke. Don't f***ing do that shit. Seen you since last year. I'll see you next year. You're that f***ing guy. You guys were f***ing up all night. You f***ing come home at 11 o'clock in the morning, dude. Oh, I haven't seen you since last year.
Yeah, we haven't seen you since last year.
You know what? You can take that's a f***ing stupid saying.
Yeah,
it's like telling me at 11:59. I'll see. No, but the f***ing jerk the game, 11:59. I'll see you next year.
I know his blood pressure is insane.
I'm with him on that,
Or it's
man.
not. I mean, that might
That's
be
normal.
That might be what like keeps him sane. Like
I
he lets
can't.
it all out.
There's no way. They rage bait him so easily.
He doesn't suppress anything.
We got to hang out with this guy. Do the Texans play in New York next year somehow?
Oh,
no, the Giants play here. I just saw
they play here. We got to try to get them down here for a game or something.
He bites on every pump fake. I mean, every play action he's in the backfield, he bites on it. I will say though, he was 100% right. What y'all mean? Y'all was out drinking all night, came out 10 in the morning. Y'all was driving around drunk and tired? Are you crazy?
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with him on this one, man. I hate when people do that. Yeah. All right, get y'all out of here on this real quick. It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Salute to Lauren Rutledge.
Yeah, Lauren Rutledge.
Yeah. Did y'all see that viral video of her? I think she was working at Ole Miss, and was it Ole Miss and Georgia game?
Yeah, I believe because she did the sideline.
She did an interview on the field somewhere, and then had to run across the field on the sideline to sprint and get to the desk where she had to do it, and she was like hauling ass too. And
it's nice to know that everybody's cutting back and making people do multiple jobs. She was the sideline reporter and the halftime host.
Yeah.
They be making Vanessa Richardson do that on Space City Home Network too. I'm like, damn, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, so she was hustling across there, and salute to Chris Berman. He decided to do a little play-by-play.
Oh, did
you've done an interview, and you could go all the way to the sidelines, but it doesn't. And then, oh my God, we get the band. Is it the Stanford Cal game? No, it's not. They're the tubas. They're the drums. And what's it? What? And what? And then the xylophone. Be careful. And then we got to get you on the set. Tim, get out of the way. Laura, you got the mic. Have a seat. And I want to say this, because we're watching NFL Live on a Monday. I have seen, personally, a lot of great runs in the history of Monday football. That just took the cake.
Salute to her, man.
It was awesome.
Hustling, yeah. She was gone, too, and I'm sure she had some heels on, too.
Yes, she did.
Yeah,
Full
she did.
sprint. And I think
On
the
that turf?
most impressive thing is, yes, the turf is also part of it. She sat down, immediately got to work.
It was like just
didn't look like she was breathing
put
heavy
her
enough.
hair
Just
over
boom.
her ears and let's go.
And then they had makeup on her too. I'm like, I'd be sweating, looking like a Christmas pig.
And just how
on
cool
TV.
that Berman did that.
Yeah.
That's so cool for her.
Yeah. So shout out to Laura Rutledge, all the other fantastic professionals, and shout out, if you don't mind, to One Figgy Fig for a fantastic start to the new year.
I'll let y'all do it tomorrow.
No,
I heard y'all did pretty good. I'll let y'all do it tomorrow.
I do not believe that one bit.
Did not.
All right, that's the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you think that you see something that's mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before then, we've got some executives, some non-executives talking about the AFC. What are the execs saying about the Texans and others? Let's talk about it next.
The Texans took
Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Gearing up to hand things off to the fellas of the drive in here just a moment. Mike Sando of The Athletic, he's always really good about getting in touch with the executives in the National Football League, and heading into the playoffs, he kind of tapped in, right? Getting some executive opinions on all the teams in the AFC playoffs. And so I'm interested, and I hope that you are intrigued on seeing what some of the execs were talking about around the AFC heading into these playoffs. First and foremost, I thought it was interesting because there's not even an executive. The Athletic is good about doing some of these data models.
Yeah.
The top two seeds in the AFC are who? John Lopez.
That would be Denver and New England.
That is correct. They have combined less than a 51% chance of winning the AFC.
This is according to his.
This is according to The Athletic.
Like just in general?
Yeah.
My thing.
These are playoff odds based off of Austin Mock's NFL projection model, which is the same model that we were using to figure out what are the chances that this team makes the playoff or whatever with The Athletic. Compare that year over year, and that is significantly lower than years past in the last few years. Which I only say that to point to, again, one of those things that we've talked about. This is a kind of a data-based way of looking at it and seeing that this is a wide-open AFC. And with that being the case, I'll take you to the anonymous executives. Let's start with the New England Patriots. This is one exec talking about the Patriots saying, quote, New England has been doing it all year. Vrabel is a been-there, done-that coach, which offsets the inexperience of his team. Same with Josh McDaniels, who knows how to come up with a game plan in the playoffs. He's got his MVP quarterback, Drake May, playing out of his mind. They're going to be tough to beat.
Yeah.
The reason I brought this up, a lot of this feels, the Patriots are good. We've talked a little bit about the inexperience of Drake May, even with him playing well. How have we ignored the experience of Vrabel and Josh McDaniels in particular to help counteract that inexperience?
Yeah, I think we have. And McDaniels more than probably Vrabel even, right? Just because with, he's done it, so many times as the play caller. Hadn't worked out as a head coach, but as a coordinator and a play caller and a quarterback's coach, more than enough.
Well, he got bad. He has bad taste in quarterbacks. Like he was the one out here really rolling with the experience on well, my goodness, name went blank as soon as I went to say it. But he had bad taste in quarterbacks, and that's the thing. He's great at the Bills we've seen with him there in New England this year. Like, he's done a great job building that offense to the strengths of Drake May. Drake May has just hit out the park, and he looks like an MVP candidate with this being the case. I take you then to the Jacksonville Jaguars portion of the program where an executive, quote, a random executive said, quote, Jacksonville is playing with confidence, and Buffalo has the look of a prize fighter that has been knocked out, was kind of almost a champion but is weary. And another exec said, I just don't know if Buffalo can take it. If Jacksonville pops Buffalo, does that make them the favorite? So I asked you that question. If the Jags manage to beat the Bills, does that make them the favorite in what they're doing this year?
Boy, I'm going to have to say slightly. Even though, a lot of people are saying, well, if Buffalo can't win it now with no Chiefs and no Ravens, et cetera, I guess they won't win it. Well, they're not taking it into account. They've got some other issues, like defending the run and, and some other things defensively and all that. So it's kind of not fair to Buffalo, but you're still taking out Josh Allen. And there are still questions with Denver, still questions with New England, even though we were just giving them compliments about, their play calling and Vrabel and all that stuff. I would have to say yes, slightly. I would consider Jacksonville the favorites.
And they might be, of the AFC teams, and everybody has their flaw, something that people brought up when I was talking about it a little bit earlier with the Texans in the red zone. The Jags might have a more balanced team because their defense has been solid, especially stopping the run.
Really against the run, yeah.
The offense with Liam Cohen has been, especially since they acquired Jacoby Myers. They actually might be the most evenly built team right now. So if they can get over what a lot of people are looking at as the most explosive portion of this, which is that Josh Allen aspect of having that quarterback there, it'd be hard to not appreciate what they have there.
So you'd agree then? Slightly is what I'm saying.
I think I would, oddly enough.
Yeah.
but 281 said Vrabel has already lost to a 1 seed. He hasn't proven anything. Sure, but just kind of giving you some exec perspectives. And with that being the case, how about your Houston Texans? With the Texans-Steelers game, somebody here's an executive and what they thought about this game. You could have seen Baltimore getting a 200-yard game from Derrick Henry against Houston as a smaller front. That's a matchup where Baltimore has to come on top, but instead they're not facing them. And I love this quote here. Quote, you have Rodgers at 42, Cam Hayward is 36, and TJ Watt hardly makes plays except when the ball lands in his belly like it did Sunday night. Those three guys are just about shot. I think Houston chokes them out. Is that wow? That is strong words, but that is a executive in the National Football League. Now we know not all executives are made alike. I mean, one of these could be Joe Shane. But with that being the case, how do you like that for an executive in the league? Not just having a level of belief that the Texans will win, but that they will choke them out, which evokes something stronger than even some of the places that we've been wanting to go.
Yeah, but choke them out does not necessarily mean it's going to be a romp, like it's going to be a double digit.
He said TJ Watt don't make no plays.
I think he's just talking about the defense. They're going to choke them out. They ain't going to get anything against the Texans. That's how I would.
But he mentioned two defensive players there.
Yeah, he did.
In that, yeah. I love that he's just like they're all too old. They can't do it.
Yeah.
And I think that their team is a lot older, and you've seen some of the declines. Especially, Jalen Ramsey, dog. He's looked a lot slower in the second half of the season, and you saw him get got a couple times in that Ravens game. But I mean, Cam Hayward, he did a lot of taking over in that Ravens game. TJ Watt, when he dials it up, he can be there. I found that to be interesting that he has that level of confidence in the fact that they will choke out the Steelers according to an executive. But I think that can offer you a level of confidence for it, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think that's the formula. We know that. We've known it for several weeks now, several months.
Same executive making sense though. They have, if you were putting teams on, they have Houston beating Denver in the divisional round as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they'd have Houston in the AFC Championship game, but they would not put Houston into the Super Bowl.
AFC Championship game against who?
Jacksonville or New England. They did not. They didn't get too specific, unfortunately.
So everybody loves the Texans in this bad boy.
People do.
Yeah.
People do.
They should be favored.
Would you not agree in this game in particular, or are you talking about in the playoffs in general?
I'm talking about this game.
Yeah,
in this
for
game,
sure.
like it is.
Isn't it a pick'em game? What is the latest? I saw it's opened as a pick'em.
I saw 3.5.
Yeah, I saw 3.5.
The Texans were 3.5.
Oh no, the pick'em. I saw the preview odds. The pick'em was going to be Baltimore. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, like I was listening to NFL Live. I was laughing about
I think a lot of this is also just a disdain for what the AFC North put on paper all year long. So any team they brought out, people were going to look at and be like, get out of my face. Yeah. But I think there's also, not to denigrate what the Texans have done, clearly they've put up one of, if not the best unit in all the AFC.
I'm waiting for somebody to get that. What was the disrespectful stuff Rex Ryan said about the Texans last year? Said the Chargers gonna have a bye week.
Yeah.
We're itching close to that. Like
it's in the neighborhood. It's in the neighborhood.
People are starting to get concerned about Aaron Rodgers, like they were Phillip Rivers. Yeah. This one.
Well, they should get concerned about Aaron Rodgers after what they look like against Cleveland. I mean, that's the big deal. Is 2 weeks ago against Cleveland, they were just completely inept, and Aaron Rodgers couldn't do a damn thing. And now all of a sudden, you're facing
two of those guys coming at you.
Yeah, you got two of those guys coming at you. Now he didn't have DK Metcalf in that game as well, and so I think that's a little bit of a game changer. And so
just
we got to be real careful. We just watched Riley Leonard sling that thing around the park for a half now.
Just got to I would just assume based off what we've seen that it will be a tight game. And the Texans have been one of the best teams in football this year to get through tight games.
I'm with you.
But I don't think this is going to, like you said, would you say a romp? I am surprised how like this has become almost a foregone conclusion to many people.
I think it's a surprise. I've been saying since yesterday. This is going. This is going to be a low-scoring game. It ends up being the exact opposite. This one will not be. This one will not be the exact opposite. This one's going to be low-scoring, ugly, down to one possession. And to your point, I think the Texans will win. But when you're down to one possession, who knows?
Now, obviously, if it goes the other way, it would seem to be that CJ would have gone nuts.
Yes.
Right. Like,
yes.
Like Like, I'll be surprised we walk out there and, boy, Aaron Rodgers.
If it's a blowout, it's the Texans winning.
Aaron Rodgers turned the clock back.
Right,
I'd be surprised by that.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, man. This feels like a game in the 17 to 20 range.
Yeah,
like most of the Texans games.
Go figure.
And they will choke. They will defensively choke them out.
Yeah.
But the game will I think be a little bit tight.
I always appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with y'all. Did you see your man's Nick Wright get out here and really actually like the Steelers in this circumstance? One of the things he talked about, which I did think was a fair point, is that Aaron Rodgers has not wanted to get hit, but when pushes come to shove, he actually has stood in and took that. Does that at all change any
Especially
of your
in the
mindset
playoffs.
on this? Yeah, the idea that
caution to the wind.
That is because you've mentioned it, and I've been talking about this, Clint. The idea that when they saw Myles Garrett over there, they just did anything to avoid the possibility of it. And I thought that could be instructive in this game. But maybe he stands in there a little bit more and has a willingness to try and attack them downfield.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think he'll let the game dictate it as he should. You know, I mean, like I said, you just watched a Colts team that had nothing to play for, and a quarterback that's never seen any of it stand in there and make a couple of throws. I'm not talking about down the stretch when the first half.
Yeah.
Make a couple throws, and you look up, and all of a sudden, Alec Pierce and Riley Leonard, and you're like, what the hell happened here? Like, I mean, I think it's more up to, his supporting cast, and can they give him enough time to get a receiver across the field or to get a double move to happen, or I think he's going to be smart and he's going to use the screen game. I mean, he's as good as anybody in terms of getting the ball out. The part that is interesting to me is when you look at the veteran quarterbacks that have had to quote unquote throw the ball from the well, with Jacoby Brissett or Geno Smith, those guys found ways early to make enough plays to put some pressure on the Texans and force them to do some. That wasn't a high-scoring game, but they did a lot more than expected.
Yeah.
And so now you got Can Aaron Rodgers do that? Well, I would think so. Riley Leonard did it. Alec Pierce did it. Can DK Metcalf do it? We've seen little Gainwell-type backs. Our linebackers struggle with Genty. Broke a big run and had a throw over the top. And Gainwell can do some similar things. And so, yeah, I just don't want to get out over my skis on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's on paper it should be a like you said, choke them out type of game, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah. I would like to steal something from you all show. Confession.
Okay.
I have a confession. I'm really over Mike Tomlin and his verbiage.
His verbiage,
his delivery,
I gotta believe by about year 19. And now rolling in here, what's it been, about a decade or so, he hadn't won a playoff game? I bet you the people in Pittsburgh. I'm just talking about, like, I sat here, shout out to Tyler, who sent us some Mike Tomlin audio, and I went through and listened to it, and I'll be honest with you, I don't really know a lot of what he said. I was just more listening to, like, he just says stuff for no reason, or changes stuff up for no reason, uses non-football terminologies to describe football stuff.
That's right.
And it's like, nobody talks like this.
Not anymore.
Like nobody talks like this.
Yeah.
Nobody uses. All right, they've got a lot of guys in the running back room as labor.
Yeah.
Like it is, I'm just like, man, Mike, this I used to be early. It's like a Tony Romo thing.
Nah,
early on, it was like, man, I could listen to Mike Tomlin talk. Now it's just like, dude, man, come on, man. You don't talk like that to your wife, your kids. You don't talk like that.
But what happens if he does though? That's the fun conversation.
No, nobody in real life talks like that. Not from Virginia Beach. He's the same place from Pharrell is from. No, he don't.
I don't think anybody's like Pharrell.
He don't talk like that. I'm just like, man, what? Like, we'll play some Mike Tomlin.
I gotta hear this. Yeah,
we'll play some. Like, it's just like, dude, man.
Yeah.
Are you writing this out? Like, I honestly, I think he's writing. I think he's writing it out and practicing.
Yeah.
Nobody uses those terminologies. Guys, he gets something out of that.
Yet another reason that you want to stick around and hang out with the best damn sports show in all, after-name sports show in all of Houston. As far as you want. Jean Lopez, another fantastic show with you. We leave you as you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and T. Mill is back in the building, fresh off his vacation. All right. Yep. Smoky Mountains.
You were
that's
in
what
Tennessee.
Yeah, there it is.
Tennessee.
There it is.
What happened, man?
He's in there feeling himself. There you go. So the band is back.
Some of my people in Tennessee.
There you go.
Yeah.
The band is back together again. It is a Tuesday, so we will get to Reggie's favorite segment, a little Tape Drop Tuesday coming up here in just a bit. But before we get there, I see this on the text line. My man Richmond, 4AD. No way y'all think this game's going to be close.
Hold on, so.
Like what? Like why are you serious? Like the Texans just play close games.
Yeah,
it's
what they do.
Like honest to God, I believe old Ridgemont is sitting there thinking these guys are nuts. What the hell? But I'm just like, Doug, outside of that Arizona Cardinal game, man, these suckers they play tight ball games.
Arizona with the wheels coming off, and Baltimore missing 7 All-Pro or Pro Bowlers.
Yeah, they play tight.
Everything else was tight.
Hey, man, fourth quarter. I think so. Fourth quarter, man. But they rise to the occasion.
Yeah.
By the way, Mike Tomlin said something like that, but he didn't say rise to the occasion. He used some other terminology that usually not heard said to describe rise to the occasion.
What did he use? That stuck out to me too. What did he use? Basically, somebody in critical moments of the game, they make the play.
But that's not what he said. He said something else. You're like, Mike, what are you talking about? But no, I don't think it's a surprise that and I'll be honest, the Texans with their defense play a lot of games that are closer than they actually feel, or like they don't feel as close as they actually are, right? Like it'll be 16-20 or something, but you know what? Really, this other team don't have a chance to go down and score any more points, so it feels like it's over. But yeah, I mean, I would be surprised on the road if this with Mike Tomlin. I'd be surprised if this is a game where the Texans are in the fourth quarter comfortably winning this game.
You'll be surprised if they are?
If they are where like, all right, man, they got like a 14, 17 point lead in the fourth quarter. And I would be surprised. They just don't play games.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the deal: is the defense is going to make this a tight game. Does our offense have the ability to keep it that? I mean, that to me, it's not about our defense. Even if they give up early plays, I mean, they're going to rebound and they're going to tighten down and handle business. At the end of the day, this is about our offense and on the road. We struggle with communication and getting out of the huddle anyway. I mean, so that is magnified when you're on the road, and it's going to be at night. It's going to be cold as hell. It's going to be loud. I mean, their defense is significantly better than the numbers will tell you, their stats and their rankings and all that. I think their defense is significantly better. They got guys across the board that are problems. 2 edge rushers. Big Hayward inside is a problem.
They really are playing a lot better than they did early. Yeah. Early, it was like, what the hell's going on?
You look at the box scores and you go, oh, boy, this is – I see people on social media stacking up, our offense versus their defense, blah, 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 all these, side-by-side comparisons. And you're like, that's just – a lot of times you can take that to the bank. I don't take that to the bank with Pittsburgh. I mean, they are – now, they may roll a dud out there with the defense, but they also may put a performance out there that's double-digit sacks and overwhelming for the O-line and – they're really good at stopping the run, and so they could be. The question here is, can our offense go out there and sustain drives and at least get 3? Can our offense go out there and not turn the ball over back-to-back times in critical situations?
Which they've done great at not doing.
They've done a good.
Got 10 turnovers
job as the season's gone along, and so this is about. This is not about our defense slowing them down and keeping this thing close. This is about. To me, it's about our offense, and can they complement our defense well enough to win the game?
Yeah, it's not a shot. It's just you go look up and down at some on the text line during the 9-game win streak. They were only 2 games that weren't one score and playing bad teams. They lead the league in fewest turnovers with 10, and they're third in the league with 27 forced. And all their games are tight. So, I would just assume that that's what we're looking at here. And I would give them a huge advantage in the fourth quarter because they have been one of the best teams in football in the fourth quarter and finishing games here of late. All right, let's get here on a big Tuesday. A lot to get to as it is playoff week. It's playoff week, and the Texans will take on the Steelers. And, Clint, it is Tuesday, and that means here on The Drive we do a little tape drop Tuesday. What did you look at coming from that Colts game going into the Steelers?
Well, I think there's first of all, I just looked at the first half. I didn't want anything to do with the second half when guys were benched, and there's no reason to even consider who's playing well, who's not, what the scheme looks like. There's a little Mills magic there at the end that got the dub, and Tommy Togiai got a little touchdown, so I don't need to rewatch that. But I thought there were a couple of things that stuck out that are actually going to be pretty refreshing to see. The plan for pressure looks was pretty obvious, Ron. Now, they didn't always execute it flawlessly, but there was at least a plan, right? There was a method to the madness. I thought the O-line handled, multiple defenders standing at the line of scrimmage. I thought CJ and the O-line a couple of times, they handled it really well in a sense of figuring out who was coming, who wasn't coming, getting a hat on a hat. Daria Gumbawale was part of that one time. There was a couple of times where they clearly closed down the A-gaps or the inside pressure and let a free runner come from the outside, which is what you want to do. You want to let if you let one free defender come, then you want him to come from the outside, furthest away from the quarterback, number one. And number two, you want the quarterback to know that's the guy that's unblocked. And so there was a couple of times where they did that. They let the widest rusher come. C.J. Stroud got rid of it one time, and then the other time C.J. Stroud was able to. He knew that guy was the free guy. You could tell. He dropped back, looked down the field, set his feet in the pocket, and then, boom, did the old QB escape to his front side, and he got outside. And I can't remember if that was one where he ran it or if he threw it for a completion. But having having an answer for pressure, whether that is getting the football out or at least your quarterback knowing who is coming free and having a chance, I thought they did a really good job in the first half across the board. I also thought the play calling, there were more designed, quick to mid-range quicks type stuff. I mean, stuff that was out right now. There were opportunities like concepts, not just, hey, this guy's running a 5-yard route, even though it is a whip route and it takes longer. No, I'm talking about routes that win right now, the slants, the immediate flats, the quick outs, kind of stuff that wins right now. They had that, not as exotic or creative as I think they're going to need when they see a lot of man coverage, but they did have some screens. Didn't execute them well, but they had some screens in the offense. And actually, I don't know if they just happened to have them called in those pressure moments, but they hit Christian Kirk on a quick screen that had a real chance if CJ wouldn't have thrown the ball an extra yard behind him and he had to retreat to get the ball instead of catch it in stride. It had a real chance. But
Something always seems to happen
it's unbelievable. As well as this defense, let's say just defense. As well as this team is coached detail-wise, it's crazy how for years now we've watched them struggle in blocking for screens, executing screens, the timing of screens. I mean, it's crazy how bad they are in those particular situations. But method to the madness, right? Not that it has to work, but at least you watch the game and you watch the tape and you understand, okay, I see what they're doing here. Like I said, there were some quicks in there versus some pressure looks. There were some quicks in there that weren't versus pressure looks that they were able to hit, right? There were some screens in there that I thought were designed to be answers for pressure. And I think the biggest part of all this pressure conversation, Ron, was there was twice that I can recall where there was a free runner and CJ knew where he was coming from. The other times the guys were picked up, and so there wasn't any evidence of CJ not knowing who was coming free. But there was two different times where it was clear CJ knew that guy's free. I'm peeking at him. I'm not staring at him, but I'm peeking at him, see if I can get the ball out. If not, boom, I'm going to escape. And I think that right there is the biggest part of this. You cannot, your quarterback can't snap the football and not know who's hot, who's not, where the pressure's coming from, and take unnecessary heat and unnecessary hits. And I thought they did a really good job for one. So that's the big piece of the first half takeaway of Tape Drop Tuesday. I do think, the offensive line took a lot of heat before with the run game, and they're getting a lot of praise now with the run game. Although it's not great, it's timely and it's complimentary. I'm going to tell you, man, we need to be more thankful for Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan. I mean, those two guys, I'm not saying that they're the bell cow back here for the next 5-6 years. But what I am saying is when you look at the Texans' runs and the run game and when it gets going in that complementary fashion in critical situations, a huge chunk of the Texans' improvement in the run game, which I think this is true for all good run teams, by the way. This is not a knock to anybody, but a huge part of the improvement in the run game has to do with these dudes, their vision and their one-cut ability. I mean, their vision to see that, hey, the front side's not there, let me slide out the back door. The front side's not there, let me bounce this thing. Their decision-making, their vision, their ability to make one cut. All right, it's not their front side. Don't stop your feet. Make one cut and get out the back door, whatever. Like their ability to do that, it shows up on tape consistently. And so when you talk about the Texans' run game, yes, the offensive line is better, but a huge chunk of the run game and the success that we're having is because they're seeing things outside of their track, outside of where that play's supposed to hit. Now,
cutbacks, Jordan's really, but cutback. British Brooks was they routinely, and we saw this with Motor, with Singletary. They routinely have a much better shot at making the first guy miss.
Absolutely,
they're free guys that get into different gaps that they're able to make miss. In a way that, maybe sometimes Nick Chubb isn't. And that has been extremely helpful because they're not always blocked perfectly. And hell, when you look at the in and out nature of the guys in there and maybe some of the talent, it may happen that way. But, yeah, they do a really good job of helping their offensive line, their line. They don't have to make perfect blocks when those guys are running.
Well, there was a handful of plays that were blocked up really well, the 6, 7, 8-yard runs this week. But
6, 7.
Yeah, my bad. The majority of those were like crazy vision, crazy one cut, backside, get out the back door, or bounce the thing out a couple of gaps. Now, that a lot of times when you're running so much zone, which they ran. I don't know if they ran a ton of it, but the plays that I'm talking about, when it is a zone, that it can hit backside, it can hit multiple ways, and these guys' vision is just absolutely tremendous, man. So big shout out to Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan. What they're putting on film is really, really good. Last but not least, Ron, the interior D-line is always something that I watch on the tape because they're thin, and you wonder, like, hey, man, how's this going to hold up in the playoffs? How's this going to hold up against better teams? I'm going to tell you, man, Sheldon Rankins and Tommy Togiai, and look, they're rotating several guys through there, but those two guys on the inside and obvious run situation, they're just holding their weight, man. They've been really good. I mean, really good. To the point where I'm not concerned. You sprinkle in some Danico Autry right there. I'm not real concerned with this interior defensive line being a problem in the playoffs. That was always my thought is like, yeah, you can get through a schedule and teams want to throw the ball around. They don't want to run the football. They're not going to pound you downhill.
As long as they can keep those two in particular fresh.
Yeah, that's the key.
And keep them in the game. Yeah,
that's the key. Obviously, you're going to keep them. You're going to get them some rest in passing situations when Autry gets in there. But yeah, you're right. If you can keep those guys healthy and keep them rested, man, it's I'm not worried. But Tommy Togiai is this isn't just something that's being kind of over. What am I looking?
Yeah, I think we've moved past that. Tommy is good for undrafted late signing.
Yeah.
I think Tommy is just good.
Ron, he is really good at holding up two offensive linemen in a run game. He's really good at when he gets leaned on in the pass game. Now, getting vertical and getting skinny and getting to the quarterback in the pocket isn't necessarily his forte, but when that pocket moves or a run is outside or something, he is hard to block, man. He does a really, really good job. So, yeah.
Hannah McNair's a big fan.
Is she?
She said she basically called his touchdown.
Oh, really?
Today. Yeah, if you missed it, she was on with Payne and Pendergast. Her and Cal McNair. McNair's are there. She said, she leaned over to Cal and said, just feel it. Tommy's going to do something. Tommy's going to do something.
Tommy's going to, boy,
she just felt it.
Of that whole defense, that's who you're picking out, Hannah?
She said she could see it in his eyes.
See it in his eyes?
Yeah, she was down there. She said she could see it. She could just see it in his eyes that he was going to do something. And I'll be damned.
Hannah got that
He took it back now.
Oh, Hannah got that podcast
See you, Hannah.
rolling.
Hannah, you're going to need to see it.
She's getting these hot takes all of a sudden. Hannah, come on now.
Keep staring at some other guy's eyes, Hannah. Staring Tremont Smith's eyes. See if you can see something from
right.
Tremont Smith, baby. All right. That's a little Tape Drop Tuesday. More to come as well a little bit later on in the show. But last night, the Rockets, this is why they brought him here.
Come on.
This is why they brought him here. If you missed what Kevin Durant said after the game about the game winner and his former team, you don't want to miss it. We'll have that coming up for you next.
All right, how about a simple New Year's resolution, y'all? That's always nice. I love New Year's resolutions.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Tuesday.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Tuesday. It is the playoff week as we got some time. Monday is when the Texans travel to Pittsburgh. You know, many people in our audience probably missed it last night. The Rockets got a big dub last night. And the reason why you bring in a Kevin Durant, we talked about it all last year. Their big issue was, boy, at the end of games, where do they go? Who is the one that you feel good about taking big shots? I'll be honest, there have been times this year where it feels like Udoka and company are hunting it to Şengün, and he is a really, really good player, having an all-NBA type of season, but that should be reserved for Kevin Durant. That's the big reason why you brought 7 over, and he came in the game and did it and drilled it, and they win 100-97 against the Suns, his former team. And before we dive in a little bit of that, Kevin Durant, I feel like the Suns are in trouble every time Kevin Durant plays them. This feels a little personal for Kevin Durant.
He's petty like that in a good way.
It's good. Yeah, good sports petty.
No question.
Here was KD after hitting that game winner. Shout out to our guy Chancellor Johnson, who posed this question in the postgame yesterday. But after he hit his game-winning shot, Chancellor said, "Did it feel better because you hit it against your former team?"
Have love within that organization, but as a competitor, does it mean any more to you to be able to hit that one against your former guys?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will, to be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying, and felt like that, you know, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, you know. It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, you know. So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
Yeah, KD, it's a little extra for him with the Suns. Yeah,
I love it. I love it.
I love it. He wasn't going to let that ball go to anybody else. And he shouldn't. No Şengün out there, and even if he is out there, it was a big-time shot. It's just Kevin, and that's an example. The shot he took, Kevin just has shots that are unblockable with his size, and he can just get his shots off. And many times with him over his career, Clint, it's just a matter if he misses it.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing very much that you can do once he catches it and he gets any kind of space.
You know, one interesting thing, I love, having been in the TV business for a few years, I've always just, I understand like the wealth of knowledge that these guys are provided and like what those broadcasts, when the broadcaster games are broadcasted. I love the graphics that they throw up there. I was surprised. One that speaks directly to your point. This year for the Rockets in the fourth quarter, in the last 3 minutes of a game, when a game is within 5 points, good or bad, up or down, Şengün had 30, was the high point guy in those moments, and has been getting more of the opportunities in those particular moments. With that shot last night, I believe that moves Kevin Durant to 33 points, I believe. So Kevin's right there on his heels. But I was surprised. I don't follow those kind of stats on a weekly or daily basis. But I was surprised that Kevin Durant wasn't number one on that list and way up number one on that list.
He's been used more in times that I've caught like end of game where they need some last couple. He's been used as a decoy as much to get it to Şengün, or he's been the decision maker to get it to Şengün as opposed to him taking the shots. And I just hope overall as we get here and as the season moves on, that's about 30-plus games or so he's played, it does feel like, which, I give him credit, it does feel like he's he's kind of deferred a little bit more early with the team.
Absolutely.
And he started to, all right, hey, let's kind of get Şengün going. Let's get Amin going. And honestly, I think he's naturally that type of guy. He's not a 30 attempt guy or 25. That he's not a high volume guy anyway. But it feels like the last few weeks, couple weeks, Christmas kind of is the time really where it jumps off. And then Şengün has been in and out of the lineup, so that may have something to do with it. But it does feel like he's not deferring as much.
Yeah.
It feels like he is getting more up, at least offensively. He is going. And I think that's what this team needs. I know I've said in the past, I'm like, boy, if Şengün takes over as this team's best offensive player, and he's really, really good, but I hope that that this continues, and this isn't just because Şengün's out of the lineup. I want to see Kevin Durant assume more of a bigger role and not defer as much.
Absolutely.
On the offensive side of the ball.
The further along you get, the more you want to see it. Yeah, I can't. I mean, that deferring stuff in big moments. When you got Kevin Durant, that's for the birds. Hell, I thought it was interesting because that graphic pops up there, and if I remember correctly, the conversation that the crew was having was about getting the ball to Amen Thompson and letting him drive and get to the rack or kick it out kind of deal.
Yeah, because he had just had that and one to tie it at 97 where he crossed that young man from Marquette, still standing at a three-point line where he crossed him and finished it off. But no, it just seems like throughout games now, if you go look at Kevin's production here, I say over the last couple of weeks, he seems to be getting more shot attempts up. He seems to be like his numbers are higher. It doesn't have as much of a let the game come to me feel.
Right.
And he looks like he's kind of gotten comfortable to, all right, like clear out. Let me get this thing rolling. And I hope that is something we see more, and that he doesn't take a back seat when Şengün comes back. Because I think I'd rather Şengün offensively kind of play in his play box as opposed to them running things as much through him. But a big win last night against the Suns. Are like they are well above 500, and they get a big win last night against the Suns, his former team. Who I'm telling you, I'm kind of geared in every time Durant and the Rockets play the Suns, because it feels like Durant's going to try to go for 50. Like he's trying to get him up, and of course Dylan Brooks does nothing but piss you off through the game. So why not? All right, coming up. Maybe this is something that potentially, and hopefully it starts on Monday in the playoff game, but hopefully something we see more of from C.J. Stroud. We'll let you hear what we're talking about and discuss that next.
All right, breathing, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. And I'm telling you, if you're dealing with any kind of issues, allergy, sinus, sleep problems, any of them,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How was Tennessee, Tyler? This is tradition for y'all, isn't it?
It isn't, but I can see why you think that. Yeah, no, I've been to Tennessee a lot here lately. Just found out I'm going again to Nashville later this year. But no, it was good. It was nice and relaxing. Always love a good trip up in the Smokies.
Where are you going to Nashville for? I'll go.
So in our fantasy football league,
never mind.
You know, whoever wins gets to choose next year's destination for our draft.
Thank God.
And our winner chose Nashville.
Thank God. Cooler heads prevailed.
Last time I went to Nashville, I got put on this cigar bar with tequilas and bourbons in there.
Mm-hmm.
You got to reserve a spot, and he's on in there.
I love it.
You enter through a hidden door in the old.
It's like a speakeasy type of deal.
Yeah, it's a speakeasy. Like you enter through a phone booth, the old school phone booth, which it's not so discreet anymore because everybody knows what the hell's a phone booth inside that building for.
Yeah.
But that's you got to call from inside that phone booth to get in the door.
That's pretty cool. You got to let me know about that
It's
spot.
cool. Yeah, it is. It's a cool spot. I'll put you on the right cigar too, the right stick in there because I know you're not a smoker. I'm not either, but my guys put me on one. I was like,
yummy.
This ain't bad. This ain't bad.
Don't let that dude who picked Albuquerque win again.
Yeah. No question. Yeah, that guy. I'm glad he's on the bottom of the list for the next 14 years.
I'd quit the league.
That's one of my very best friends that chose Albuquerque, but I gave him hell for it.
No, you should have. That was ridiculous.
Did he close his eyes and throw a dart at the map or what?
I mean, I don't know how many people are married. You guys got a chance to run into a bachelorette party or three down there.
Yeah, remember this past year I went to Nashville for our win that Titans game.
That was the first time?
That was your first time?
Yeah, it's the first time I'd ever been to Nashville. I was with the pops and the wife.
I don't mind your Nashville pictures and social media posting, but I'm going to be honest with you. It hurt my heart a little bit and pissed me off all at the same time with your I love Houston and I'll never leave Houston, but if I was going to live somewhere else, it'd be in Smoky Mountains ass Tennessee.
I love them mountains, man. I love it up there.
They're pretty.
Yeah, I don't think you can long term it. I think it felt real good for the moment.
Maybe I'll retire there someday.
Yeah.
There, Colorado.
Were
if
y'all
I
up
ever
in the
were to
cabin?
leave.
You're. By the way, you are encouraging me. That's not the right word I'm looking for. What am I looking for?
I'm not sure.
I mean, you spent like up in the Rocky Mountains, getting away from I don't want to go to the Rocky Mountains, but getting away from everything like that with your bride. Was it just y'all two?
No. So I was doing Christmas with like my in-laws and stuff up in Tennessee this past weekend.
Yeah, getting away like that with the fam, man. I mean, we buzz at the Hill Country a lot, and it's tremendous. I love it, but even if it's the bride and the babies, man, I got to start getting out and I'm talking about getting out where I'm always been one to go somewhere. I want to go somewhere where I can go eat nice restaurants, where I can maybe play golf, where I can do this, I can do that. I want to go somewhere where I ain't got nothing to do but toes up.
Yeah, relax. Yeah, he's giving you
he's inspiring me.
Giving you a little inspiration.
That's right. That's right.
Go down there, huh?
Yeah, pissed me off one day with his little Smoky Mountain comments, and just because my hate for Tennessee, and then but also encourage maybe be better and do things a little.
Maybe Tennessee's not your oasis.
No, we'll go to West Virginia or Kentucky or.
That's not what I was thinking.
I mean,
but yeah,
I'm just thinking anywhere. Arkansas. I can do that. Arkansas in the Ozarks.
I was going to say check out the Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, I mean, I may find something like that. Damn sure ain't gonna be in Tennessee. I'm not giving them any of my money. They didn't pay for my
text line. Come through. Look it up. Angel Fire in New Mexico. No.
Oh no, my wife's best friend has a house there. One of her. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. One of her best friends has a house there. I should probably go with her sometime. Yeah. With them, not my wife's friend, but we should all go. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not.
Presley's a nice gal, but I don't know if my wife or her husband would be okay with us just going going to her house.
Oh, I never know until you ask.
I mean, I think they would trust. It would just be a little odd. I like her. She's cool chick though.
Yeah, I'll pass on the Ozarks. On the Angel Fire, New Mexico. I'll take your word on it.
Oh, I hear it's great, man.
I bet it is.
Skiing. You ski there too.
I'll pass.
Come on, man. I'd like to see you ski.
No. This ain't one for me.
Come on, man.
Just that.
Let's get you on that. Let's get you on them bunny slopes, cuz.
Nah, man.
Hey, could you see Ron with some goggles on coming down a green?
I got a lot
of some skis.
No, you couldn't. I got a lot of experience with snow. Just putting stuff on my feet to just slide down. I mean,
he'd be dressed to the nines.
Hey,
now.
man, I can make a snowman. There's some snowball fights. I ain't putting that on my feet.
I'm with you on that. I went skiing one time, got my fill. I don't need to do that ever again, especially.
That's the mom off Parent Trap, Liam Neeson. He ain't been the same since we lost her. Rest in peace. She went out there and had that skiing accident.
I think we may go for spring break, boys.
That's good for you. Hey, man, I'm not trying to take it from you. You go do it,
no,
man.
look, I'm the other part of me and vacations, since we're on this vacation convo, like on vacation, I'm not trying to go do like physical activity.
Depends on the type. Depends on there are some places where I want to go and get out and see. Like we went to Hawaii, it was a little bit of both. We did the road to Hana. That almost ruined the whole family.
I mean, ain't nothing got you more worked out than that damn Disney World.
Oh, well, Disney was 2-a-days. That was there was nothing that's more difficult than that than 2-a-days.
Well, I've got to be better. I got to. It's not about me anymore, Ron. It's about my wife and my kids' experience. I got to be better than that. If it's about me, I'm gonna go put my toes up somewhere and do very little physical activity, at least during the day. I may get out in the evenings.
Yeah, you get out
That's
in the evening.
a thing in my past as well. Probably
Yeah.
put that.
I love a good lay. Let's chill out on this beach, man.
Yeah,
Let's
man.
chill out. Let's chill out by this pool and drink.
River? I still got to get you to the river, man.
Yeah.
I still got Tyler. We got to get Court and Ron down to the river, man. And get posted up.
We
I want to see Ron drunk off tequila in the river and then try to get up and get out. Get out is the interesting part.
So I lived in Tennessee for 5 years, and so I had some cats that I shot to the river with. I'll never forget that time my mom said, "You know your ass can't swim that well, jumping off them bridges." I said, "Mom, I'm an excellent swimmer." No, you can't do everything. You can't do everything they can do. I said, "Mom, I'm a hell of a swimmer."
Yeah, the only way you're gonna drown in this water is if you hit your head. It ain't no deeper than about mid calf, and rocks are slippery and no current get you.
Yeah,
and you bust it up. Yeah,
I hadn't done what is it called?
Guadalupe.
Yeah, or no, I mean what is
tubing?
Tubing. I ain't done that yet, but I've been on a boat in the river drinking.
Yeah, now you gotta get on that too. You gotta get on that.
Not just set in it. I set it in an island. Speaking of Tennessee, the Titans in the division are requesting multiple coaches for interviews, including Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy, a key candidate in Tennessee, and according to Ian Rappaport, someone who has earned the opportunity to be a head coach again. I'm going to say this, and I know Texans fans may disagree with this. I'm a fan of young quarterbacks, and I like Cam Ward, Houston kid anyway, local kid, not outskirts of Houston, local kid anyway. I'm a fan. I hope to God they don't do this to him. I just think you can do better than Matt Nagy, and I like that is the setup for me. Of like, I understand there was some things with Mitch Trubisky that he had some success in year one, but you see what happened with Justin Fields at the end. And I just distinctly remember a game against the Bengals where he just allowed him to get just sacked 7 times. It was just awful. And the Chiefs' offense has kind of gone downhill. And I don't think it's just him. Obviously, it's Andy Reid's offense. But the Chiefs' offense has gone downhill since he's been there. So to the point of he has earned the opportunity to be a head coach again. I don't know what he's done that says that. And to me, like, if I'm Cam Ward, maybe Matt Nagy has learned a lot of different things that I don't know. But to me, I just feel like for Cam Ward, it can be better than Matt Nagy, man. Like, I just, like, that is – hell, I'd go Kevin Stefanski. And I don't really love how he handled the Shador thing, but I think Kevin Stefanski makes more sense. Brian Daboll makes more sense as retread coaches. Matt Nagy to Cam Ward – like, I would be hot if I was a Tennessee fan.
You know the interesting thing about that? I played against Matt Nagy in the Arena League. Matt's an old quarterback.
Yeah,
I mean, and I'll take it for what it's worth. I mean, I know a lot of people like to poo-poo anything that ain't the NFL, But I mean, he was a leader. Obviously, he was a good quarterback that understood the game, the details of the game, and the position. That era you talk about of him at Chicago, that's mind-boggling to me. You know, I feel like if when you're a former quarterback, you may fail at being a head coach. I may not be a very good head coach, but like I've told y'all, Maniac is going to play well, be protected, have answers. I may not be able to manage an organization, but damn it, my quarterbacks, I'm going to take care of my guy. The one position I know better than anything on the planet, I'm going to take care of my guy. The fact that Matt Nagy was a head coach and at any point in time didn't play to the strengths of his quarterback and just it makes you think that it was just one of those like, I'm going to buck the system.
Or you're going to run my system.
Right. Yeah.
I think he lost his job in Chicago largely because he consistently didn't fix and bring the best out of the quarterback.
Absolutely.
And he drafted 2 in the top 10.
Who do you have?
He got he had 2 that were top 10 picks.
Yeah.
So he had Trubisky.
Yep.
And then they drafted maybe Justin Fields was 11 or 12 or 10,
right.
something in that range, a top first round, top 12 pick, and he had 2 of them on the roster.
Yeah.
And
couldn't figure it out.
And the big reason was those players didn't play up to their at least their best capabilities. And then went to Kansas City, and Patrick Mahomes just had his worst year since he was the OC. Again, I don't know how much that is all on him, but to think like, yeah, man, we got Cam Ward, man, we just drafted him number 1. Here we go, man. Let's go in. Let's go this route. I don't know about that.
It'll be interesting, man. It's going to be interesting on 2 fronts. The head coach, because we've talked about this a lot. The head coach, who gets what job. With all these coaches getting fired and some of these offensive and defensive coordinators, there are a lot of offensive and defensive coordinators that are going to be on the street that have pretty good resumes, play caller resumes, that are going to be on the streets and available. It's going to be interesting to see where all these guys land.
All right, coming up, we got to talk about the best unit left in football. That's the Texans defense. And if you want to hear us talk about it, that's one thing. But wait till you hear what Mike Tomlin, the head coach of the Steelers, had to say about this Texans defense. We'll let you hear that and discuss coming up next. Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
The Texans are headed into the playoffs with a skirmish against the Steelers.
registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome live here on The Drive on a Tuesday. Again, it is playoff week. The Texans, for the third straight year, are in the playoffs, but this time they start on the road, and they are in Pittsburgh. Monday Night Football. And, baby, we're going to get you ready for that all week long. The whole gang is back. Yeah, Jimmy. Jim Morris Sr. is still alive, isn't he?
Just thinking that. I believe so.
I know it's. Did we lose Jim Morris Sr.?
I think he's been gone.
Really?
Yeah,
I know
man.
Jim Jr. It's Jim Jr. just got another job.
I feel like I remember videos and pictures of Junior crying about it.
Oh, did we lose him?
I think we lost him a while ago, didn't we?
I got him still alive and kicking at 90.
Sorry, I had you dead, bud.
I got him at 90. Damn, Jim Morris.
Still with us, 90 years old.
Jim Morris is 90?
Must have been.
How old was he coaching?
Junior's mama.
How old was he coaching?
Hell, he ain't coached in 25 years, has he?
We suck. Guess it was 2001. Tony took over and took that Super Bowl.
Well, that means he coached till he was 70-something.
His best.
I'm telling you, I'm sitting at 48 right now, boys.
You are.
Why? I think to myself, why in the world would anybody want to coach football at the highest level until they're 75 years old? What the hell?
Pete Carroll's
what the hell is
pissed
Pete Carroll doing?
He's pissed that he doesn't want to do it.
I mean, man, get a hobby, man.
He's lifers.
No, man. Get a you in that life.
That's what their life is. They love it.
75. Hey, man. Go spend some time with your kids and your grandkids, man.
Someone just checked in and said they saw Jim on a DraftKings commercial. The best was when Jim was with the Saints. That time where he just had that meltdown where he said, we couldn't do diddly poo. Offense sucks. Defense sucks. Special teams suck. Coaches suck. We all suck. Fans suck. We couldn't do diddly poo.
We sucked.
Yeah, that old Jim Morris.
Couldn't stop the run.
Thank God he's still with us. All right, but no, man, we're in playoff week here with the Texans as they will take on the Steelers, and with that, we start to hear from coaches, and we heard from Jim, still on Jim Moore. We heard from Mike Tomlin, someone who looks like he's primed to coach into his 70s. Mike Tomlin, he spoke to the media today, and I think we got to talk about this defense. First, let's hear what Mike Tomlin thinks. And this is a defensive coach. This is a guy who cut his teeth as a defensive coordinator with the Vikings and then taking over with the Steelers for the last 20 years. Here is Mike Tomlin, who has seen great defenses, talking about the Texans.
On the defensive side of the ball, they just got a kick-butt unit. They do. They got a top-flight edge tandem in Hunter and Anderson. They got a top-flight corner tandem on the outside, and so they rush very well. They cover very well. They're not trying to split the atom schematically. They don't have to when you have corners and edge rushers like that. I'll start first with the edge rushers. Will Anderson, our simple, most dynamic edge rush tandem in the National Football League in 2025. They got 27 sacks between them. I think it's 12 for Anderson, 15 for Hunter. They're a formidable group. It's nothing that they haven't seen. We better stay out of a bunch of one-dimensional passing circumstances, because if we're in those circumstances, we're going to be in trouble. And that's just the reality of it. They do a good job of being aggressive and combative in coverage. They got a really good secondary. Petrie, their safety / nickel, very versatile, and he displays that versatility on the back end and in safety circumstances, and also in his ability to cover and blitz as a nickel. They got a real good linebacker tandem, man, that's highly active and productive. They minimize big plays. I was just looking at their statistical profile. They're top 5 in most statistical categories. Points, I think they're number 1 in yards per game. They're in the top 5 in rush defense and pass defense, scoring, yards. And so certainly they've been top tier and elite in just about all areas all year with that group.
You don't like that?
Thanks, Mike.
Hell, I love that, man. I love it.
I'm over it. Like, I mean, it's been, He's been doing this now for 15, 16, 17 years. I don't remember. It's someone just texted in, and I'm with you, Trey of Texas. The cuts sound like he's AI generated, and I think it sounds that way because he is performing them in the mirror before he goes out. Anyway, he described in his own way the old safety profile in his own way, and broke down this defense, which is the number one defense in football, and nothing he said was wrong. They are great, but Clint, for the Texans to be the sexy pick that a lot of people have, and a lot of people believe they have a chance to move on and make a real run and do something that Houston has not seen the Texans ever do, they need this group to be the great defense that they have been most of the year. And Clint, they've looked a little normal lately. Check that. They looked closer to normal lately. And the first half, right, they didn't play in the second half, but Clint, as it is a Tape Drop Tuesday, I'm curious what you saw. That first half, like Riley Leonard and Pierce and Downs and that group, it wasn't even Jonathan Taylor, who you would think, like, they got a little too much rolling. Just like, I don't know about you, I felt like Geno Smith and the Raiders did a little too much in their game. Here lately, 4 of the last 5 games, the Texans have allowed teams to gain over 300 yards of total offense in 4 of their last 5 games. And, again, they have still been the best defense in football, but it hasn't been stifling. And what the hell are you gonna do here lately? Now, Kamari Lassiter was out of this last game, which is a big deal, but Clint, D'Amico knows this and Matt Burke knows this. They definitely got to tighten some of this up, because the reason why everyone believes this team can make a huge run is because that defense can just shut teams down. And there've been I would say 4 out of these last 5 games, maybe even the last 4 or 5 games, I've been a little bit surprised by how much success some of these offenses have had.
Yeah, look, I think there's, you look at the schedule this year, and Jacksonville, Seattle, Arizona, Las Vegas, and look, I'm not going to take last week into consideration, even though you can. I'm just talking about quarterbacks that are kind of a little bit longer in the tooth, veteran quarterbacks that have seen, quite a bit, if not everything an NFL defense can throw at you, that typically operate from the pocket, similar to the way Aaron Rodgers is going to have to operate, good, bad, or indifferent. I mean, those are the kind of quarterbacks that have had the better days, or let's say better than expected days, versus this defense than the others. When you look at like the guys like Josh Allen, who's typically great but plays so much off schedule, those guys don't stand a chance, right? Or you look at guys like old buddy Bo Nix up in Denver, he was bombs away. He was going to take long shot after long shot after long shot, and it bit him in the ass, and it was low scoring. When you look at the guy kind of surgical from the pocket, and they have to be. They don't have that next gear to go be athletic outside the pocket. They have to be surgical from the pocket. Those guys have found ways to make some plays and hit some bigger shots down the field and keep games interesting. And a couple of those have fallen of late, right? A couple of them have been the more recent games, being Arizona and Vegas. And so, I think we're splitting hairs here, but I do think that's the quarterbacks that can just buy a little bit of time and throw the ball down the field are the kind of quarterbacks that can attack this defense.
That's a good point, because when people try to figure out like what makes the Texans special defensively, and obviously the pass rush and the corners, and you pair those two together, I think what you said there, and I've been thinking about this, is there is no team that is close to the Texans in terms of giving teams problems when they go off schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Like even the best. right? From Josh to Mahomes to I'm sure that Lamar would have issues. Bo, like when they get outside of the pocket, like a lot of teams, oh hell, keep Josh in or keep Mahomes in. But the Texans perform so much better than any other defense when that happens, when they go outside of control, so out of the system. So I think that is a big deal. Last week, Riley Leonard probably stayed in and tried to get on time and minimize the pressure and the sacks.
Watching the film this morning, Ron, to your point, even when he did hold the ball a little bit longer, it was a slide in the pocket, a little bit left, and then slide up and keep your eyes downfield and make a throw. You know what I mean? It wasn't a screw it, I'm going to bail high and right or high and outside, high and backside and get on the edges and kind of drift to the sideline. The Justin Herberts and Allens and you mentioned Pat Mahomes that do that. The swarm aspect of this defense takes over the minute that they get outside of structure. When they're in the pocket and there's a body on a body and the quarterback can just kind of slide around in the pocket and let their offensive line stay attached to the pass rusher, that's the way you buy a little bit of extra time versus this defense. That crap of drifting outside the pocket or bailing outside the pocket, that is a wrap with this defense. And so I just know Aaron Rodgers, and watching Aaron Rodgers, now they may be able to collapse the pocket. That's the interesting thing, Ron, about our defense in Houston. There are games where Will Anderson in particular, but really across the board, where they just collapse the pocket on top of the quarterback, right? And the way they did a lot of times early on against Justin Herbert, right? And then Herbert, they bought a little time in the second half and was able to make some plays. But there's times when the pocket just collapses and they just overpower everybody. And then there's times where Daniil and Will may still get their sacks, but there's not near the –
It's not constant pressure.
It's not constant pressure. It's not constant chaos. It's not – so somehow at least minimize the collapsing of the pocket. Because if the Texans can collapse the pockets around Aaron Rodgers, it's over. He's not moving. He's not going to last he's not going to last 4 quarters. He's going to get hurt. He's got a bad left hand. Every time he goes to the ground, he comes up shaking it and going to the sideline. So he's just not going to make it, right? They may still eat and get 4 or 5 sacks, but can they as a whole offensive line keep everything from just collapsing around Aaron Rodgers? Then I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to have a shot. If not, then they don't. Even with our offense, they ain't got a damn shot in hell. So, but it's interesting. I know I'm getting off in the weeds here, but it's interesting with our defense is like they've been statistically dominant all year long. But if you watch them week in, week out, it's the pass rush, the collapse, the pocket kind of disappears for 3 or 4 games and then comes back, right? And it's just I don't know exactly what causes that. And I don't know if D'Amico's got to keep him in the well mentality.
Well, it's also, I think, a part of these teams, their game plan is just getting that thing out quick.
Yeah.
Which slows things down for the, in a big part. But like our guy Cornbread said, every week it's a different excuse. Defense don't look the same. Now all of a sudden the Steelers are the greatest ever, LOL. No one said anything about the Steelers being the greatest. I would just say there was a stretch there. That Titans, Bills, Colts, Chiefs, I wasn't sure if teams could get first downs. Like they were stopping teams from even moving the ball. Like you're just like these guys don't. These for this run of Cardinals, Raiders, Chargers, Colts. It's like these teams have surprisingly gotten a little bit more action on them, right? Like. The tight end for the Cardinals just goes nuts and goes off, and they move the ball around, and there was some points there where you're like, I didn't think Jacoby Brissett and company were going to do that. The Raiders, I mean, the Raiders scored 21 points in that game, right? Like they were multiple big plays in that game from Geno Smith. And go watch any other Raiders game. It is still maybe the most shocking thing that I've seen that the Raiders were able to have that level of success against the best defense in football.
You watch Geno get just absolutely abused.
Yeah, you just saw it. Yeah, you saw before and after the next game. He was knocked out for the season. And the Chargers, I think they got back to it more, but then you could look at it and say, well, the Chargers left some stuff out there, on the field. Now, I think a lot of it had to do with the Texans defense. And then it's like Like Riley Leonard's not supposed to do that against the Texans in the first half.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn if Kamari Lassiter's in the game or not. Right? Pierce is not supposed to do that.
Oh, I agree.
Derek Stingley.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Repeat it. Derek Stingley at one point I rewatched it again today. Derek Stingley got beat by Pittman, who dropped it on one side of the end zone, and then came right back the next play and got beat by Pierce and created big-time separation for Riley Leonard. So we just know, and you know, listening, and you can go over and get pissed off if you want to, but we know the way that this team is going to go and move in the postseason is this defense playing the way that they have played most of the season. In the last 4 weeks, there have been some, to me at least, some surprises like, kind of surprised by that.
Yeah.
Like, I've been looking back, there's got to be a penalty. Somebody was holding somebody where that happened. And and I believe this is a good matchup for them against the Steelers. I believe that they should be able to suffocate the Steelers like they have done most of the year. So I think you're maybe getting a hint on where I'm going in this game. But the rest of the way, this defense, they got to get back to where they were in that stretch where Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Daniel Jones, they couldn't do anything. And those teams were playing really, really well. Hell, the Titans game, Cam Ward made one throw. He made one play the entire game, right? And we know that they have the ability to do that. All right, let's do a little real or fake on a Tuesday coming up. We'll say a statement. You let us know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all check it out. If you are thinking about or if you're ready to put your home on the market and sell a home, get ready to move, upgrade, downsize, maybe getting that dream home, I'm going to tell you, you want to lock arms with Orchard. What you don't want to do is go with a traditional agent.
all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Before we get to real or fake, I got some news I think is a bit surprising there. I don't think it's breaking news, Sounder. Guys aren't that critical.
Nah.
Darrell Taylor has been activated back to the 53-man roster, but Clint, they have released safety Kevon Wallace. A move to bring Darrell Taylor back onto the roster. They have released Kevon Wallace, which is interesting.
Got to be a next move. Got to be.
Yeah.
There's got to be an understanding with him and his agent that, hey man, we got to make this move to get Darrell Taylor activated because for some red tape reason. Because Darrell's been hurt most of the year. By the way, the one guy that in the defensive end room that we didn't know much about that I was jonesing to see, and everybody else has gone out there and balled out. We hadn't seen him play yet, but there's got to be some kind of agreement on the back end.
Thought about him trying to come back.
I mean, this is a guy that took Miles Bryant's job, and this is a guy that in doing so has made one fit in like a damn glove relative to his style of play. D'Amico Ryans has talked about the communication piece and how he earned the right to take Miles Bryant's job, who D'Amico Ryans previously said is the guy he trusts the most on the damn defense. And he apparently communicated and played and practiced in a way that he took his spot. And then when he got out there and played, we all saw pretty quickly why he made the jump and became the starter. We didn't even know who Wallace was, and all of a sudden it's like, damn, wait a minute, what's this kid's first name? Damn, well, this kid can play. So there's got to be a move. I mean, this is your starting safety.
He's been playing a lot.
I mean, there's got to be another move. There's got to be an agreement made behind closed doors that, hey, man, we'll get you back in the fold immediately. This is just an administrative thing.
Does this put him, though, in a space where other teams can scoop him up? Or I don't know if he's in a situation where he can decide.
What did it say? They released him? Or
they said they released him.
Yeah, yes. I mean, I would definitely, I think, just generally speaking, it puts him in a place where, yes, other teams can come get him.
They released
but I got to believe that the agreement is, hey, man, you're one of our starting safeties. This is you're not going to lose any money. We're going to a day, 24 hours, 48 hours, whatever it may be. You're going to practice. Nothing in your life is going to change. We're going to put you right back on the roster and
hopefully we'll
keep
hear
on rolling.
Else.
Yeah, I mean, I got to believe there's some kind of agreement with the agent there because, to your point, it's a starting safety.
He's been definitely getting, a lot of run, a lot of snaps.
Ron, that's your starting safety at a position where, I mean, obviously C.J. Gardner-Johnson's gone. You look at Jimmy Ward. I mean, he's not gotten back on the field. Clearly, he's been an option over him. I mean, I guess Reed has been injured, and Reed coming back may change some things. But I would say he's flashed a lot more than Reed did over the span of time that he was in there. So yeah, I got to believe that on the back end of this first round of the playoffs, I got to believe that Kevon Wallace is going to be in a Texans uniform starting versus the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, Reed
they'll figure it out.
I think Reed's still on the IR as of right now. So we'll see. So, yeah, we'll see what the latest is on that. But Darrell Taylor is back, but it seems like it's at the expense right now of Kevon Wallace, who has been released. So we'll see what happens the rest of the way that dropped here in the last several minutes. All right, let's do a little real or fake where I pose a question, and you let me know if it's, or at least a statement, you let me know if that statement is real or fake. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. Tyler, lead us off here. Trevor Lawrence has passed C.J. Stroud as the best quarterback in the AFC South. Real or fake?
Oh, that's fake as hell. That is fake as hell. He's had a strong year and particularly a strong end to this season, the 2025 NFL season for Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. But, I mean, I said it going into this season. Now's when the phenom shows up. Now, good hair, Trevor Lawrence, that phenom we all thought coming out of Clemson, now in year 5 or 6 or whatever the hell it is, now it'll show up and he'll No. I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence is garbage, but I cannot say he is definitively better than C.J. Stroud just because of this run the Jags went on.
Real or fake, Clint? Tyler says fake. Real or fake? Trevor Lawrence has passed C.J. Stroud as the best quarterback in the AFC South.
Absolutely.
It's real
right now, where we sit right now today?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you watch Trevor Lawrence, and now it may implode, but right now, this run that they're on offensively, he has played really, really, really good, and he is. You watch a game, he's a big reason why they're winning games. Where I think you look in Houston, the biggest story, even nationally, when they're talking about him. The Davis bringing them back against Jacksonville and winning that game. It's.
Do you think it's just been a good year, or right now what you're watching is CJ has come back and Trevor has gone forward to where you think like it's not just he had a better year than him, like Trevor had a better year than Patrick Mahomes, but nobody believes Trevor's better than Patrick Mahomes.
Correct.
Like, do you think it's that, or do you think Trevor has legit right now passed him up, and it's more than just a season?
I think Trevor has legit passed him up at this point, but I think it has more to do. To me, it has more to do with such a small sample size of C.J. Stroud being like the dude. Yeah. I mean that it's more about C.J. Stroud backsliding than it is Trevor Lawrence all of a sudden is just the best thing since sliced bread. And I think Trevor Lawrence, with an offensive-minded head coach that's cutting edge, that's quarterback friendly. Now I thought the same thing with Doug Peterson would have come true. It did not. So maybe this thing implodes. But I think right now Trevor Lawrence is he's always been uber gifted. Like, I mean, he's super talented, and it looks like the stars are lining for him. And if you watch those games, I mean, Ron, hell, Sunday in the press box, there was 2 different times you looked over at me and said, Trevor did it again. Look at this. I mean, there's he's playing lights out. And so, yeah, I think I would say right now, Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback in this division. Yes.
Text line coming in, real as F.
Real. Damn, I got to play the game, man. Real, yes.
Someone texted in and said, fake, it's just been a good year for Alpha One on YouTube and Twitch. Trevor is way better. I'm going to say, and I'm sorry, Tyler, I'm going to say real. And I think a big part of my real is, I don't know why I said I'm sorry, Tyler.
Apology accepted.
A big part of my real is I just have much better belief that not just now, but moving forward, what Trevor has around him is going to be a big key to why he continues to be in the real space. Like, Liam Cohen appears to be a game changer for him. And Liam Cohen is the head coach. And unless he gets another head coaching job, it appears he's not going anywhere, right? Brian Thomas Jr. has come on a little bit more in the second half. He looks like he's got a chance, from what we've seen his first 2 years, to be a really good receiver. They bring and sign Jacoby Myers long-term. Parker Washington has been really good for them. Like, he's got a good group around him. The running game's been pretty good. But the big thing is he has Liam Cohen, and right now C.J. Stroud has Nick Caley. And now he's got, I think, the best skilled position player from each group in Nico Collins. But, like, he the play caller and the person designing things, I think, is really pushing Trevor over the top. So I have the belief that Trevor is more likely with what he, particularly Liam Cohen, to continue to be closer to this.
Yeah.
And I think CJ's probably going to be closer to what he has been with Nick Caley around.
Well,
and the way they want to run offense.
I'm just going to be completely honest. I don't. I think if CJ Stroud conforms and just wholeheartedly commits and buys into what they want the quarterback to look like in this offense, I think the days of him being mentioned in the top 10 quarterbacks in this league are over. Unless he conforms, buys in, and makes runs at AFC championships and does, obviously not Tom Brady, but goes and wins Super Bowls in this system, and there's this sample size of just he's so efficient and so right and so on time that that's how they're winning Super Bowls. I don't think we're going to talk about C.J. Stroud being a top 10 quarterback moving forward in this system. I just don't. I think those days are over. These systems out here that highlight these quarterbacks in terms of how often they throw it, how aggressive they are downfield, how much of their time and effort from a game plan perspective is put into attacking vertically and surrounding them with these weapons and being cutting edge, and like those guys are constantly going to be statistically in the top, and the highlight reels are going to be there, and the big boy throws are going to be there, and CJ is going to be distributing the ball accurately and taking what's there and minimizing risk. I think
fighting against it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I think the days of him. And now Trevor's in the top 10 right now with how quarterbacks are playing. Trevor's in the top 10 in the league.
And year one with Liam, which it feels like it's probably going to get better.
Yep.
All right, coming up, this person, we're starting to feel the effect. I don't think most of the year, if we said, let's look at the top 5 most important players on this Texans team, that this guy would make it, I think we got to readjust that with his importance, and we've seen that the last few weeks. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans are headed into the playoffs with a skirmish against the Steelers on the horizon. Does anything change for Coach D'Amico in these elimination games?
KILT Network.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real or fake really really pushed a little bit of really pushed a little buttons there.
Apparently so.
But I mean, listen, it was people on literally on both sides of it. Literally back-to-back texts. Ron, some people don't think Stroud is even the best quarterback on his own team, let alone the division. Ocho. I think that's I don't know that Ocho's saying he believes that, but I know Anthony does. There are legit some people who've convinced themselves that. Somebody else. I'm done with you dudes. Trevor effing Lawrence is better than CJ. Out. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. But listen, man. I don't know, man. Trevor's got over 4,000 yards passing and almost 40 total touchdowns. He's got 9 or 10 rushing touchdowns, 30 passing touchdowns, and what he has done down the stretch. Like, they beat Denver because of Trevor. They're winning games. He's just coming out beating the brakes off teams. He looked like regular ass Trevor early, but Trevor Lawrence has come on, and again, to me, a big deal is. Clint, I'll be honest, I'd probably feel different. And I think if Liam Cohen was the guy running the show for him. Like, I do. And maybe you had Etienne behind him. Now, he's getting something close to that with Woody. But I don't know, man. Like, it damn sure ain't. It ain't like your reaction and some people's reaction. Like, it's crazy. No, it's not crazy. I mean, I know CJ missed some games this year, but you go watch those two. They're just playing different football. And I don't think this is fair, but the Texans are approaching CJ Stroud like he is somebody that's just along for the ride. The Jags are approaching things with Trevor Lawrence as if he is driving the bus.
Agreed.
Now, I'm not saying I agree with that.
It's just a difference. It's just a difference in offensive philosophy and belief.
But then when you see that, and he and Trevor has been excelling in that, and CJ has done his job fine too. Don't turn the ball over. But they're just in a different space right now. And moving forward, like you said, this year Trevor is having a hell of a year. I bet Trevor's a top 10 MVP finisher. Just like CJ had in his career in year one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And Trevor's had other good years. Trevor, when they went to the playoffs a couple of years ago, Trevor was pretty good. So right now with Liam Cohen, that's a big advantage that he has right now.
You can just look at to me, and this is as big a philosophy thing as anything. You made a great point, is like how the organization views their quarterback and what they want their quarterback to do is totally different in Jacksonville than it is in Houston. Look at what they did at the trade deadline. Hunter goes down, so they lose one of their offensive weapons. So what do? The number one guy on the market is Jacoby Myers. They go out and get Jacoby Myers. They bring him in, and they find ways to get him touches immediately. Right, and he's been you hear people talk about Jacksonville. You talk about how much of a godsend Jacoby Myers has been for this team and for Trevor Lawrence. That's kind of the offensive-minded approach to doing things. And Trevor's dead in the middle of it. Where here, it's really about doing more with less and being more efficient than it is explosive and aggressive. And that's going to work against C.J. Stroud.
And I want to make clear, I hate Clinton Tyler, the fact that they are making this decision. I understand it because of their defense, the way it plays, and I can't argue. They've won 9 in a row. This is the way they've decided to go. I hate that they are playing as if CJ – or approaching things as if CJ's a passenger. Like I wish they put more into like all right, no, CJ, let's go. Like Jacksonville, they appear to be trying to score a touchdown every drive. I'm not saying the Texans ain't, but it feels like they'll be like, we're all right if we kick it.
Well, the Texans are very reactionary driven offensively. What are they going to do on defense? Let's see what they do on defense, and then let's us adjust accordingly. There's very little, in my opinion, there's very little of let's use mechanisms in our offense that allow us to dictate to them what we're going to do. Like tempo, for instance. Like tempo in an offense and not subbing out constantly in an offense really handcuffs the defense. Right? So you run a play, or you get the upper hand on a defense and you don't sub and you use tempo. Now all of a sudden you're dictating what coverage they're going to be in. You're dictating when they can and can't sub, and you're driving, you're forcing not you don't even have to be aggressive with it. I'm just talking about like using tempo within your system. Right? And the Texans don't ever use tempo in their system. I mean, very rarely in 2-minute situations, obviously when the game forces you to. But I think that's for all our fans and listeners out there. I think that's one very clear way to understand the difference is you got teams that'll use tempo. I mean, watch Aaron. I watched Aaron Rodgers realize the other night in the middle of a game that a defense was subbing before they subbed, and he rushed to the line of scrimmage and snapped the football and got a free 5 yards. Right? That's just using tempo, and now it's obviously your quarterback being ultra aware. But the point is. You know, we don't have offensively. That's not even in our mindset of what we're going to do offensively. There's a whole different mindset approach to offense, and I ultimately think that's going to work against C.J. Stroud in these conversations about how he stacks up against the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. Yeah. And this happens to be about Trevor Lawrence.
Frank, YouTube and Twitch, how many playoff games has T-Law been to again? I think 2.
We're talking about the here and now, though.
But, I mean, he's been to 2.
Yeah.
Orchestrated a 30-point comeback against the Chargers, I believe, and played really well against the Chiefs in Arrowhead.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
2 to 3.
Yeah, I mean,
2 to CJ's.
2 of his years were also in like
2 to CJ's 4. Really.
Well, 2 of Trevor's years were in like not quite the dysfunction that Davis Mills was quarterbacking in, but Urban Meyer was over there kicking people in the stretch line. And Doug Peterson never worked out. So, I mean.
And letting the team go.
Yeah.
Go while he stayed in Cincinnati.
Hugging up on young co-eds. So, I mean.
Again, like, I want to be clear.
Get way off in the weeds here.
I want to be clear. Like, I think CJ is obviously taking a step back. But I think a lot of this with CJ and Trevor, which, Clint, you know as well as anybody, and you all listening know as well as anybody, has a lot to do with who you were with.
Oh, yeah.
And to me, a big deal is we watch what Liam Cohen did to help Baker Mayfield, and he leaves, and, Baker has kind of come down a little bit. We watch immediately come in what he's done for Trevor throughout the year. I just think that is a huge advantage that Trevor has right now.
Yeah.
Over what CJ has with Nick Caley. He not only has Nick Caley, who I don't think is on the level of Liam Cohen, but he appears to have Nick Caley and an offensive strategy and mindset that says, don't screw it up.
Right.
Instead of go make plays.
Agreed.
And he's capable of going to make plays. We've watched it. He finished 8th in the MVP race his rookie year. But that has shifted. And they're winning this way. Both teams are in the playoffs winning this way. 1-12 and 13 games. But a lot of this to me is if he had Sean McVay, I think we'd be looking at a top 5 quarterback.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean,
I'm talking about with CJ.
Well, that's the thing with the conversation. It's not a slight on CJ. It's just the reality of. I mean, we've said it before. I think you put CJ in a system that's dictating and that's aggressive and has those weapons around him, then I think C.J. Stroud is very easily a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to bring this up as you're about to take over here, but I mean, when we're going through training camp, C.J. couldn't even get throws off. They couldn't slow down Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter during practice to be able to run through the offense. All right, what you got coming up?
All right, we're going to have a little visitor on our Thirsty Thursday. We'll give you our locations Thursday and Friday this week. It is a playoff week. We got bonus football. That means bonus Thirsty Thursdays. We got a little visitor, and I'll tell you who that is and where we're going to be for Thirsty Thursday and Football Friday. And if you're wondering, a lot of C.J. Stroud talk today. This is absolutely beautiful, right in my wheelhouse. If you ever wonder when I say I want, C.J. Stroud needs to take the bull by the horns, you want to know what that sounds like? We got a little audio from inside the huddle of one of the game's best quarterbacks ever. We got a little bit of that. I'll give you a peek behind the curtain. And another quarterback topic, what a donkey Ashton Daniels is, the old Auburn quarterback. I'll tell you why. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. Look, the new year's here, baby. The new year is here. Are you still hurting? Are you still dealing with that chronic joint pain, and are you still procrastinating and not real sure what you want to do? Listen up, man. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. I'm telling you, QC Kinetics, they deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you that pain now. Achy knees, hips.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL corner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, baby. It is The Drive, live and in color. All three of us together. T-Mill's back in the building after visiting the one place on the planet where I have no interest in going, which is anywhere east in Tennessee of Nashville. I go to Nashville. Nashville's a great place. Love me some Nashville. Not as fond of Nashville today as I was 15 or 20 years ago when I was playing that arena ball. Only one side of Broadway was lit up. The other side was pretty dead, so it was easy to get around. All the same things you enjoy in Nashville today. The bachelorette parties that Ron was talking about, the country music, the cold beer drinking, the everybody seeming to be on vacation, the touristy spot, but just not quite on the same level as it is today. It's hard to navigate Nashville right now. But love it. Good place.
It is a beautiful place.
Tyler's back. Don't worry about it. He's not moving to the Smoky Mountains. Good to spend a little time with his in-laws, though. He is back with the drive, and we're rocking and rolling. Dirty's Daily is powered by, how about this? The beautiful Texans cheerleaders. Texans cheerleaders today, giving them a big shout-out. Why? Well, it's easy, because we got a little Thirsty Thursday action at Buffalo Wild Wings. We've been there many a time, Ron. We're going back for a playoff edition of Thirsty Thursdays with the drive, and we will be visited. We will be visited by the Texans cheerleaders.
Oh, really?
If Thirsty Thursday isn't enough, if Buffalo Wild Wings isn't enough, if Bud Light in the building with the Bud Light girls being in the building, if that's not enough, if the drive, keeping company with the drive is not enough, we'll add it to the list that the Texans cheerleaders will be on location with the drive on a beautiful Thirsty Thursday. Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook, 17195 Tomball Parkway. Come check us out. Come join us. Plenty of reason. One, let's get hyped for this, obviously, this big-time playoff game, which won't be happening until Monday. But that Thirsty Thursday, we do have a college football playoff game that night, Ron.
We do.
We absolutely do. And so come check us out. Plenty of football then and there to catch at Buffalo Wild Wings. Also, Friday, Football Friday, little bonus edition here with the playoffs. Boomer Jacks in Katy, 1110 Grand West Boulevard in Katy. We've been to this location as well. Boomer Jacks is a tremendous joint. Little Football Friday. Big shout out to all of our Houston area Ford dealers, Academy Sports and Outdoors, and Tomball Ford to be specific for our Football Fridays, keeping this thing rolling, little playoff edition. Big shout out to the Texans cheerleaders, not only for coming on Thursday to Buffalo Wild Wings, but also Dirt's Daily today. All right, look, if you listen consistently to this show and to anything, post-game show, anything that I talk, I'm always talking about, boy, if and when C.J. Stroud takes the bull by the horns and really, really has complete command of this offense, that's when this thing's going to go. That's when the Texans have a chance to really move into that, hey, this is a complete football team. It's not just a great defense with some complementary parts. This is a great team. Right now, I look at Seattle as one of those teams, Ron. You can look at, I would say, given kind of how they've operated this year, I think New England is probably one of those teams with a pretty good defense and a quarterback that's having an MVP caliber year. I think the Rams. The Rams are obviously one of those teams over on the NFC side of things. I don't know about you. I know the Eagles have had some struggles of late, but I firmly believe that the Eagles will get this thing right in the playoffs and be a more complete team. In order for the Texans to get there and be a more complete, complementary team where offense can tote the water as well as defense can tote the water, C.J. Stroud's got to get to a point where he can take control and take complete command of this offense. And it's one thing to say that, but it's another thing to kind of give you an example of what I'm talking about. I want you to put yourself in Pittsburgh. You're watching the Steelers and the Ravens. This is late in the fourth quarter. This game's going back and forth with touchdowns, right? Just when you think one team can win it with a good defensive stand, they bang out a couple of touchdowns, and this thing's going back and forth, right? And all of a sudden, Aaron Rodgers has the football, and the game's on the line. It's late, and this play right here, this is what it sounded like, the touchdown to Calvin Austin to put him up.
Rodgers protected. Throws to Austin for the touchdown!
Absolute monster game. Little double move by the wide receiver who singled up in some kind of man coverage over there. The DB ends up slipping because he breaks up on a double move, breaks up on the hitch. Calvin Austin gets over the top. It's a throw in the ocean for Aaron Rodgers for a touchdown, right? It's not that it happened, right? It's how it happened that illustrates to me and hopefully to you guys exactly what we hope we get out of C.J. Stroud at some point in time. I don't know if this offense is going to allow him to do it. I don't know if they even want him to get to this point, but I can tell you this. C.J. Stroud in any offense, when he gets to this point right here, is when you're going to see the best version of number 7. I want you to listen to, this is Aaron Rodgers in a postgame presser, I believe, talking about how that play came to fruition and what was going on inside the huddle during the game in the fourth quarter with the game on the line in an unbelievably intense moment of back and forth football, gotta have it type situations. This is what Aaron Rodgers is doing in the huddle.
Calvin's, yes, just ever since the Malibu trip in the offseason, just have such a love and appreciation for Cal and his disposition. And multiple times in the huddle, I'm asking him on various plays, what do you want on the backside? What do you want on the backside? And he wouldn't give me a straight answer. And on this particular huddle conversation, I said, what do you want, Cal? And somebody to my right, I don't know if it was McCormick or Pat, said something about like, man, just go cook him or something. So I said, all right, Cal, you run the hitch and go back there. And I was really thinking the front side three-man combination that we worked and had success with most of the night was kind of my first thought. But I just peeked back to the left and saw number 3 slip, and it's a gimme touchdown. But I'm proud of Calvin.
There's a couple of things here that really turned me on, guys. One, the ability to have that kind of conversation and that kind of back and forth in the huddle, period, at any point in time during a football game is next level, especially to the point where you got guys that Freiermuth, of all people. I don't even know who McCormick is, by the way.
Chaz, I was thinking he was.
No, Chaz. Damn, white boy Chaz is in the huddle over there calling plays for him, telling Calvin Austin what to do.
He's in Pennsylvania.
He is a PA boy, isn't he? But there it is. Yay! But
I'll allow it.
At any point in time to have that kind of conversation in the huddle, you know your offense is next level. You know your offense is in a place where your quarterback has complete control, and now you're dictating the best chance to win. Your offensive coordinator doesn't have to call the perfect play. Hell, your offensive coordinator doesn't call the play at all. And so, first of all, just having that level of conversation in the huddle is an absolute beautiful thing, right? So here in Houston, we're still talking about getting out of the huddle on time and communicating plays and communicating protections. CJ in this offense is nowhere near where that offense is right there. Now, I'm not saying it's I'm just saying that's how a Hall of Fame quarterback that's seen it all, that's long in the tooth, that's the kind of conversations that you want to be having and the kind of situations you want to be discussing in the huddle, not just trying to get out of the huddle on time. So, one, having those conversations is unbelievable, right? 2, the having the wherewithal in that monster moment to have the freedom to tell your backside receiver, hey, I want you to run a hitch and go because somebody to my right said cook them. I mean, that is what you're talking about. So when you hear me talk about it, when you hear us talk about, boy, when CJ gets this total command of this offense, it's going to be something else. That's what I'm talking about. When you hear me talk about, well, boy, Nico Collins sitting over by himself and ain't moving and they're not doing anything special to get him the football. It's kind of just in progression, and if he's open, he's open. If the defense dictates, like the sooner that C.J. Stroud can look at Nico Collins and go and just flippantly with the game on the line go, hey, bro, give me a hitch and go. I mean, think about that. Hitch and go, a double move. We're not talking about getting the hot route over there. We're talking about a double move and then having the ability to snap the football, take a quick peek, and take that shot and get that throw in the ocean touchdown in a critical moment. That is what I'm trying to illustrate, Ron. Every time we talk about Nico Collins getting extra touches or Nico Collins getting the creativity and the move around so he gets the touches and the targets that he deserves, and that's exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about C.J. Stroud having command of this offense. I don't believe, now I don't know this, I'm not in the building over there, I don't believe they're anywhere remotely close as an offensive unit or C.J. as a quarterback, which by the way, we're talking about a guy that's 42 years old and is a Hall of Famer, so I'm not saying he should be. I'm just painting the picture of, boy, the closer you can get to that.
This is where you hope to get to.
Oh, I mean, because it goes back, like, think about it with Pat Mahomes. There's no doubt, hell, it's documented. I mean, Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce drawing stuff up in the dirt has a lot to do with their success with that duo, as well as obviously the Chiefs' offense, during their big runs, and even to today. I mean, we heard Tom Brady in this particular offense. I don't know how many of y'all watched the documentaries, but I heard Tom Brady say that they would give underneath guys, routes to hold coverage, and then tell Randy to just go get open. Do whatever the hell you want to do. Go get open. I'm going to throw this thing to you. So the sooner we can get to that point, right, or at least closer to that point, the better this offense is going to be. So we'll see if – and again, I don't know if they're even working towards that. I don't know if CJ has that. I don't know if Nick Caley even has that desire and want to within this offense. It seems like, Ron, there's not as much freedom so far. Bless you. There's not as much There's not as much freedom in this particular offense as there typically are in some others. I don't know if that's a CJ's young or a CJ's not ready or the offense isn't ready or if that's just a way of doing things. I know in the last one, the guy that got ran up out of here and Bobby Slowick, I mean, everybody, national TV talking about how the quarterback doesn't have the ability to do those things. Yeah. So we'll see. But I thought that was, when I heard that audio, I was like, Tyler, I got to have that.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, Tyler, we got some big news out of the NFL. What's the breaking news?
Oh, yeah. The head coaching firings around the NFL have not stopped on Black Monday. Big one here. After 18 seasons with the Baltimore Ravens, John Harbaugh has been fired as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, boys.
Damn. Okay, 18 seasons. He was the second longest tenured coach after Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. He is out. A lot of people wondered, especially after the remarks from Lamar Jackson after he was asked after the game his thoughts about John Harbaugh, and I think his response was, "Hey, man, this just happened." Kind of moved over and said that, I'm still stunned off of the game. But John Harbaugh out at Baltimore, a Super Bowl champion. It been there from when Ray Lewis was there to Ed Reed to Lamar Jackson to now. They're going to be looking for a new coach, and I would assume Clint knew everything, right? Zach Orr, who had been the defensive coordinator, they had kind of struggled the last couple of years, and then what is it? Todd. He was the Georgia Monken. Yeah, he's going to be, I would assume, out. That is going to – is that now the most desirable job in the NFL, you think? Because you got Lamar Jackson. Although they got a lot of money tied into some guys that aren't playing to the level that they're accustomed to, like Roquan Smith and and Humphrey and some other guys.
I'm not up on their cap issue and kind of are they strapped or are they? I mean, I know they're veteran enough. They probably don't have a ton to share, but they is it how many of those guys can they cut bait with? I have no idea. The interesting thing is that, man, for so long, and it would be the same thing that would happen in Pittsburgh, right? It's been like Baltimore Ravens football has looked like the most physical, great defenses. It's just always looked one way, and as long as I can remember, obviously, boy, to think that that's going to change and could change, it will change in a major way. That's wild, man.
No, man. Yeah, 18 years he's been there. Coaches don't last that long. I'm not surprised by the move, but I didn't know if they would actually do it.
Oh man,
I didn't know if they would.
What about? I mean, if right now is the time to have an opening. If you're a bad football team,
yeah. Are you tripping? Like, is he somebody you would go after immediately?
Well, I would think he'd be at the top of the list, man. I mean,
because he doesn't really fit the profile of what you're looking for now. Like he's a special teams coach is his background, but he is a leader, obviously, and a guy that gets a lot of.
What I like about him is you hire a CEO and ultimately you go out there and you pick the best defensive coordinator, the best offensive coordinator. You put them together and see what see what you can build. And that's where I was going with it. Was you got several guys that are either going to get their second shot at a head coach gig, and some really good ones. Vance Joseph, how many jobs has he had? He's got to be at the top of the list. What's my man in Minnesota, the one that was at Miami?
Oh yeah, Brian Flores.
Brian Flores is believed to potentially jump to a team, maybe another defense coordinator somewhere, if not a head coaching job. I mean, you got Cliff Kingsbury. You got all these different guys that are out there that are either second-tier head coach or second-time head coach or an offensive or defensive coordinator. There's just a lot of them out there right now.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of really good ones out there right now. Whether you're looking for a head coach or you're looking for OCs and DCs, right now is the time that if you've got an opening, boy, you can make it happen fast. I don't know enough about John behind the scenes. I mean, he stayed and won a boatload of games.
Yeah, he's a great head coach. It's just like right now you're thinking, all right, I want to get an offensive guy who can work with my quarterback or who I'm going to pick. But as you said, there are a lot of really good potential coordinators on offense and defense that are going to be available, unlike what the Texans were looking at last year.
Man,
there's more this year. So a lot to get there. Big breaking news there. John Harbaugh out at Baltimore after 18 years. All right, some Rockets news. One, if you missed what KD had to say, you don't want to miss after his game winner. And the Rockets are most definitely going to be talked about in this NBA news. I don't think they should take a jump towards this at all. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, the cold weather is here, and I've told y'all many a time, this is a great time to head into your local Jiffy Lube. There's 60 locations around the city. They're easy to get into, fast, in and
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. If you missed it, Tyler came roaring through with NFL breaking news that a long time, 18 years in Baltimore, John Harbaugh fired, parting ways, let go. 18 years, that feels better. Parted ways with the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson. The Ravens, they are going to be in the market for a new head coach for the first time in 18 years.
Wow, dude.
Man, that dude went through. He had Ray Lewis. He had Flacco. He had Lamar. That's a long, almost 20 years in Baltimore. I'd assume he is going to be a coveted name for teams moving forward. So there is that. Big one last night as the Rockets, they got a game winner. KD, big shot over his former team. And hits a three to give them a 100-97 win last night. I thought it was interesting to hear him after the game and get his feelings about doing that against his former team. He played for the Suns, and there was when I would say he probably was the guy that got a lot of the heat underachieving in particular last year when they brought him, Booker, and Bradley Beal, who's still injured, together. They thought that would be a team that had a chance to go for a title, and they didn't make the playoffs and traded him away. This was him after the game, after hitting that game winner against his former team.
Most definitely, you know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will, to be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying? And felt like that, you know, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, you know. It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, you know. So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
Yeah, maybe today he won't think about it, but the next time they play the Suns, he will. This seems like a thing for him when they play the Suns, and it may be Kevin Durant's going to go off every time they play the Suns. But the big thing is, last year we talked about it a lot on this. We talked about it on the show. We talked about it with B. Scott. We talked about this a lot. Like, where do they go at the end of games? Where do they go late in games, last second? Where do they go? What options do they have? And I think there's an argument in the league that there's no better option than Kevin Durant, just because he can get his shot on anybody in any way because of his size, his height, the release of his jump shot. He can get it, and he's a great shooter, one of the best we've ever seen. And I hope more and more when they're in those moments, because sometimes this year it seemed to have gone towards Şengün. He was injured, by the way. He's going to be out 10 to 14 days with that injury. So hopefully they're able to hold it down while he's out. But it's clear that's why they brought him here, and it is refreshing for the Rockets and Rockets fans and everybody in the building. Like, you look out there, you feel good about the fact that you got a guy that can go and hit shots and make plays like that.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt about it. There's two guys on the team right now that I feel best with the ball in their hand with the game on the line. Obviously, Kevin Durant first and foremost, and there's not a close second. But the Şengün is the other one, obviously, that you feel like can get, whether his back's to the bucket or he's cutting to the hole or however he's doing his thing in a one-on-one situation, you trust that he can get a good shot up. But Kevin Durant, it's why you bring a guy like that in, right? Is you know, the what he did last night to knock down that three in a tie game with under 5 seconds on the clock, to knock that thing down. And like you said, he rises up above everybody, and it's more with his length and his height than it is with some elevation.
I don't know why they didn't run to. I just wouldn't even let him. I wouldn't even let him catch it.
It looked like their plan was to double team him, but the
guy never really came out, and they were like, "Well, he's too deep. Maybe he won't shoot
It was beautiful, man. There's an interesting stat on the screen last night that in games under 3 minutes with the score either way within 5 points, the top scorer for the Rockets was Şengün with 38, and I believe KD was second with 30. When obviously now he's got 33 points, but it was interesting to see that Şengün they'd gone to him more in those closeout situations than or in close game, maybe not closeout, but in a close game situation than Kevin Durant. I would imagine by the end of the year that'll swing drastically, right?
Well, it should. Sometimes it seems like it was drawn up as more to use Kevin as a decoy. In those things. By the way, also this. Keep an eye here. This was news that came out of the NBA last night that Trae Young, the point guard for the Atlanta Hawks, he and his agents are working towards a trade with the Hawks. And this is coming from Shams Charania of ESPN. The Rockets, I would imagine, will be a name that's connected because obviously the injury to Fred VanVleet, the point guard, any point guards have been connected with them, and I would say no.
No, thank you, huh?
Yeah, no, thank you. Multiple reasons. One, what I'm certain Atlanta would be looking forward to give up, and then you start getting into names that, to me, I wouldn't want to give up for Trae Young. I think Trae Young's a great player, four-time All-Star, good player. But I just don't think he really fits the identity of the team anyway, with his size, his lack of defense, and his size also hurts his lack of defense. And I just, to me, and I am not in the place where I want to see less Reed Shepherd or and Thompson. Like I wouldn't want to. And you do that, you got to change. Holy, one of those guys
is going. Be your predominant ball handler.
Yeah, he's your ball handler, your point guard, and I just. Like it just doesn't seem to fit what Udoka wants to have happen. And again, a great player. Maybe a year ago or so, when you were lacking in weapons and you didn't have a guy like Kevin Durant, and you're looking for something else, but not now. I think they are in good shape with the point guard spot. But I'm certain that the Rockets' name will come up with the Trae Young thing just because of their point guard situation. So. I would be out on that business. Be interested to see where he goes. But Raphael Stone, obviously, you got to listen to everything, but that wouldn't be something I would pursue. All right, it is Tuesday. There were some things I know Clint saw on the tape, the offensive line, some things from CJ, the running game. We'll look at all of those things, a little tape drop Tuesday as the Texans beat the Colts, but getting ready, all of that to take on the Steelers. We'll get that to you coming up next.
Fast breaks, buzzer beat.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. My man, somebody texted and said, if the Rockets can swing a three-team trade, I'd take young Ime Udoka will straighten out the defensive issues. I mean, he ain't Jesus now.
Let's go, Rockets.
I mean, a part of it is his size and that thin hair. So I mean, like he's not. I mean, he can't just change things. Hey, baby, you figure out and deal and hide Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Like up into that level.
I'm gonna be honest with you. We got to be careful around here with KD being our guy. We got to be careful around here talking about too many folks' hairdos, and hair situations. Not that one. We can talk all we want about that one.
I'm praying prayer for him, man.
That's a rough go.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what you do here with it. And I've said that. I've racked my brain.
When you got as much money as he got, you as soon as the season ends this year, you go get some implants and
It's just got to get thick. It's just got to get thicker. That's
advanced hair restoration. Your hair guaranteed to grow in places that it hadn't in years.
Have you ever? I don't know if you ever, Tyler. Have you ever seen the movie Kingpin, Tyler?
Oh, I love that movie.
You know when
Prime Woody Harrelson.
But is it Woody or Bill? One of them's hair just gets away from him by the time they start bowling.
It's really both of them, but you're talking about.
I think Bill, right?
Yeah, Bill's.
Hey, second quarter, that's what Trae Young starts to look like. In Kingpin, when he's the second quarter, when he gets that hand out there and his
comb over sticking straight up on one side.
That's where Trae is, and he's got hair. It's just super thin, and it flies on him, man. And
bad situation.
I feel bad for him. I really do. All right. Anyway, Tape Drop Tuesday. I know you took a look at the film coming off of that Colts game, and really the first halves were, most guys played. No Nico Collins, no Kamari Lassiter on both sides of the ball. Two hugely important pieces. But what did you see dislike from the tape from Sunday's game?
Well, look, one of the biggest talking points this year on the Texans has been offensive line play, and which I've said from jump has a lot to do with the offensive coordinator and the quarterback, and really more specifically the answers or the lack thereof for pressure situations. It was a problem last year. It's reared its ugly head early this year. The Texans have been better of late, but there's still been situations where, like the Chargers, whether it was them showing pressure and belling and the Texans not being prepared for it, or the showing pressure and bringing it and the Texans not being prepared for it and having to throw the football away and waste downs. That's been a big talking point. The plan for pressure or the lack thereof with this offensive line, with this offense with Nick Caley. And I'm going to tell you, I thought after watching that first half, again, it wasn't always effective. They didn't always execute it, perfectly or flawlessly, but when you watch the film, you can tell there's a plan in place. Like when you watch the film, you can see that Nick Caley is adjusting to the fact that they don't handle pressure well. There were several times in this game where they showed a pressure. There was multiple guys at the line of scrimmage, and the O-line and C.J. Stroud, don't know exactly to what degree, but the O-line and C.J. Stroud, they filtered that thing out and picked the players that were coming and blocked it up. That was really nice. There was a couple of times where they clearly didn't have enough blockers. They blocked the guys closest to the quarterback, the interior guys, the A-gap rushers, the D tackles, and they left the widest defender free to come at C.J. And to add on top of that, not only did they protect the A-gaps, they protected from the inside out. The guy that they left free was not only the widest rusher, but C.J. Stroud also knew that guy was unprotected. So I always say this, the most dangerous part of not having answers for pressure is when your quarterback snaps the football and has no idea who's blocked and who's not. If you can just get him and the O-line on the same page and they know that guy right there, Number 28 coming off the right side. That's the guy we're not blocking. As a quarterback, I can then have a plan for that. C.J. Stroud dropped back, sat in the pocket. One time he got the ball out. The other time he sat in the pocket, he baited that free defender in and then escaped to his front side. And I can't remember if he ran or if he threw it on that one, but he ended up having a positive play. The key is they handled pressure. They had answers. The quarterback was aware who was free and was able to protect himself. Also, it seemed like they used some screens. Now, they didn't execute them well, but they used some screens against some different pressure looks, which if you can hit them with the timing right, CJ was inaccurate with a screen to Christian Kirk, which really put it in a position where it was never going to be successful. But if you could hit him in stride and let him hit a crease when they're playing man, look out. Now, that could end up being a big play. Again, they didn't execute them well, but I could see the method to the madness and what they were trying to get accomplished with quick routes. Again, CJ didn't always hit him. He missed, I believe, one time. He missed a couple of them, but they were there, Ron. So watching this game for one half of football, and again, I know it's an inferior opponent in a late season team that had collapsed with some of their best players not playing. But when you look at from an alignment and assignment perspective, do we have an answer for pressures? Can the quarterback and the O-line communicate, pick up the guys that are blitzing? Can they figure out the tails of who's coming and who's not coming, and to where they don't just completely destroy a play? And are they using the screens and the quicks to protect themselves and to protect the offensive line? I thought it was obvious that was present in the first half, which should – I don't know what it's going to look like in the playoffs, but it is much better than having one more game under our belt of, well, CJ just had to throw the ball away because you didn't have answers for pressure. So I think overall the biggest topic all year long is not having answers for pressures with Nick Caley's offense. I thought it was a good day for that issue that the Texans have had throughout the year.
Hey, anything that they can get positive out of that, because we've seen that particularly in second halves. Or at least after the first scripted plays where that seems to pick up. I know they haven't had a sack in 3 games, which, hey, shout that out to everybody involved. Sure. But, like against the Chargers, we saw a pressure pick up. Yep. And so, yeah, that's good when they make any improvements in that, because I'm certain with Pittsburgh this is going to be something that Mike Tomlin and company to look at and try to give them problems.
Well, you create a negative play with sacks, you create potential turnovers, you make them wasted downs, throw the ball away. So I would imagine if you don't see a heavy dose of it from jump, you're definitely going to see it in critical situations. And I think Sunday for the first half, I thought it was some good reps for the guys, dealing with pressure. Also, staying on the offensive side of the football, I know everybody knows that Woody Marks has been a godsend for this team, and I know that everybody understands that Jawar Jordan had a really good training camp and has been good in the limited time that we've seen him. But I'm going to tell you, man, these dudes are a big reason. Like, them and their skill sets are a big reason why this offense is at least running the ball in complementary fashion and at least running the ball in critical situations. Ron, both of these guys, they're very similar, actually. They're very similar in run style, right, in play style. The vision that these guys have and the one-cut ability, whether it's a G-scheme or in the zone run game, has been unbelievable. It's crazy. And, by the way, I said this from jump as well. Like, the O-line was not doing things really well over the last couple of years in the run game, but what they're able to do now is create opportunities, whether it be backside, front side, bouncing it. They're creating opportunities for 2 backs that have some really good vision and some one-cut ability that's been really fruitful. I think overall for me, I just have a better appreciation, a deeper appreciation for Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan than I had before.
It's the clear thing you see, and I think it's been a difference between Nick Chubb and some of those other guys, and in particular even British Brooks when he was in the game on Sunday, and that is they don't need it blocked perfectly to be able to see a hole or get through to make and they do that in a much better fashion than what Nick Chubb has shown. Nick Chubb is really running through the hole, physical through it, We've seen jump cuts. Jawar Jordan's really good by going backside and cutting back, and we've seen that a lot from Woody Marks as well. So that is a big help to the offensive line that they can just kind of get a piece. And I think this offensive line probably needs that. These aren't guys that are just going to move folks like you would hope in Detroit or something like that.
Well, you look at, and obviously Joe Mixon was on a whole other level because he had size and some physicality that these two backs don't have. But when you talk about vision, one cut ability, the ability to cut back, the ability to bounce it, he had that ability, and these guys have it. I mean, you look at Dameon Pierce, you look at some of the other backs that we've had running up to, and I think Nick Chubb, just stylistically the way he is right now, you run up there, you run into a pile, or you run up there and you stop your feet, it's game over. These two guys have a unique skill set in a sense of, man, they're one-cut guys, they got great vision, and that combination is just proven to be productive for like you said. But like I think every good run game has running backs that when it's not blocked up perfect, because it rarely is blocked up perfectly by 5 or 6 or 7 O-linemen and tight end. Typically, you got to make somebody miss. Typically, you got to have great vision. You got to move. You got to be able to make that guy, the defense, be wrong sometimes. And Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks, they both have the ability to do that.
Yeah. No, it's been big time for this, and you can see the change in the running game. You can see the improvement in the running game, where things doesn't have to get blocked perfectly. They can routinely make the first guy miss, which has helped. All right, coming up as we continue here, 5 o'clock fire, some big news. We've talked about Black Monday. It really doesn't get any bigger than this. John Harbaugh out in Baltimore. We'll give you the details, the latest there. The Texans add an injured player off of injured reserve, but it's at the expense of a player that has been a pretty big piece to this team. We'll figure out what's going on with that. Other moves around the league as well that could have some openings for other coaches that could be coordinators or even more than that, potential future head coaches. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about your hair.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is Tyler's showing his nipples and has reached the past due point of shaving his chest, and now it's going to be hard.
I thought I was just reaching that point.
Of what?
It's not too thick on the chest yet.
It's getting a little mangy.
I don't know, man.
That's a tough
like
stage.
You're starting to get to where it's going to take you a long time, or it gets to a point where you're like, God, all right, this is going to be an hour, so I'm going to put it back, and next thing you know, you're giving Tom Selleck a run for his money.
That line of thinking is hard to argue with.
Yeah, I think you got to attack that now before it gets away. All right, it is a little 5 o'clock fire, and the big news of the day in the sports world. This is in the last hour. It's over in Baltimore. The Ravens and head coach John Harbaugh have mutually agreed to part ways, according to multiple sources, and this from Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports. Harbaugh, who helped guide the Ravens to a Super Bowl title in 2012, won nearly 300 games during his outstanding 18-year tenure. A massive shakeup in Baltimore. He also went on to report that Steve Bisciotti spent all day meeting with John Harbaugh, the owner. It was a very honest, quote, very open conversation, and that was quite difficult at times. And in the end, like all things, it was just time between John Harbaugh and the Baltimore Ravens. Surprised by this?
Yeah, I'm surprised by it. I 18 years is a long time. And, I know a lot of coaches, whether it's high school, college, or pros, and, one of the most odd things that we don't think about is, as fans or as someone that's outside the profession, is when you have so much success early on and for an extended period of time, people become like they expect you to win and compete at a Super Bowl level every single year. And it becomes a point, unless you get 12 plus wins, nobody's happy unless you're competing for a Super Bowl. And there is just zero grace whatsoever. And I don't know if that's this kind of situation, but I know a lot of coaches that have been in that situation where it's like, hey, man, it's just time for me to move on. I got a really good thing going here. Harbaugh, I believe, thinks he's got a much better team than what they did this year, missing the playoffs. Could come back next year, get some guys healthy, change some things, and make a real run with the pieces that they have in place. But I would imagine this is just one of those situations that's worn on the coach to a point of like, man, if I don't achieve greatness, if we have anything happen, injuries or anything happen, and I don't achieve greatness, or I'm not on the verge of achieving greatness, then all of a sudden internally the pressure's ratcheted up to a point where I can't enjoy what I'm doing anymore, so it's time for me to move on. I would imagine it's more of one of those situations, given what you just laid out of how the conversations went on, were extended. Because usually, look, if you're firing somebody, hey, Ron, we're going to let you go, man. Get up out of here. We'll see you later. We don't need to talk for 6 hours.
Yeah, that Pete Carroll meeting with Mark Davis wasn't long.
Yeah, no, it wasn't long. Hey, man, appreciate 1 year. Thank you, Coach. No disrespect, you're a legend, Hall of Famer, but
we just got to go in a different direction.
We got to go in a different direction. If it's one that's the conversation goes on and on and on and on, I would imagine this is, hey, man, I can't win for losing, man. The grace that I'm given is no longer makes it enjoyable to me here in Baltimore anyway.
Fellas, it just felt like something was going to have to change. Like it felt like to me something big was going to have to change. In that, whether it's the coach, I don't think it would be the quarterback. Like it just seemed like that group was hitting their head, and it just seemed like it wasn't working. And it like when I say not working to reach the ultimate prize, whether it's John and Lamar and Derrick Henry, whatever. Like they brought in coordinators. They've changed the coordinators. By the way, shout out to John Harbaugh. We've talked about the kind of the issues D'Amico may have. This guy's a special teams coach. He's having to fill the OC and DC over an 18-year period to be as successful as they were to almost win 300 games. But it just felt like in Baltimore they needed a shift in change.
Agreed.
They just rolling
stale,
through this.
didn't it?
Yeah. Something was just like, I don't know, man, we're not going to get past this because, like in Buffalo, you could say, boy, they just have a hard time getting past Kansas City. Baltimore, man, it's a lot of them. They just it's not even just a particular team, man. They just seem to they've run their head against Tennessee. They've run their head against Buffalo, Cincy, Kansas City. Like they have done, and it's just like we know they're a good team, but something is off in this group. And now I think obviously this is a huge change because I think the whole coaching staff probably changes as well when they bring in their guy. By the way, you think John Harbaugh is somebody that will immediately jump back? He's a coach on the sideline.
Well, I mean, look, if you look at his brother and apparently how tight in his family is, it's really all they know. So I would imagine
somebody just texted he'll have a job tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would happen pretty quick. I got to believe with this many openings, and I got to believe he's got to be the top guy, right? I mean, right this second, he's got to be the top guy.
So. Yeah.
I mean, unless there's a coordinator out there that's super hot.
It doesn't feel
now.
like there's a Ben Johnson right now.
It doesn't seem like it. But I would think he would have a job fairly quickly. Hell, I'd be willing to bet you that there's teams like Miami that would fire their current head coach just to get a shot at a guy like Harbaugh, since Harbaugh's on the market.
And by the way, it's worked. Mike Vrabel got fired from Tennessee, came right in, and look at New England.
I think what Baltimore does next is the most interesting piece to this thing. Because
how much does Lamar have play a role in it?
Bingo. Yeah, I mean, because you got. I've said it before. Fair or foul. When you're the quarterback and whether this is Super Bowl, a superstar quarterback, whether you're paid yet or not is irrelevant. I mean, the reality of it is Lamar's been there for several years when there was like, hey man, we're good enough to win a Super Bowl, and for whatever reason it hasn't happened, and you wonder how much of that's going to fall in the lap of Lamar Jackson in a sense of just not being able to get it done. We'll see. And then you look at, like, with him under contract, how do they hire around him? What offensive coordinator scheme? What scheme do they bring in? It's going to be, what is that, 5 jobs? 6 jobs? Is that 5 or 6?
I can't
sheet day.
Yeah, and the Giants had already made a move earlier, so that's I guess 5, right?
Yeah.
Tennessee had made a move too, so maybe Tennessee and the Giants add to Atlanta. Atlanta's not a bad one if I'm Harbaugh. Atlanta, the Raiders, the
Cardinals,
Browns, and the Cardinals. So there's 6. Yeah, so that's 6 at least right there. No, man, that's it. It will be really something to watch to see how both directions go with Harbaugh himself, and then where the Ravens go. So. A big change in the AFC with the Baltimore Ravens.
5 o'clock fire.
Something here that I got to believe there's not an end to we haven't seen the end to this story, but a roster move with the Texans. Darrell Taylor, edge rusher that I think there was a lot of excitement about him coming into the season. He's been on injury reserve most of the year with an injury. They've activated him to the roster, and he has made a full recovery and now is back a part of the 53-man roster from the injury reserve. But, Clint, in order to make that move, and I think this feels like it's bigger than the addition of bringing Darrell Taylor back, and that is they've released safety Kavon Wallace, who, number 38, if you're trying to figure out who that is, Kavon Wallace, if you're not, they've released him. And he is no longer, at least at this point, on the roster and playing a significant role the last several weeks and getting starter snaps and minutes the past several weeks. That can't be the end of it right there. That would be interesting because he was really coming along, and I know we've talked about him multiple times over the last couple of weeks, but right now he is no longer a part of this roster to make room for Darrell Taylor.
Yeah, this is an interesting one to me. Now, I don't know anything about Kavon Wallace. I don't know if he's a loose cannon. I don't know if there's something could have happened behind closed doors where D'Amico, he fell out of good grace with Nico. But I got to believe, given what has taken place over the last 2 to 3 weeks, you look at this, Miles Bryant was a guy that, D'Amico Ryans, I trust this guy more than probably anybody on the team, and this guy can play multiple positions. In the first – if anything happens at any position in the secondary, this is the guy that I trust to know what to do. And he's getting a lot of run because your safeties have all been injured. And all of a sudden, this Kavon Wallace guy who's longer, bigger, faster, more physical, all of a sudden he comes out of nowhere and plays really well for 2, maybe 3 weeks.
Another find.
Another one, like flashes on the film. And D'Amico Ryans says, oh, no, look, he communicated at an unbelievable level. He earned this. And then he goes out there and plays well. I got to believe that this is just a red tape deal of they had to make room. Hey, Kavon Wallace talking to his agent. Hey, man, we're going to bring you back. We're not cutting ties. We need to free up this space. By the end of the week, we'll have you back on the roster. You're gonna be a starter. You're gonna play. You're gonna practice like you always. I would imagine that's the case here. I wouldn't think that they're parting ways with Kavon Wallace.
Text line coming in. Wallace was terrible on Sunday. It makes sense. No,
Wallace wasn't. I don't know what game you watched. Now you can look at after Alec Pierce has torched everybody on the team. He somehow gets matched up with a basic motion on number 38 outside. Twice, and by the way, Pierce didn't catch that ball.
He tackled him twice.
He tackled him. But the point being is like that if you want to talk about that, I mean that's not what he's out there for. He's a safety. He tackles really well. He definitely is a swarm type of player. And I'm just basing it. Look, I mean, you can think what you want to think. I'm just basing it off of what D'Amico Ryans has said. I mean, D'Amico Ryans doesn't take a great communicator and a guy that's earned the reps, and the guy goes out there and plays well for a couple of weeks and then just says, oh, no, we're going to cut him. I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson got cut because clearly there was multiple weeks of missed assignments and probably bucking the system.
I was going to say there's probably a personality situation
there. Yeah. Look, I'm not saying Kayvon Wallace is the best thing since sliced bread, but I mean, falling out of grace with the head coach that quick to where you get cut for Darrell Taylor to get on the roster is very interesting. I'll be shocked if we don't see him on the field Sunday or Monday.
Yeah, that's one we're going to keep watching. I don't know, man. Maybe Kayvon is a special cat. I just don't think Kayvon is out here doing stuff. I think he's got to understand we're not at a place where he get to come out there and just say whatever the hell he wants to say or do whatever he wants to do. We'll see. I'm with you. There's got to be more to this story than to have a guy who has been starting. I mean, you could have cut Miles Bryant. You could have. There's a lot of other places to go. So I'm with you. There's going to be something more to watch with this story.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. More news in the NFL. This is funny because we talked about this during the beginning of the season when we were looking at the Bobby Slowick and the C.J. Stroud thing, and I remember talking about like, can you imagine what would have to happen for Cliff Kingsbury to be a one and done the way, or a two and done the way that Bobby Slowick was? Well, it happened. Apparently, Cliff Kingsbury and he is out. The reports are that him and head coach Dan Quinn of the Commanders offense mutually agreed to part ways. There were reports from Josina Anderson that they didn't see eye to eye on how the offense should be run for Daniels moving forward. So Cliff is out. Not just Cliff, both. I think they parted ways with both coordinators.
Yeah.
The offense and the defensive coordinator. So Cliff Kingsbury, somebody who is out there on the market and available potentially for another OC job, or as you've said, we talked during the break or during the pre-show that potentially he's going to get looks as a head coaching candidate. Again, I would not have thought after Daniel's first season that he would be out. It seems like this is more of a disagreement on how the offense should be run.
Well, Cliff doesn't strike me as a guy that would be told how to run his offense or what he wants to do, or even, I think he would walk away from a situation before he let a defensive-minded coach in Quinn say, hey, I want the offense to look like this. Apparently there was a long-term plan that was being discussed for Jaden Daniels, and I would imagine that didn't entail Cliff Kingsbury continuing to run his offense the way he wants to run it. He doesn't seem like a guy that would that would just kind of sit tight and go, I want to have a job and I'll do it your way. He seems like a guy that's like, I want full control of the offense. Now, you can handle personnel if you want to, but I want full control of the offense. I'm going to do what I want to do. And the minute that you start stepping on my toes, I'm going to bow up out of here. Now, whether that's healthy for him or not, I would imagine after being a head coach and being as highly thought of as an offensive mind as he is, and knowing him, I mean, the arrogant side of him is.
And Clint, they did this right after Jalen Daniels vouched for him in his Monday press conference. Mm-hmm. Like, apparently offensive players were against this move for Cliff to be out of there. But I certainly think he will find another gig. Definitely as an OC.
I would think so. Ron, the thing about him, and we talked about this before the show, the thing about Cliff is that you can't ignore with Kyler Murray. You can't ignore the success that he had in year one with Jaden Daniels. Obviously, Mahomes is in his background as well.
Baker,
There's a crossing pass with Baker there. there's some crossing paths with Johnny Manziel in that crazy year he had.
Yep.
And so there's in today's world with so many young quarterbacks coming out of that air raid system or a version of the air raid system, it's hard to ignore the success that he's had with young quarterbacks in his system and how easy it is for those guys to grasp it. It's hard to ignore that in this world of football where it's what have you done for me lately? I mean, nobody wants to do what Houston's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wants to. No owner and no head coach that's not an offensive mind that wants to go, hey man, we're going to hire this guy and we're going to be super patient for 2 or 3 years until our quarterback gets a grasp on this offense, and then hopefully it can be explosive. They want come in right now. I want my guy to be a top 10 quarterback. I want my guy to perform at a high level. We got to get this guy playing as many years as we can before we re-up the contract. We've got to get him playing at a top 10 level. And that it's hard with him. It's hard to ignore that part of it with Cliff Kingsbury. As bad as some of the other stuff is, I know it's hard to even forget about the way he handled Johnny Manziel the night when he went out the night before the game.
Yeah, I don't give a damn about that.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore that, but the reality of it is, man, that offense, it gets off the ground fast.
Yeah. By the way, Clemson's already
Munkin?
Yep.
Didn't they just hire Chad?
Apparently he is. They're talking to him about their OC game.
I thought they just hired Chad Morris.
I just read. I think I just read that.
Chad gonna get another buyout? He didn't have the job for a week.
Coming up, should we have any concerns about this part of the Texans? Should we have any concerns about it? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. It's that time of year, man. It's getting a little cooler outside. You need to get that oil changed year-round, no doubt about that. And Jiffy Lube is the place to go. Quick in-and-out service, fast in-and-out service. They've been dominating the fast oil change industry since 1979. They got 60 locations around the city. They'll offer a premium product, baby. I choose Pennzoil. That's what I put in my ride. And get this, if you go get an oil change,
John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is playoff week, and remember, everything gets pushed back, so they play on Monday, so we'll hear from D'Amico, and we'll hear from CJ, and we'll hear from Nick Cayley and everybody, and hear from them on Thursday and Friday instead of Wednesday and Thursday. We will still have our Texans report with B. Scott tomorrow, but big playoff week as they don't have to play the Saturday game, baby. They play Monday. They play Monday night
football. They got out of that old Saturday slot, didn't they?
Yep. They'll know exactly where they're going to be going.
Big shout out to Carolina for getting that one.
Yeah, Carolina stepped in.
Did Carolina catch it?
Who did catch? That sounds like
it's got to be Rams, Carolina, right?
That sounds like a Carolina. I don't know. The Rams may be a team that they that they may not want to. Who is in that? Let's see here. Let me pull her up. Wild card round. You're right, but it's 3:30. Panthers hosting the Rams, and then Packers Bears that night. Yeah, so I'm surprised they didn't put the Bills and the Jags at the night game, but the New England Chargers night game on Sunday. But yep, you're right. The Panthers took that spot. I still don't think the Texans would have been in that Saturday night. So especially with I know the Steelers playing Sunday night, so they probably allow them a little bit more time to rest as well. But good for them. Off that Saturday, I was listening to Hannah and
Cal.
They were very excited about that.
The Monday night part of it.
Well, yeah, not playing on Saturday.
Oh, just not playing on Saturday. Yeah,
not playing Saturday on 3:30. It's a little different. So big, but Clint, I'm wondering to you and the people, sports and YouTube and Twitch, if you are ready and prepared to have a big boy sports conversation, please join in. If not, just, I guess, cry and complain and do what you're going to do.
Just sit it out.
I mean, you can cry and complain. That's just fine. But we're going to have a big boy conversation here. The Texans, we know exactly how they're going to get to the place that they want to get to. Mm-hmm. Their defense is going to lead it. They've got the number one defense. They've had the number one scoring defense for most of the year. The Seahawks just kind of passed them up here in the last week. But they have been top 5 in everything. That they have been the driving force for this team to have won 9 in a row to get to 12 wins and be a sexy Super Bowl pick coming out of the AFC. They have appeared a little more normal the last month. 4 out of their last 5 games, they've given up over 300 yards in total offense. And some of them to opponents you got to be surprised by. That first half, yes, there was no Kamari Lassiter, but that first half, they had given up 17. They allowed just over 16 a game. They gave up 17 in the first half to Riley Leonard and that Colts team. The Raiders, that was surprising to me. I thought they had a chance to shut the Raiders out, and they gave up 21 to the Raiders. Just here of late, they have still been very, very good, but it does feel like the better teams they play, obviously the better their defense is going to have to be, and they definitely need to tighten that thing back up because teams of the Cardinals, Raiders, Chargers, and Colts, I mean, there were times teams just, you didn't even know if they could even get first downs.
Yeah.
They could move the ball, and it's been less of that lately, and hopefully they get back to that going into the playoffs.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because, I think if you look down the list, you mentioned a couple of them, but you can even go into the Jacksonville game where Davis Mills had to bring them back. I mean, the pocket passer, that has the ability to not escape, but the ability to buy a little bit of time in the pocket and then deliver the ball down the field. The vulnerable spot for this defense is when a quarterback can stay on platform, in the pocket, maybe slide step and slide up just a little bit, and by that extra second for that sticky coverage that DeMeco Ryans always talks about to break down, right? It's the toughest job in sports, and when you're on an island one-on-one with an NFL wide receiver, it's damn near impossible to cover them all over the field all the time with this sticky coverage. And I don't know how much Aaron Rodgers is going to hold the football and try to accomplish that, where I think some of these other quarterbacks, they didn't have any problem doing it and taking the hits. Now I think Aaron will avoid it early and let the game kind of dictate what they need to do, and as the game goes along, I think he'll then try to stretch the field a little bit and maybe buy a little bit of time. But if you look at – my point is, if you look down the schedule – there's been 3 or 4 quarterbacks that have had more success against this defense than you would expect. Not great success, but more success. I didn't expect Geno Smith to make several throws throughout a game that could even make it. I didn't think that the Texans were going to have to score 40 points to beat – not that they had to score 40, but I didn't think they were going to score a lot of points to beat the Cardinals and Jacoby Brissett, but he was able to make several throws over the top. You just mentioned the first half against Riley Leonard. We've seen it, right? And so if there is a place where –
that's not supposed to happen.
Right. Well, if there is a place where this defense can be attacked, it is that quarterback that buys – don't get off platform now. You get outside the confines of the pocket, the swarm mentality is going to eat your ass up, and Aaron Rodgers ain't going to make it. He going to make it to the fourth quarter. But if you stay within that pocket, stay protected, slide a little bit, by a little bit of time, you may get hit a few times, but throughout you're going to hit a couple of big plays, and that's where this defense – has not struggled, but when they do give up those big plays, it becomes a one-score game. It becomes a game where it's on pins and needles, and it forces the Texans offense to then go make plays. Now, they've been really good down the stretch in the fourth quarter finishing, but that's got to be the recipe to compete with the Texans is make enough plays offensively whenever it presents itself. It could be out of the gate like it was with Seattle, or it could be down the stretch like Seattle or Indy, or it could be down the stretch throughout the game. Either way it goes, make enough plays to force Houston's offense out of their comfort zone. And, you know, the reality of it is you've seen a handful of guys do that. And I think whether it's Sam Darnold or it's – I mean, those are the guys that – the guys that leave the pocket, the Justin Herberts, the Josh Allens, like those guys are just get – they just get – I mean,
the guys that want to hold it.
Yes.
They try to make plays.
Yes.
Now, they've gotten some on them, but they hold it. That's when you start to see – the guys like Geno he was doing everything to get rid of the thing to not get hit.
Yeah.
And Riley Leonard a little bit last week. You could clear this 3rd down and 9. Riley Leonard is immediately throwing it 5 yards but those other guys that try to extend things, Texan line coming in, the Texans seem to play to their opponent's level, sack Josh Allen 9 times and almost lose to the Colts. Maybe this can help us in the playoffs considering everybody's pretty damn good. I would just say that doesn't seem to be the Texans' get down and their approach to things. I'm sorry. I've never watched the Texans defense and thought they're letting up.
Yeah.
Or they're not. Like I think they've just got like I don't think Henry To'oTo'o was playing to his opponent. I think Henry To'oTo'o versus running backs
Ashton
Jeanty on a go route it's a problem. Right, I don't think he was playing down to his competition. Like I think Trey McBride was giving them problems with the Cardinals, and Alec Pierce down the field was giving them problems. Right, I don't think they were because that's just not how they're coached and how they operate.
Yeah.
Well, they beat the brakes off of defensively the Titans every time they played them.
Well, that's the deal here is we just outlined all the quarterbacks that kind of from inside the well, if you will, have been able to create a little extra split second to get the ball down the field, and they've had success doing it. And it's not a ton of success. It's just enough success to put the game on the Texans' offense, and that's going to be the recipe, right? We've seen very few. Now, you saw the tight end in Arizona have a big night, but Alec Pierce has had some big-time success against this Texans defense. And now he's not cut from the exact same cloth that DK Metcalf is, but it's very similar. The bigger-bodied, longer, rangier, go up and get it, big play, go route running type of wide receiver. And so if you talk about the receivers that have had success, it's those kind of guys as well. So there are some things to discuss here with Pittsburgh. I believe this. I believe on both sides of the ball. I believe on both sides of the football that Pittsburgh is significantly better than the numbers will tell you they are. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be as good as you've seen this year in a sense of avoiding the blow-up play and avoiding letting Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter just beat the hell out of him and create second and third and longs. I think he's going to be as good as there is in that, as we've seen, right? I think defensively they got the ability with 2 edge rushers and an interior presence that can be a real problem versus a run and in pass rush. So I think this team is significantly better than they played all year long. I'm obviously a bigger believer than most in Aaron Rodgers as well, with a veteran mind in a sense of being able to. I would much rather this Pittsburgh team be quarterbacked by a young guy that doesn't know what the hell's going on and is going to get overwhelmed. Right? I don't think you're going to get that from Aaron Rodgers.
No, Aaron faced this team last year with the Jets.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, he faced his team last year with the Jets. Devontae Adams isn't out there, but DK Metcalf is back for them in that game, which is a big deal. I don't know. Listen, their defense is amazing, but they on this run, and they've got to get to where they were before this 4-game stretch, where they just absolutely suffocated and choked. Like getting 200 yards was a chore for the Bills and the Chiefs. Like they've got to get back to that. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets. He's going to get this week started off right, a little basketball, and I'll be honest, I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't think Clint can believe he's saying this, but I think this is true. We'll discuss what that is coming up next.
Rock and roll, meow.
The Texans are headed into the playoffs with a skirmish against
every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Coming up here in just a bit, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, an old Texans legend in the building, tight end Owen Daniels. He will join the fellas. Did Dalton Schultz just pass him up?
Yeah, he broke one of those records for a season.
I want Owen to come on pissed about it. I want him to come on like, nah, man.
I was
like,
mine.
nah. I want him to suit back up to try to break this thing. That's what I want him to do.
Owen was great, man. Really enjoyed Owen as a tight end for these Texans.
Looks like he can still play.
Got a signed football by old Owen Daniels in the man cave.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'll be damned.
Won it on Twitter when I was at A&M somehow.
Yeah.
Is he an Aggie or no?
No.
He's Wisconsin? Where's he from?
I think Badger.
I think it was red and white. I don't remember. I think it was Wisconsin. Let me check that.
It might have been a Razorback.
No, that I know.
You know if it was that red and white? You know
That's
that?
Cardinal, by the
Yeah,
way.
he's a Badger.
So, sorry.
Confirmed.
You're right. Crimson over there in Kansas. All right, but no, that's coming up. Texans All Access. They have Owen Daniels as a guest coming up after we get done. Area 45 back at it tonight. Again, 8 to 12, 8 to midnight, the best late-night sports show in all of Houston. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton in the building. They'll be doing that.
When you play that drop, I always think it's actually you doing it. It takes me a minute to. It takes me a minute
Is
to
that
register.
what it is?
That's OPC.
Can we all?
That's OPC.
Can we have a Creighton off? Let me hear it one more. Let me hear the one more time.
No,
Yeah.
Tyler, you saw.
What? I was trying.
I mean, no, you weren't.
You use it.
I mean, you were trying your damnedest to make that sexual.
Let me try again.
You
Let me
did.
try
You
again.
sound like you finished. Okay,
No,
now you
no,
added
buddy.
back to backers. Oh, no.
Hey, I was legit trying.
I mean, I can't tell if you're finishing or if you're trying to start your old man voice. I can't figure out which one that was.
I felt finished. I felt finished.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
Sound like old TL from Landman. They sound like that's how he would sound like he was.
Old DL out there floating in that water with that scripper, ain't he?
I could do
Told y'all last time, God, that show was good.
What is that like I did? I just finished up Tulsa King. I was like, that there, boy. I just keep waiting for him to get killed. But
I ain't started the second season yet.
Oh, Tulsa King? Oh, I've moved through the third.
Damn.
Yeah, I ran through that. Yeah, that was pretty strong.
I think my mayor Kingstown done came up with another episode.
I was about to start. I was thinking about starting that
that's
up.
a good one.
Might do that
That's a
this
good one,
evening.
Coach Jones.
All right,
It ain't Landman good, but it's good.
Yeah, Taylor Sheridan, aka Shonda Rhimes of Paramount. He is got
He's
it
hot, ain't
rolling. Yeah, he's got it rolling. All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a minute. Hey, Clint, this was a thing that became a thing in the middle of the show, but I'm serious. I can't believe that we have arrived here, but I just had to be honest and looking at everything that we've seen. I thought one of the clear advantages that the Texans was going to have from here on out is they're going to have the best quarterback in the division and they're going to have the best coach in the division. Like, I thought that was a clear thing. And I still believe they have the best coach, although that guy in Jacksonville is coming on. I still think they have the best coach, and being what Tennessee's doing in their interview process, I still think they will definitely have the best coach. But I don't think they have the best quarterback anymore. And I can't believe I've over the last 3 years. But now and then moving forward, Clint, I think Trevor Lawrence has passed C.J. Stroud at this point of being the best quarterback in the AFC South, and I feel most confident with him and what's around him. And I think that's the big reason for me, Liam Cohen and what they're doing around him, right? Like you said, man, look at them receivers they got. Travis Hunter's hurt, and he's going to come back down the line. I think they have put the great things around him, from the coach to the offensive mind to the players around him. And I think Trevor probably continues this run that he's on. More likely to be this run than the guy that we start seeing previous. And I didn't think I would ever say that, but I think he's passed up C.J. Stroud at this point.
Oh, I don't doubt it one bit. I agree wholeheartedly. I think the best quarterback in this division right now is Trevor Lawrence. The reality of it is you got C.J. Stroud that is backslid from his rookie year, and maybe you can say is sitting idle right now. And Trevor Lawrence, while he's been inconsistent, right now is playing his best football, and as you said, seems to have some stars aligning that are making him really, really impressive and making him a top 10 quarterback, at the moment in this league. And so, I think there's a couple of caveats here. I think Trevor Lawrence is in a system that's a big part that is going to allow him to be a top 10 quarterback, and it's going to be up to him. Like, can he interceptions, and can he be more clutch? Can he win playoff games? And I think C.J. Stroud is going to be. I mean, you look at it this year. I mean, the biggest moment for the Texans this year at the quarterback position came from the backup, Davis Mills. Every time you talk about the run that the Texans have made and how impressive it's been, it starts with a 3-game run by the backup quarterback in one moment that spurred this thing from the backup quarterback. And so, to me, it's. Not necessarily about who is the better passer of the football or who is the better decision maker, but overall who is the best quarterback right now in the NFL. And I think it's hard pressed not to say Trevor Lawrence is that guy. I'll be honest with you. I think we've seen the best of C.J. Stroud as it pertains to being a top 10 quarterback in this league. I don't believe that C.J. Stroud will be viewed and talked about as a top 10 quarterback in this league, in this offense.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yep.
What they asked their quarterback to do in this league, you look at Tom Brady. I mean, the only reason Tom Brady is viewed as the greatest of all time is because he went and won 6 Super Bowls. It wasn't because he was a better thrower of the football or a better athlete or could put the game on his shoulders and be Superman with all these off-script, off-schedule throws and all that kind of stuff. Now, he was a different kind of Superman, obviously, but, I mean, in this system, in order to be a top quarterback in this league, you've got to consistently live in the playoffs and win championships. And I think we've seen C.J. Stroud that rookie year.
And some of it is not on C.J. because it's just what they're asking. Like, the Jags are trying to play and win because of Trevor. I think the Texans are trying to win with C.J. I think the Jags are coming in. Hey man, like, Trevor, make some plays. Hey, ball out, use your legs, use your arm. I think first and foremost, CJ, don't turn the ball over.
Well, I think everything that Jacksonville's doing. Look what they did at the trade deadline, man. Travis Hunter got hurt, who they thought was going to be one of their top receivers, along with what's the kid's name out of LSU?
Brian Thomas Jr.
Brian Johnson. Brian Thomas. You know that Brian Thomas isn't having a good year. Hunter goes down. They didn't sit steady and say, "Oh, we'll just deal with what we got." They went out and brought in the best receiver on the free agent, well, not on the free agent, but on the trade market, in Jacoby Myers. And it's documented how much he's helped Trevor and how much he's helped this offense. And so, that's the mindset there is to be more aggressive, do more, be more creative, take a little bit more risk, be more aggressive. And here it is, minimize risk and don't lose the game. I mean, that is ultimately what you're looking at, and just philosophy difference in the two places. And one of them, if the quarterback plays well, he's going to be a top 10 quarterback. The other one, if the quarterback plays well, the defense won the game. The defense won the championship.
All right, listen, go out, check out @T-Mill Real Deal. He's got his
Did I talk
his
through
best
it?
bets.
Damn.
I think it was both of us. We're not doing it to the people. We've got to change the time. We've got to specifically change the time. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. where do you want T-Mill's best bets to be? You want it in the 4 o'clock hour? You want it earlier in the 5? Where do we want? We got to change this up because we got to give this ample time. Again, if you need to catch him, go to @T-Mill Real Deal. He's got 5 on the line tonight. 5 on the line, and has decided to go after DeAndre Ayton and Darius Garland.
Sorry, boys.
So he's going after Garland and Ayton. I just can't put money on DeAndre Ayton.
Ooh, that's a tough one for me.
DeAndre Ayton decided to stay home on a snowstorm.
The only thing to be
they
tough,
offered.
What's old boy in Philly?
Oh yeah, Embiid. He went off last night.
Be another one.
But no, I mean, Ayton said no. They offered to pick him up in the storm. He said, no, I'm going to stay home for the game. It snowed, so he didn't go out and play. All right, Clint, great job. Tyler, welcome back. Great job as well. I am Ron. This show, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
This ain't bad.
Don't let that dude who picked Albuquerque win again.
Yeah, no question.
I'll never forget that time my mom said, you know your ass can't swim that well, jumping off them bridges. I said, my mama